Chapter 25 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. Destiny. Not for one moment did Edith waver in her purpose, and lest Richard should suspect what he could not see, she affected a gaiety in his presence sadly at variance with her real feelings. Never had her merry laugh rang out so frequently before him. Never had her wit been one half so sparkling, and when he passed his hands over her flushed cheek, feeling how hot it was, he said to himself, "The roses are coming back, she cannot be unhappy," and every line and lineament of the blind man's face glowed with the new-born joy springing up within his heart, and making the world around him one grand jubilee. Victor was quick to note the change in his master, and without the least suspicion of the truth, he once asked Edith, "What made Mr. Harrington so young and almost boyish, acting as men were supposed to act when they were just engaged?" "Victor," said Edith, after a moment's reflection, "can you keep a secret?" "Certainly," he replied. "What is it, pray? Is Mr. Harrington matrimonially inclined?" Edith's heart yearned for sympathy, for someone to sustain her, to keep her from fainting by the wayside, and as she could not confide in Grace, Victor was her only remaining refuge. He had been the repository of all her childish secrets, entering into her feelings as really and even more demonstratively than any female friend could have done. Richard would tell him, of course, as soon as it was settled, and as she knew now that it was settled, why not speak first and so save him the trouble? Thus deciding, she replied to his question, "Yes, Richard is going to be married. But you must not let him know I told you, till the engagement is made public." Victor started, but had no shadow of suspicion that the young girl before him was the bride-elect. His master had once been foolish enough to think of her as such, he believed, but that time was past. Richard had grown more sensible, and Edith was the future wife of Arthur St. Clair. Nina would not live long, and after she was dead there would be no further hindrance to a match every way so suitable. This was Victor's theory, and never doubting that the same idea had a lodgment in the minds of both Arthur and Edith, he could not conceive it possible that the latter would deliberately give herself to Richard. Grace Atherton, on the contrary, would be glad to do it. She had been coaxing his master these 40 years, and had succeeded in winning him at last. Victor did not fancy Grace, and when at last he spoke, it was to call both his master and Mrs. Atherton a pair of precious fools. Edith looked wonderingly at him as he raved on. "I can't bear her. I never could, since I heard how she abused you. Why, I'd almost rather you'd be his wife than that gay widow." "Suppose I marry him, then, in her stead," Edith said, laughingly. "I verily believe he'd exchange." "Of course he would," Victor answered bitterly. "The older a man grows, the younger the girl he selects, and it's a wonder he didn't ask you first." "Supposing he had," returned Edith, bending over a geranium to hide her agitation. "Supposing he had, and it was I instead of Grace to whom he is engaged." "Preposterous!" Victor exclaimed. "You could not do such a thing in your right senses. Why, I'd rather see you dead than married to your father. I believe I'd forbid the banns myself." And Victor strode from the room, banging the door behind him, by way of impressing Edith still more forcibly with the nature of his opinion. Edith was disappointed. She had expected sympathy at least from Victor, had surely thought he would be pleased to have her for his mistress, and his words, "I would rather see you dead," hurt her cruelly. Perhaps everybody would say so. It was an unnatural match, this union of autumn and spring, but she must do something. Anything was preferable to the aimless, listless life she was leading now. She could not be any more wretched than she was, and she might perhaps be happier when the worst was over, and she knew for certain that she was Richard's wife. His wife! It made her faint and sick just to say those 2 words. What then would the reality be? She loved him dearly as a guardian, a brother, and she might in time love him as her husband. Such things had been. They could be again. Ay, more they should be, and determining henceforth to keep her own counsel, and suffer Victor to believe it was Grace instead of herself, she ran into the garden, where she knew Richard was walking, and stealing to his side, caught his arm ere he was aware of her presence. "Darling, is it you?" he asked, and his dark face became positively beautiful with the radiant love light shining out all over it. Every day the hope grew stronger that the cherished object of his life might be realized. Edith did not avoid him as he feared she would. On the contrary, she rather sought his society than otherwise, never, however, speaking of the decision. It was part of the agreement that they should not talk of it until the 4 weeks were gone, the weeks which to Richard dragged so slowly, while to Edith they flew on rapid wing; and with every rising sun she felt an added pang as she thought how soon the 12th of May would be there. It wanted but 4 days of it when she joined him in the garden, and for the first time since their conversation Richard alluded to it by asking playfully, what day of the month it was? The 8th, and Edith's eyes closed tightly over the tears struggling to gain egress, then with a mighty effort she added laughingly, "When the day after to-morrow comes, it will be the 10th, then the 11th, then the 12th, and then, you know, I'm coming to you in the library. Send Victor off for that evening, can't you? He's sure to come in when I don't want him, if he's here." And this she said because she feared it would be harder to say yes if Victor's reproachful eyes should once look upon her, as they were sure to do if he suspected her designs. Richard could not understand why Victor must be sent away, but anything Edith asked was right, and he replied that Victor should not trouble them. "There, he's coming now," and Edith dropped the hand she held, as if fearful lest the Frenchman should suspect. This was not the proper feeling, she knew, and returning to the house, she shut herself up in her room, crying bitterly, because she could not make herself feel differently. The 12th came at last, not a balmy, pleasant day as May is wont to bring, but a rainy, dreary April day, when the grey clouds chased each other across the leaden sky, now showing a disposition to hang out patches of blue, and again growing black and heavy, as the fitful showers came pattering down. Edith was sick. The strong tension of nerves she had endured for 4 long weeks was giving way. She could not keep up longer; and Richard breakfasted and dined without her, while with an aching head she listened to the rain beating against her windows, and watched the capricious clouds as they floated by. Many times she wished it all a dream from which she should awaken; and then, when she reflected that 'twas a fearful reality, she covered her head with the bedclothes, and prayed that she might die. But why pray for this? She need not be Richard's wife unless she chose. He had told her so repeatedly, and now she too said, "I will not." Strange she had not thus decided before, and stranger still that she should be so happy now she had decided. There was a knock at the door, and Grace Atherton asked to be admitted. "Richard told me you were sick," she said as she sat down by Edith's side, "and you do look ghostly white. What is the matter, pray?" "One of my nervous headaches," and Edith turned from the light so that her face should tell no tales of the conflict within. "I received a letter from Arthur last night," Grace continued, "and thinking you might like to hear from Nina, I came round in the rain to tell you of her. Her health is somewhat improved, and she is now under the care of a West India physician, who holds out strong hopes that her mental derangement may in time be cured." Edith was doubly glad now that she had turned her face away, for by so doing she hid the tears which dropped so fast upon her pillow. "Did Arthur mention me?" she asked, and Grace knew then that she was crying. Still it was better not to withhold the truth, and bending over her she answered, "No, Edith, he did not. I believe he is really striving to do right." "And he will live with Nina if she gets well?" came from the depths of the pillows where Edith lay half smothered. "Perhaps so. Would you not like to have him?" Grace asked. "Yes, I suppose so. Oh, I don't know what I like. I don't know anything except that I wish I was dead." And the silent weeping became a passionate sobbing, as Edith shrank further from Grace, plunging deeper and deeper among her pillows until she was nearly hidden from view. Grace could not comfort her. There was no comfort, as she saw, and as Edith refused to answer any of her questions upon indifferent topics, she ere long took her leave, and Edith was left alone. She had reversed her decision while Grace was sitting there, and the news from Florida was the immediate cause. She should marry Richard now, and her whole body shook with the violence of her emotions. But as the fiercest storm will in time expend its fury, so she grew still at last, though it was rather the stillness of despair than any healthful quieting influence stealing over her. She hated herself because she could not feel an overwhelming joy at the prospect of Nina's recovery; hated Arthur because he had forgotten her; hated Grace for telling her so; hated Victor for saying he would rather see her dead than Richard's wife; hated Mrs. Matson for coming in to ask her how she was; hated her for staying there when she would rather be alone, and made faces at her from beneath the sheet. Hated everybody but Richard, and in time she should hate him. At least she hoped she should, for on the whole she was more comfortable when hating people than she had ever been when loving them. It had such a hardening effect upon her, this hatred of all mankind, such a don't care influence, that she rather enjoyed it than otherwise. And this was the girl who, as that rainy dismal day drew to its close, and the sun went down in tears, dressed herself with a firm unflinching hand, arranging her hair with more than usual care, giving it occasionally a sharp pull, as a kind of escape valve to her feelings, and uttering an impatient exclamation whenever a pin proved obstinate, and did not at once slip into place. She was glad Richard was blind, and could not see her swollen eyes, which, in spite of repeated bathings in ice water and cologne, would look red and heavy. Her voice, however, would betray her, and so she toned it down by warbling snatches of a love song learned ere she knew the meaning of love, save as it was connected with Richard. It was not Edith Hastings who left that pleasant chamber, moving with an unfaltering step down the winding stairs and across the marble hall, but a half-crazed, defiant woman going on to meet her destiny, and biting her lip with vexation when she heard that Richard had company — college friends, who being in Shannondale on business had come up to see him. This she learned from Victor, whom she met in the hall, and who added that he never saw his master appear quite so dissatisfied as when told they were in the library, and would probably pass the night. Edith readily guessed the cause of his disquiet, and impatiently stamped her little foot upon the marble floor, for she knew their presence would necessarily defer the evil hour, and she could not live much longer in her present state of excitement. "I was just coming to your room," said Victor, "to see if you were able to appear in the parlour. 3 men who have not met in years are stupid company for each other. And then Mr. Harrington wants to show you off, I daresay. Pity the widow wasn't here." Victor spoke sarcastically, but Edith merely replied, "Tell your master I will come in a few minutes." Then, with a half feeling of relief, she ran back to her room, bathing her eyes afresh, and succeeding in removing the redness to such an extent that by lamplight no one would suspect she had been crying. Her headache was gone, and with spirits somewhat elated, she started again for the parlour, where she succeeded in entertaining Richard's guests entirely to his satisfaction. It was growing late, and the clock was striking 11 when at last Richard summoned Victor, bidding him show the gentlemen to their rooms. As they were leaving the parlour, Edith came to Richard's side, and in a whisper so low that no one heard her save himself, said to him, "Tell Victor he needn't come back." He understood her meaning, and said to his valet, "I shall not need your services to night. You may retire as soon as you choose." Something in his manner awakened Victor's suspicions, and his keen eyes flashed upon Edith, who, with a haughty toss of the head, turned away to avoid meeting it again. The door was closed at last. Victor was gone, their guests were gone, and she was alone with Richard, who seemed waiting for her to speak. But Edith could not. The breath she fancied would come so freely with Victor's presence removed, would scarcely come at all, and she felt the tears gathering like a flood every time she looked at the sightless man before her, and thought of what was to come. By 1,000 little devices she strove to put it off, and remembering that the piano was open, she walked with faltering step across the parlour, closed the instrument, smoothed the heavy corner, arranged the sheets of music, whirled the music stool as high as she could, turned it back as low as she could, sat down upon it, crushed with her fingers 2 great tears, which with all her winking she could not keep in subjection, counted the flowers on the paper border, and wondered how long she should probably live. Then, with a mighty effort, she arose, and, with a step which this time did not falter, went and stood before Richard, who was beginning to look troubled at her protracted silence. He knew she was near him now. He could hear her low breathing, and he waited anxiously for her to speak. Edith's face was a study then. Almost every possible emotion was written upon it. Fear, anguish, disappointed hopes, cruel longings for the past, terrible shrinkings from the present, and still more terrible dread of the future. Then these passed away, and were succeeded by pity, sympathy, gratitude, and a strong desire to do right. The latter feelings conquered, and sitting down by Richard, she took his warm hand between her two cold ones, and said to him, "'Tis the 12th of May to-night. Did you know it?" Did he know it? He had thought of nothing else the livelong day, and when early in the morning he heard that she was sick, a sad foreboding had swept over him, lest what he coveted so much should yet be withheld. But she was there beside him. She had sought the opportunity, and asked if he knew it was the 12th, and drawing her closer to him, answered back, "Yes, darling. 'Tis the day on which you were to bring me your decision. You have kept your word, Bertie. You have brought it to me whether good or bad. Now tell me, is it the old blind man's wife, the future mistress of Collingwood, that I encircle with my arm?" He bent down to listen for the reply, feeling her breath stir his hair, and hearing each heartbeat as it counted off the seconds. Then, like a strain of music, sweet and rich, but oh so touchingly sad, the words came floating in a whisper to his ear. "Yes, Richard, your future wife. But please, don't call yourself the old blind man. It makes you seem 100 times my father. You are not old, Richard, no older than I feel." And the newly betrothed laid her head on Richard's shoulder, sobbing passionately. Did all girls behave like this? Richard wished he knew. Did sweet Lucy Collingwood, when she gave her young spring life to his father's brown October? Lucy had loved her husband, he knew, and there was quite as much difference between them as between himself and Edith. Possibly 'twas a maidenly weakness to cry, as Edith was doing. He would think so at all events. It were death to think otherwise, and caressing her with unwonted tenderness, he kissed her tears away, telling her how happy she had made him by promising to be his; how the darkness, the dreariness, all was gone, and the world was so bright and fair. Then, as she continued weeping, and he remembered what had heretofore passed between them, he said to her earnestly, "Edith, there is one thing I would know. Is it a divided love you bring me, or is it no love at all? I have a right to ask you this, my darling. Is it gratitude alone which prompted your decision? If it is, Edith, I would die rather than accept it. Don't deceive me, darling. I cannot see your face, cannot read what's written there. Alas, alas, that I am blind to-night! But I'll trust you, Bertie. I'll believe what you may tell me. Has an affection different from a sister's been born within the last 4 weeks? Speak. Do you love me more than you did? Look into my eyes, dearest. You will not deal falsely with me then." Like an erring but penitent child, Edith crept into his lap, but did not look into the sightless eyes. She dared not, lest the gaze should wring from her quivering lips the wild words trembling there. "Forgive me, Richard, but I loved Arthur first." So she hid her face in his bosom and said to him, "I do not love you, Richard, as you do me. It came too sudden, and I had not thought about it. But I love you dearly, very dearly, and I want so much to be your wife. I shall rest so quietly when I have you to lean upon, you to care for. I am young for you, I know, but many such matches have proved happy, and ours assuredly will. You are so good, so noble, so unselfish, that I shall be happy with you. I shall be a naughty, wayward wife, I fear, but you can control me, and you must. We'll go to Europe some time, Richard, and visit Bingen on the Rhine, where the little baby girl fell in the river, and the brave boy, Richard, jumped after her. Don't you wish you'd let me die? There would then have been no bad black-haired Edith lying in your lap, and torturing you with fears that she does not love you as she ought." Edith's was an April temperament, and already the sun was shining through the cloud. The load at her heart was not so heavy, nor the future half so dark. Her decision was made, her destiny accepted, and henceforth she would abide by it, nor venture to look back. "Are you satisfied to take me on my terms?" she asked, as Richard did not immediately answer. He would rather she had loved him more, but it was sudden, he knew, and she was young. He was terribly afraid, it is true, that gratitude alone had influenced her actions, but the germ of love was there, he believed. And by it would bear the rich ripe fruit. He could wait for that. And he loved her so much, wanted her so much, needed her so much, that he would take her on any terms. "Yes," he said at last, resting his chin upon her bowed head. "I am satisfied, and never since my remembrance has there come to Richard Harrington a moment so fraught with bliss as this in which I hold you in my arms, and know I hold my wife, my darling wife, sweetest name ever breathed by human tongue. And Edith, if you must sicken of me, do it now, tonight. Don't put it off, for every fleeting moment binds me to you with an added tie, which makes it harder to lose you. Richard," and lifting up her head, Edith looked into the eyes she could not meet before, "I swear to you solemnly that never by word or deed will I seek to be released from our engagement, and if I am released, it will be because you give me up of your own free will. You will be the one to break it, not I." "Then it will not be broken," came in a quick response from Richard, as he held closer to him one whom he now felt to be his for ever. The lamps upon the table and the candles on the mantel flashed and smoked and almost died away. The fire on the marble hearth gave one or two expiring gasps and then went out. The hands of the clock moved onward, pointing to long after midnight, and still Richard, loath to let his treasure go, kept her with him, talking to her of his great happiness, and asking if early June would be too soon for her to be his bride. "Yes, yes, much too soon," cried Edith. "Give me the whole summer in which to be free. I've never been anywhere, you know. I want to see the world. Let's go to Saratoga, and to all those places I've heard so much about. Then in the autumn we'll have a famous wedding at Collingwood, and I will settle down into the most demure, obedient of wives." Were it not that the same roof sheltered them both, Richard would not have acceded to this delay, but when he reflected that he should not be parted from Edith any more than if they were really married, he consented, stipulating that the wedding should take place on the anniversary of the day when she first came to him with flowers, and called him "poor blind man." "You did not think you'd ever be the poor blind man's wife?" he said, asking her playfully if she were not sorry even now. "No," she answered. Nor was she. In fact, she scarcely felt at all. Her heart was palsied, and lay in her bosom like a block of stone, heavy, numb, and sluggish in its beat. Of one thing only was she conscious, and that a sense of weariness, a strong desire to be alone, upstairs, where she was not obliged to answer questions, or listen to loving words of which she was so unworthy. She was deceiving Richard, who, when his quick ear caught her smothered yawn, as the little clock struck one, bade her leave him, chiding himself for keeping her so long from the rest he knew she needed. "For me, I shall never know fatigue or pain again," he said, as he led her to the door. "But my singing bird is different. She must sleep. God bless you, darling. You have made the blind man very happy." He kissed her forehead, her lips, her hands, and then released her, standing in the door and listening to her footsteps as they went up the winding stairs and out into the hall beyond. The dark gloomy hall where no light was save a single ray, shining through the keyhole of Victor's door. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 26. Edith and the World. "Victor is faithful," Edith said as she saw the light, and fancied that the Frenchman was still up, waiting to assist his master. But not for Richard did Victor keep the watch that night. He would know how long that interview lasted below, and when it was ended he would know its result. What Victor designed he was pretty sure to accomplish, and when, by the voices in the lower hall, he knew that Edith was coming, he stole on tiptoe to the balustrade, and, leaning over, saw the parting at the parlor door, feeling intuitively that Edith's relations to Richard had changed since he last looked upon her. Never was servant more attached to his master than was Victor Dupre to his, and yet he was strongly unwilling that Edith's glorious beauty should be wasted thus. If she loved him, he said to himself, as gliding back to his room he cautiously shut the door, ere Edith reached the first landing. If she loved him, I would not care. More unsuitable matches than this have ended happily, but she don't. Her whole life is bound with that of another, and she shrinks from Mr. Harrington as she was not wont to do. I saw it in her face as she turned away from him. There'll be another grave in the Collingwood grounds, another name on the tall monument. Edith, wife of Richard Harrington, aged 20. Victor wrote the words upon a slip of paper, reading them over until tears dimmed his vision, for in fancy the imaginative Frenchman assisted at Edith's obsequies, and even heard the grinding of the hearse wheels, once foretold by Nina. Several times he peered out into the silent hall, seeing the lamplight shining from the ventilator over Edith's door, and knowing by that token that she had not retired. What was she doing there so long? Victor fain would know, and as half an hour after half hour went by, until it was almost 4, he stepped boldly to the door and knocked. Long association with Victor had led Edith to treat him more as an equal than a servant. Consequently, he took liberties both with her and Richard, which no other of the household would dare to do, and now, as there came no response, he cautiously turned the knob, and walked into the room where in her crimson dressing gown, her hair unbound and falling over her shoulders, Edith sat, her arms crossed upon the table and her face upon her arms. She was not sleeping, for as the door creaked on its hinges, she looked up, half pleased, to meet only the good-humoured face of Victor where she had feared to see that of Richard. "Miss Edith, this is madness, this is folly," and Victor sat down before her. "I was a fool to think it was Mrs. Atherton." "Victor Dupre, what do you mean? What do you know? Why are you here?" And Edith's eyes flashed with insulted pride. But Victor did not quail before them. Gazing steadily at her, he replied, "You are engaged to your guardian, and you do not love him." "Victor Dupre, I do," and Edith struck her hand upon the table with a force which made the glass lamp rattle. "Granted you do," returned Victor, "but how do you love him? As a brother, as a friend, as a father, if you will, but not as you should love your husband. Not as you could love Arthur St. Clair, were he not bound by other ties." Across the table the blanched, frightened face of Edith looked, and the eyes which never before had been so black, scanned Victor keenly. "What do you know of Arthur St. Clair's ties?" she asked at last, every word a laboured breath. Victor made no answer, but, hurrying from the room, soon returned with the crumpled soiled sheet of foolscap, which he placed before her, asking if she ever saw it before. Edith's mind had been sadly confused when Nina read to her the "scratching out," and she had forgotten it entirely, but it came back to her now, and, catching up the papers, she recognized Richard's unmistakable handwriting. He knew, then, of her love for Arthur, of the obstacle to that love, of the agony it cost her to give him up. He had deceived her, had won her under false pretences, assuming that she loved no one. She did not think this of Richard, and in her eyes, usually so soft and mild, there was a black, hard, terrible expression as she whispered hoarsely, "How came this in your possession?" He told her how, thus exonerating Richard from blame, and the hard, angry look was drowned in tears as Edith wept aloud. "Then he don't know it," she said at length. "Richard don't. I should hate him if he did and still wished me to be his wife." I can tell him," was Victor's dry response, and in an instant Edith was over where he sat. "You cannot, you must not, you shall not. It will kill him if I desert him. He told me so, and I promised that I wouldn't — promised solemnly. I would not harm a hair of Richard's head, and he so noble, so good, so helpless, with so few sources of enjoyment. But oh, Victor, I did love Arthur best — did love him so much." And in that wailing cry Edith's true sentiments spoke out. "I did love him so much. I love him so much now." And she kept whispering it to herself while Victor sought in vain for some word of comfort, but could find none. Once he said to her, "Wait, and Nina may die." But Edith recoiled from him in horror. "Never hint that again!" she almost screamed. "It's murder — foul murder. I would not have Nina die for the whole world — beautiful, loving Nina. I wouldn't have Arthur if she did. I couldn't, for I am Richard's wife. I wish I'd told him early June instead of October. I'll tell him to morrow, and in 4 weeks more all the dreadful uncertainty will be ended. I ought to love him, Victor. He's done so much for me. I am that sweetest child he saved from the river Rhine, perilling life and limb, losing his sight for me. He found it so that time he went with you to New York." And Edith's tears ceased as she repeated to Victor all she knew of her early history. "Shouldn't I marry him?" she asked, when the story was ended. "Ought I not to be his eyes? Help me, Victor. Don't make it so hard for me. I shall faint by the way, if you do." Victor conceded that she owed much to Richard, but nothing could make him think it right for her to marry him with her present feelings. It would be a greater wrong to him than to refuse him, but Edith did not think so. "He'll never know what I feel," she said, and by I shall be better — shall love him as he deserves. There are few Richards in the world, Victor." "That is true," he replied, "but 'tis no reason why you must be sacrificed. Edith, the case is like this. I wish — and the world at large, if it could speak, would wish for Richard to marry you, but would not wish you to marry Richard." "But I shall," interrupted Edith. "There is no possible chance of my not doing so — and, Victor, you will help me. You won't tell him of Arthur. You know how his unselfish heart would give me up if you did, and break while doing it. Promise, Victor." "Tell me first what you meant by early June and October," he said; and after Edith had explained, he continued: "Let the wedding be still appointed for October, and unless I see that it is absolutely killing you, I will not enlighten Mr. Harrington." And this was all the promise Edith could extort from him. Unless he saw it was absolutely killing her, he would not enlighten Richard. "He shall see that it will not kill me," she said to herself. "I will be gay whether I feel it or not. I will outdo myself, and if my broken heart should break again, no one shall be the wiser." Thus deciding, she turned toward the window where the gray dawn was stealing in, and pointing to it, said: "Look, the day is breaking. The longest night will have an end, so will this miserable pain at my heart. Daylight will surely come when I shall be happy with Richard. Don't tell him, Victor, don't. And now leave me, for my head is bursting with weariness." He knew it was by the expression of her face, which, in the dim lamplight, looked ghastly and worn, and he was about to leave her, when she called him back, and asked how long he had lived with Mr. Harrington. 13 years," he replied. "He picked me up in Germany, just before he came home to America. He was not blind then." "Then you never saw my mother?" "Never." "Nor Marie?" "Never to my knowledge." "You were in Geneva with Richard, you say. Where were you when " Edith could not finish, but Victor understood what she would ask, and answered her. "I must have been in Paris. I went home for a few months, 10 years ago last fall, and did not return until just before we came to Collingwood. The housekeeper told me there had been a wedding at Lakeview, our Geneva home, but I did not ask the particulars. There's a moral there, Edith. A warning to all foolish college boys and girls who don't half know their minds." Edith was too intent upon her own matters to care for morals, and without replying directly, she said: "Richard will tell you to morrow, or to day, rather, of the engagement, and you'll be guarded, won't you?" "I shall let him know I disapprove," returned Victor. "But I shan't say anything that sounds like Arthur St. Clair, not yet, at all events." "And, Victor, in the course of the day you'll make some errand to Briar Hill, and incidentally mention it to Mrs. Atherton. Richard won't tell her, I know, and I can't. I can't. Oh, I wish it were—" "The widow instead of you," interrupted Victor, as he stood with the door knob in his hand. "That's what you mean, and I must say it shows a very proper frame of mind in a bride elect." Edith made a gesture for him to leave her, and with a low bow he withdrew, while Edith, alternately shivering with cold and flushed with fever, crept into bed, and fell away to sleep, forgetting, for the time, that there were in the world such things as broken hearts, unwilling brides, and blind husbands old enough to be her father. The breakfast dishes were cleared away, all but the exquisite little service brought for Edith's use when she was sick, and which now stood upon the sideboard waiting until her long morning slumber should end. Once Mrs. Matson had been to her bedside, hearing from her that her head was aching badly, and that she would sleep longer. This message was carried down to Richard, who entertained his guests as best he could, but did not urge them to make a longer stay. They were gone now, and Richard was alone. It was a favourable opportunity for telling Victor of his engagement, and summoning the latter to his presence, he bade him sit down, himself hesitating, stammering, and blushing like a woman as he tried to speak of Edith. Victor might have helped him, but he would not, and he sat rather enjoying his master's confusion until the latter said abruptly: "Victor, how would you like to have a mistress here? A bona fide one, I mean, such as my wife would be." "That depends upon who it was," Victor exclaimed, as if this were the first intimation he had received of it. "What would you say to Edith?" Richard continued, and Victor replied with well-feigned surprise: "Miss Hastings? You would not ask that little girl to be your wife? Why, you are 25 years her senior." "No, no, Victor. Only 21." And Richard's voice trembled, for, like Edith, he wished to be reassured and upheld even by his inferiors. He knew Victor disapproved, that he considered it a great sacrifice on Edith's part, but for this he had no intention of giving her up. On the contrary, it made him a very little vexed that his valet should presume to question his acts, and he said with more asperity of manner than was usual for him: "You think it unsuitable, I perceive, and perhaps it is, but if we are satisfied it is no one else's business, I think." "Certainly not," returned Victor, a meaning smile curling his lip. "If both are satisfied, I ought to be. When is the wedding?" He asked this last with an appearance of interest, and Richard, ever ready to forgive and forget, told him all about it, who Edith was, and sundry other matters, to which Victor listened as attentively as if he had not heard the whole before. Like Edith, Richard was in the habit of talking to Victor more as if he were an equal than a servant, and in speaking of his engagement he said: "I had many misgivings as to the propriety of asking Edith to be my wife. She is so young, so different from me, but my excuse is that I cannot live without her. She has never loved another, and thus the chance is tenfold greater that she will yet be to me all that a younger, less dependent husband could desire." Victor bit his lip, half resolved one moment to undeceive poor Richard, whom he pitied for his blind infatuation, but remembering his promise he held his peace, until his master signified that the conference was ended, when he hastened to the barn where he could give vent to his feelings in French, his adopted language being far too prosy to suit his excited mood. Suddenly Grace Atherton came into his mind, and Edith's request that he should tell her. "Yes, I'll do it," he said, starting at once for Briar Hill. "'Twill be a relief to let another know it, and then I want to see her squirm when she hears all hope for herself is gone." For once, however, Victor was mistaken. Gradually the hope that she could ever be aught to Richard was dying out of Grace's heart, and though, for an instant, she turned very white when, as if by accident, he told the news, it was more from surprise at Edith's conduct than from any new feeling that she had lost him. She was in the garden bending over a bed of daffodils, so he did not see her face, but he knew from her voice how astonished she was, and rather wondered that she could question him so calmly as she did, asking if Edith were very happy, when the wedding was to be, and even wondering at Richard's willingness to wait so long. "Women are queer, anyway," was Victor's mental comment as, balked of his intention to see Grace Atherton squirm, he bade her good morning, and bowed himself from the garden, having first received her message that she would come up in the course of the day and congratulate the newly betrothed. Once alone, Grace's calmness all gave way; and though the intelligence did not affect her as it once would have done, the fibres of her heart quivered with pain, and a sense of dreariness stole over her, as sitting down on the thick trailing boughs of an evergreen, she covered her face with her hands, and wept as women always weep over a blighted hope. It was all in vain that her pet kitten came gambolling to her feet, rubbing against her dress, climbing upon her shoulder, and playfully touching, with her velvet paw, the chestnut curls which fell from beneath her bonnet. All in vain that the Newfoundland dog came to her side, licking her hands and gazing upon her with a wondering human look of intelligence. Grace had no thought for Rover or for Kitty, and she wept on, sometimes for Arthur, sometimes for Edith, but oftener for the young girl who years ago refused the love offered her by Richard Harrington. And then she wondered if it were possible that Edith had so soon ceased to care for Arthur. "I can tell from her manner," she thought; and with her mind thus brought to the call she would make at Collingwood, she dried her eyes, and, speaking playfully to her dumb pets, returned to the house a sad, subdued woman, whose part in the drama of Richard Harrington was effectually played out. That afternoon, about 3 o'clock, a carriage bearing Grace Atherton wound slowly up the hill to Collingwood, and when it reached the door a radiant, beautiful woman stepped out, her face all wreathed in smiles and her voice full of sweetness, as she greeted Richard, who came forth to meet her. "A pretty march you've stolen upon me," she began, in a light bantering tone. "You and Edith. Never asked my consent, or said so much as 'by your leave'; but no matter, I congratulate you all the same. I fancied it would end in this. Where is she, the bride-elect?" Richard was stunned with such a volley of words from one whom he supposed ignorant of the matter, and observing his evident surprise, Grace continued: "You wonder how I know. Victor told me this morning. He was too much delighted to keep it to himself. But say, where is Edith?" "Here I am." And advancing from the parlour, where she had overheard the whole, Edith laughed a gay, musical laugh, as hollow and meaningless as Mrs. Atherton's forced levity. Had she followed the bent of her inclinations, she would not have left her pillow that day, but remembering Victor's words, "Unless I see it's killing you," she felt the necessity of exerting herself, of wearing a semblance of happiness at least, and about noon she had arisen, and dressed herself with the utmost care, twining geranium leaves in her hair, just as she used to do when going to see Arthur, and letting them droop from among her braids in the way he had told her was so becoming. Then, with flushed cheeks and bright restless eyes, she went down to Richard, receiving his caresses and partially returning them when she fancied Victor was where he could see her. "Women are queer," he said again to himself, as he saw Edith on Richard's knee, with her arm around his neck. "Their love is like a footprint on the seashore. The first big wave washes it away, and they are ready to make another. I reckon I shan't bother myself about her any more. If she loved Arthur as I thought she did, she couldn't hug another one so soon. It isn't nature, man nature, anyway, but Edith's like a reed that bends. That character of Cooper's suits her exactly. I'll call her so to myself hereafter. Reed that bends." And Victor hurried off, delighted with his new name. But if Victor was in a measure deceived by Edith's demeanour, Grace Atherton was not. Women distrust women sooner than men; can read each other better, detect the hidden motive sooner, and ere the two had been 5 minutes together, Grace had caught a glimpse of the troubled, angry current over which the upper waters rippled so smoothly that none save an acute observer would have suspected the fierce whirlpool which lay just below the surface. Because, he thought, they would like it better, Richard left the two ladies alone at last, and then, turning suddenly upon Edith, Grace said: "Tell me, Edith, is your heart in this, or have you done it in a fit of desperation?" "I have had a long time to think of it," Edith answered proudly. "It is no sudden act. Richard is too noble to accept it if it were. I have always loved him, not exactly as I loved Arthur, it is true." Here the whirlpool underneath threatened to betray itself, but with a mighty effort Edith kept it down, and the current was unruffled as she continued: "Arthur is nearer my age, nearer my beau ideal, but I can't have him, and I'm not going to play the part of a love-lorn damsel for a married man. Tell him so when you write. Tell him I'm engaged to Richard, just as he said I would be. Tell him I'm happy, too, for I know I'm doing right. It is not wicked to love Richard, and it was wicked to love him." It cost Edith more to say this than she supposed, and when she finished, the perspiration stood in drops beneath her hair and about her mouth. "You are deceiving yourself," said Grace, who without any selfish motive now really pitied the hard, white-faced girl, so unlike the Edith of other days. "You are taking Richard from gratitude, nothing else. Victor told me of your parentage, but because he saved your life you need not render yours as a return. Your heart is not in this marriage." "Yes, it is, all the heart I have," Edith answered curtly. Then, as some emotion stronger than the others swept over her, she laid her head upon the sofa arm and sobbed. "You are all leagued against me, but I don't care. I shall do as I like. I have promised to marry Richard, and Edith Hastings never lied. She will keep her word," and in the eyes which now lifted up, Grace saw the tears glittering like diamonds. Then a merry laugh burst from the lips of the wayward girl as she met Mrs. Atherton's anxious glance, and running to the piano she dashed off a most inspiriting waltz, playing so rapidly that the bright bloom came back, settling in a small round spot upon her cheek, and making her surpassingly beautiful even to Grace, whose great weakness was an unwillingness to admit that another's charms were superior to her own. When the waltz was ended, Edith's mood had changed, and turning to Grace, she nestled closely to her, and twining one of the silken curls around her fingers, said coaxingly: "You think me a naughty child, no doubt, but you do not understand me. I certainly do love Richard more than you suppose. And, Grace, I want you to help me, to encourage me. Engaged girls always need it, I guess, and Victor is so mean. He says all sorts of hateful things about my marrying my father and all that. Perhaps the village people will do so too, and if they do, you'll stand up for me, won't you? You'll tell them how much I owe him, how much I love him, and Grace," Edith's voice was very low now and sad, "and when you write to Arthur, don't repeat the hateful things I said before, but tell him I am engaged, that I'm the Swedish baby, that I never shall forget him quite, and that I love Richard very much." Oh, how soft and plaintive was the expression of the dark eyes now, as Edith ceased to speak, and pressed the hand which warmly pressed hers back, for Grace's womanly nature was aroused by this appeal, and she resolved to fulfill the trust reposed in her by Edith. Instead of hedging her way with obstacles she would help her, if possible; would encourage her to love the helpless blind man whose step was heard in the hall. He was coming to rejoin them, and instantly into Edith's eyes there flashed a startled, shrinking look, such as the recreant slave may be supposed to wear when he hears his master's steps. Grace knew the feeling which prompted that look full well. She had felt it many a time, in an intensified degree, stealing over her at the coming of one whose snowy locks and gouty limbs had mingled many a year with the dust of Shannondale, and on her lips the words were trembling: "This great sacrifice must not be," when Edith sprang up and running out into the hall met Richard as he came. Leading him into the parlor and seating him upon the sofa, she sat beside him, holding his hand in hers, as if she would thus defy her destiny, or at least meet it bravely. Had Grace known of Victor's new name for Edith, she too would have called her "reed that bends," and as it was she thought her a most incomprehensible girl, whom no one could fathom, and not caring to tarry longer soon took her leave, and the lovers were alone. Arrived at home, Grace opened her writing desk and commenced a letter, which started next day for Florida, carrying to Arthur St. Clair news which made his brain reel and grow giddy with pain, while his probed heart throbbed, and quivered, and bled with a fresh agony, as on his knees by Nina's pillow he prayed, not that the cup of bitterness might pass from him, he was willing now to quaff that to its very dregs, but that Edith might be happy with the husband she had chosen, and that he, the desolate, weary Arthur, might not faint beneath this added burden. 5 weeks went by, 5 weeks of busy talk among the villagers, some of whom approved of the engagement, while more disapproved. Where was that proud Southerner, they asked, referring to Arthur St. Clair. They thought him in love with Edith. Had he deserted her, and so in a fit of pique she had given herself to Richard? This was probably the fact, and the gossips, headed by Mrs. Eliakim Rogers, speculated upon it while the days glided by, until the 5 weeks were gone, and Edith, sitting in Grace's boudoir, read, with eyes which had not wept since the day following her betrothal, the following extract from Arthur's letter to his cousin: "Richard and Edith! Oh, Grace, Grace! I thought I had suffered all that mortal man could suffer, but when that fatal message came, I died 1,000 deaths in one, enduring again the dreadful agony when in the Deering woods I gave my darling up. Oh, Edith, Edith, Edith! My soul goes after her even now, with a quenchless, mighty love, and my poor, bruised, blistered heart throbs as if some great giant hand were pressing its festered wounds, until I faint with anguish and cry out, 'My punishment is greater than I can bear!' Still, I would not have it otherwise if I could. I deserve it all, ay, and more too. Heaven bless them both, Richard and his beautiful singing bird. Tell her so, Grace. Tell her how I blessed her for cheering the blind man's darkness, but do not tell her how much it costs me to bid her, as I now do, farewell forever and ever, farewell." It was strange that Grace should have shown this letter to Edith, but the latter coaxed so hard that she reluctantly consented, repenting of it, however, when she saw the effect it had on Edith. Gradually, as she read, there crept over her a look which Grace had never seen before upon the face of any human being, a look as if the pent-up grief of years was concentrated in a single moment of anguish too acute to be described. There were livid spots upon her neck, livid spots upon her face, while the dry eyes seemed fading out, so dull, and dim, and colourless they looked, as Edith read the wailing cry with which Arthur St. Clair bade her his adieu. For several minutes she sat perfectly motionless, save when the muscles of her mouth twitched convulsively, and then the hard, terrible look gave way; the spots began to fade, the colour came back to her cheeks, the eyes resumed their wonted brilliancy, the fingers moved nervously, and Edith was herself. She had suffered all she could, and never again would her palsied heart know the same degree of pain which she experienced when reading Arthur's letter. It was over now, the worst of it. Arthur knew of her engagement, blessing her for it, and saying he would not have it otherwise. The bitterness of death was past, and henceforth none save Grace and Victor suspected the worm which fed on Edith's very life, so light, so merry, so joyous she appeared. And Edith was happier than she had supposed it possible for her to be. The firm belief that she was doing right was of itself a source of peace, and helped to sustain her fainting spirits, still there was about her a sensation of disquiet, a feeling that new scenes would do her good, and as that summer advanced, and the scorching July sun penetrated even to the cool shades of Collingwood, she coaxed Richard, Grace, and Victor to go away. She did not care where, she said. Anything for a change. She was tired of seeing the same things continually. She never knew before how stupid Shannondale was. It must have changed within the last few months. "I think it is you who have changed," said Grace, fancying that she could already foresee the restless, uneasy, and not altogether agreeable woman which Edith, as Richard's wife, would assuredly become. Possibly Richard too thought of this, for a sigh escaped him as he heard Edith find fault with her beautiful home. Still he offered no remonstrance to going from home a while, and 2 weeks more found them at the Catskill Mountain House, where at first not one of the assembled throng suspected that the beautiful young maiden who in the evening danced like a butterfly in their midst, and in the morning bounded up the rocky heights like some fearless, graceful chamois, was more than ward to the man who had the sympathy of all from the moment the whispered words went round, "He is blind." Hour after hour would Edith sit with him upon the grass plat overlooking the deep ravine, and make him see with her eyes the gloriously magnificent view, than which there is surely none finer in all the world. Then, when the sun looked toward the west, and the mountain shadow began to creep across the valley, the river, and the hills beyond, shrouding them in an early twilight, she would lead him away to some quiet sheltered spot, where, unobserved, she could lavish upon him the little acts of love she knew he so much craved, and which she would not give to him when curious eyes were looking on. It was a blissful paradise to Richard, and when in after years he looked back upon the past, he always recurred to those few weeks as the brightest spot in his whole life, blessing Edith for the happiness she gave him during that season of delicious quiet, spent amid the wild scenery of the Catskill Mountains. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. The Land of Flowers. It was the original plan for the party to remain 2 weeks or more at the Mountain House, and then go on to Saratoga, but so delighted were they with the place that they decided to tarry longer, and the last of August found them still inmates of the hotel, whose huge white walls seen from the Hudson stand out from the dark wooded landscape like some mammoth snowbank suggestive to the traveller of a quiet retreat, and a cool shelter from the summer's fervid heat. Edith's health and spirits were visibly improved, and her musical laugh often rang through the house in tones so merry and gleeful, that the most solemn of the guests felt their boyhood coming back to them as they heard the ringing laugh, and a softer light suffused their cold, stern eyes, as they paused in the midst of some learned discussion to watch the frolicsome, graceful belle of the Mountain House, the bride-elect of the blind man. It was known to be so now. The secret was out, told by Victor, when closely questioned with regard to Edith's relationship to Mr. Harrington. It created much surprise and a world of gossip, but shielded Edith from attentions which might otherwise have been annoying, for more than Richard thought her the one of all others whose presence could make the sunshine of their life. But Edith was betrothed. The dun leaves of October would crown her a wife, and so one pleasant morning some half a score of young men, each as like to the other as young men at fashionable places of resort are apt to be, kicked their patent leather boots against the pillars of the rear piazza, broke a part of the 10th commandment shockingly, muttered to themselves speeches anything but complimentary to Richard, and then, at the appearance of a plaid silk travelling dress and brown straw flat, rushed forward en masse, each contending frantically for the honour of assisting Miss Hastings to enter the omnibus, where Richard was already seated, and which was to convey a party to the glens of the Couterskill Falls. Edith had been there often. The weird wildness of the deep gorge suited her, and many an hour had she whiled away upon the broken rocks, watching the flecks of sunlight as they came struggling down through the overhanging trees, listening to the plaintive murmur of the stream, or gazing with delight upon the fringed feathery falls which hung from the heights above like some long white gauzy ribbon. Richard, on the contrary, had never visited them before, and he only consented to do so now from a desire to gratify Edith, who acted as his escort in place of Victor. Holding fast to her hand, he slowly descended the winding steps and circuitous paths, and then, with a sad feeling of helpless dependence, sat down upon the bank where Edith bade him sit, herself going off in girlish ecstasies as a thin spray fell upon her face, and she saw above her a bright-hued rainbow spanning the abyss. "They are letting the water on," she cried. Look, Richard, do look." And she grasped his hand while he said to her mournfully, "Has Bertie forgotten that I am blind and helpless and old? That she must lead me as a child?" There was a touching pathos in his voice which went straight to Edith's heart, and, forgetting the rainbow, she sat down beside him, still keeping his hand in hers, and asked what was the matter. She knew he was unusually disturbed, for seldom had she seen upon his face a look of so great disquiet. Suddenly, as she remembered his unwillingness to come there alone, it flashed upon her that it might arise from an aversion to seem so dependent upon a weak girl in the presence of curious strangers. With Victor he did not mind it, but with her it might be different, and she asked if it were not so. "Hardly that, darling, hardly that." And the sightless eyes drooped as if heavy with unshed tears. "Edith," and he pressed the warm hand he held, "ours will be an unnatural alliance. I needed only to mingle with the world to find it so. People wonder at your choice, wonder that one so young as you should choose a battered, blasted tree like me round which to twine the tendrils of your green fresh life." "What have you heard?" Edith asked, half bitterly, for since their engagement was known at the hotel, she had more than once suspected the truth of what he said to her. The world did not approve, but she would not tell Richard that she knew it, and she asked again what he had heard. "The ear of the blind is quick," he replied, "and as I sat waiting in the stage this morning, I heard myself denounced as 'blind old hunks,' a selfish dog, who had won the handsomest girl in the country. Then, as we were descending to this ravine, you remember we stopped at the foot of some stairs, while you removed a briar from your dress, and from a group near by I heard the whispered words, 'There they come, the old blind man who bought his ward with money and gratitude. 'Twas a horrid sacrifice. Look how beautiful she is.' Darling, I liked to hear you praised, but did not like the rest. It makes me feel as if I were dragging you to the altar against your will. And, what is worse than all, the verdict of the people here is the verdict of the world. Edith, you don't want me. You cannot wish to call one husband whose dependence upon you will always make you blush for your choice. It was gratitude alone which prompted your decision. Confess that it was, and I give you back your troth. You need not be the old blind man's wife." For an instant Edith's heart leaped up, and the sunspots dancing on the leaves were brighter than she had ever seen them, but the feeling passed away, and laying both her hands reverently in Richard's, she said, "I will be your wife. I care nothing for the world, and we won't mingle in it any more to cause remarks. We'll stay at Collingwood where people know us best. Let's go home to morrow. I'm tired of this hateful place. Will you go?" Ere Richard could answer, Grace Atherton was heard exclaiming, "Ah, here you are. I've hunted everywhere. Mr. Russell," and she turned to the dark man at her side, "this is Mr. Harrington, Miss Hastings. Mr. Russell, from Tallahassee." Edith did not at first think that Tallahassee was in Florida, not many miles from Sunnybank, and she bowed to the gentleman as to any stranger, while Grace, who had just arrived in another omnibus, explained to her that Mr. Russell was a slight acquaintance of Arthur's. That the latter, being in town and accidentally hearing that he was coming north, had entrusted him with some business matters, which would require his visiting Grassy Spring; had given him a letter of introduction to herself, said letter containing a note for Edith; that Mr. Russell had been to Shannondale, and ascertaining their whereabouts had followed them, reaching the Mountain House in the morning stage. "He can spend but one day here," she added in conclusion, "and wishing him to see as much as possible of our northern grandeur, I brought him at once to the Falls. Here is your note," and tossing it into Edith's lap, she moved away. A note from Arthur? How Edith trembled as she held it in her hand, and with a quick furtive glance at the sightless eyes beside her, she raised the dainty missive to her lips, feeling a reproachful pang as she reflected that she was breaking her vow to Richard. Why had Arthur written to her? She asked herself this question many times, while Richard too asked, "What news from Florida?" ere she broke the seal and read, not words of changeless and dark despair, but words of entreaty that for the sake of Nina, sick, Dying Nina, she would come at once to Florida, for so the crazy girl had willed it, pleading with them the livelong day to send for Miggy, precious Miggy, with the bright black eyes which looked her into subjection, and the soft hands which drove the ugly pain away. "All the summer," Arthur wrote, "she has been failing. The heat seems to oppress her, and several times I've been on the point of returning with her to the north, thinking I made a mistake in bringing her here, but she refuses to leave Sunnybank. Old sights and familiar places have a soothing effect upon her, and she is more as she used to be before the great calamity fell upon her. Her disease is consumption, hereditary like her insanity, and as her physical powers diminish her mental faculties seem to increase. The past is not wholly blank to her now. She remembers distinctly much that has gone by, but of nothing does she talk so constantly as of Miggy, asking every hour if I've sent for you, how long before you'll come, and if you'll stay until she's dead. I think your coming will prolong her life, and you will never regret it, I'm sure. Mr. Russell will be your escort, as he will return in 3 weeks." To this note 2 postscripts were appended. The first, in a girlish, uneven hand, was redolent of the boy Arthur's Florida rose. "Miggy, precious Miggy, come to Sunnybank. Come to Nina. She is waiting for you. She wants you here. Wants to lay her poor empty head, where the bad pain used to be, on your soft, nice bosom, to shut her eyes and know it is your breath she feels. Your sweet, fragrant breath, and not Arthur's brimful of cigar smoke. Do come, Miggy, won't you? There's a heap of things I want to fix before I die. And I am dying, Miggy. I see it in my hands, so poor and thin, not one bit like they used to be. And I see it, too, in Arthur's actions. Dear Arthur boy, he is so good to me. Carries me every morning to the window, and holds me in his lap while I look out into the garden where we used to play, you and I. I think it was you, but my brain gets so twisted, and I know the real Miggy is out under the magnolias, for it says so on the stone, but I can't help thinking you are she. Arthur has a new name for me, a real nice name, too. He took it from a book, he says, about just such a wee little girl as I am. Child wife, that's what he calls me, and he strokes my hair so nice. I'm loving Arthur a heap, Miggy. It seems just as if he was my mother. And the name, child wife, makes little bits of waves run all over me. He's a good boy, and God will pay him by and by for what he's been to me. Some folks here call me Mrs. St. Clair. Why do they? Sometimes I remember something about somebody somewhere, more than 100 years ago, but, just as I think I've got hold of it right, it goes away. I lose it entirely, and my head is so snarled up. Come and unsnarl it, won't you? Nina is sick. Nina is dying. Nina is crazy. You must come." The second postscript showed a bolder, firmer hand, and Edith read: "I, too, echo Nina's words. Come, Miggy, come. Nina wants you, and Heaven only knows how much I want you. But, Edith, were you in verity Richard's wife, you could not be more sacred to me than you are as his betrothed, and I promise solemnly that I will not seek to influence your decision. The time is surely coming when I shall be alone. No gentle Nina, sweet child wife clinging to me. She will be gone, and her Arthur boy, as she calls me, free to love whomsoever he will. But this shall make no difference. I have given you to Richard. I will not wrong the blind man. Heaven bless you both and bring you to us." The sun shone just as brightly in the summer sky. The Kotterskill fell as softly into the deep ravine. The shouts of the tourists were just as gay. The flecks of sunshine on the grass danced just as merrily, but Edith did not heed them. Her thoughts were riveted upon the lines she had read, and her heart throbbed with an unutterable desire to respond at once to that pleading call, to take to herself wings and fly away, away over mountain and valley, river and rill, to the fair land of flowers where Nina was, and where, too, was Arthur. As she read, she uttered no sound, but when at last Richard said to her, "What is it, Birdie? Have you heard bad news?" her tears flowed at once, and leaning her head upon his shoulder, she answered, "Nina is dying. Dear little bright-haired Nina. She has sent for me. She wants me to come so much. May I, Richard? May I go to Nina?" "Read me the letter," was Richard's reply, his voice unusually low and sad. Edith could not read the whole. Arthur's postscript must be omitted, as well as a portion of Nina's, but she did the best she could, breaking down entirely when she reached the point where Nina spoke of her Arthur boy's goodness in carrying her to the window. Richard, too, was much affected, and his voice trembled as he said, "St. Clair is a noble fellow. I always felt strangely drawn toward him. Isn't there something between him and Nina, something more than mere guardianship?" "They were engaged before she was crazy," returned Edith, while Richard sighed. "Poor boy! Poor boy! It must be worse than death. His darkness is greater than mine." Then his thoughts came back to Edith's question, "May I go to Nina?" and his first feeling was that she might, even though her going would necessarily defer a day to which he was so continually looking forward. But when he remembered the danger to which she would be exposed from the intense heat at that season of the year, he shrank from it at once, mildly but firmly refusing to let her incur the fearful risk. "Could I be assured that my bird would fly back to me again with its plumage all unruffled, I would let her go," he said. "But the chances are against it. You would surely sicken and die, and I cannot let you go." Edith offered no remonstrance, but her face was very white and her eyes strangely black as she said, "Let us go home, then. Go to-morrow. This is no place for me with Nina dying." Nothing could please Richard more than to be back at Collingwood, and when Grace came to them he announced his intention of leaving on the morrow. Grace was willing, and Victor, when told of the decision, was wild with delight. Mr. Russell, too, decided to go with them to Shannondale, and when next morning the party came out to take the downward stage, they found him comfortably seated on the top, whither he had but little trouble in coaxing Grace, who expressed a wish to enjoy the mountain scenery as they descended. "Will Miss Hastings come up too?" he asked, but Edith declined and took her seat inside between Richard and Victor, the latter of whom had heard nothing of the letter. Neither did Edith tell him until the next day when, arrived at Collingwood, they were alone for a moment in the library. Then she explained to him that Nina was sick, possibly had sent for her. "I thought things would work out after a time. Though, honestly, I'd rather that little girl shouldn't die, if it could be brought round any other way," was Victor's reply, which called a flush at once to Edith's cheek. "Victor Dupre," said she, "never hint such a thing again. It is too late now. It cannot be. It shall not be. And if I go, Arthur has promised not to say one word which can influence me." "If you go?" repeated Victor. "Then you have some intention of going. I thought he had objected." "So he has," returned Edith, the same look stealing into her eyes which came there at the falls. "So he has, but if Nina lives till the middle of October, I shall go. My mind is made up." "Oh, consistency, thou art a jewel," muttered Victor, as hearing some one coming, he walked away. "Means to jump down the lion's throat, but does not expect to be swallowed. Splendid logic, that," and Victor shrugged his shoulders at what seemed so contradictory as Edith's talk and Edith's conduct. As she had said, Edith meant to go, nay more, was determined to go, and when on the third day after their return Mr. Russell came for her final decision, she said to him, ere Richard had time to speak, "I shall not go now. It is too early for that, but if Nina continues worse, I will come to her the latter part of October. I am writing so to her to-day." Richard was confounded, and could only stammer out, "Who is to be your escort?" "You, Richard," and Edith clasped his arm, thus reassuring him at once. She had some thought, some consideration for him. She did not intend to desert him wholly, and he playfully tapped her chin, laughing to think how the little lady had boldly taken matters into her own hands, telling what should be with as much sang-froid as if she were master instead of himself. And Richard rather liked the independent spirit of Edith, particularly when he found that he was not wholly left out of her calculations. And so he arranged with Mr. Russell that if Nina were not better as the autumn advanced, Edith should perhaps go down to see her. Arthur had made his marriage with Nina public as soon as he returned to Sunnybank, but as Mr. Russell's home was in Tallahassee, and he himself a quiet, taciturn man, he had not heard of it, and in speaking of Nina to Edith, he called her Miss Bernard as usual, and thus Richard still remained in ignorance, never suspecting that golden-haired Nina was the same young girl he had married years before. Poor Richard! He was ignorant of many things, and never dreamed how light and gay was Edith's heart at the prospect of going to Florida, even though she half expected that when she went it would be as his wife. But Richard determined it otherwise. It cost him a struggle to do so, but his iron will conquered every feeling, save those of his better judgment, and calling Edith to him one day 2 weeks after Mr. Russell's departure, he said, "Bertie, I have come to the conclusion that a blind man like me will only be in your way in case you go to Florida. I am not an interesting traveling companion. I require too much care, and I dread the curious gaze of strangers. It makes me very uncomfortable. So on the whole I'd rather stay at home and let Victor go in my stead. What does Bertie say?" "She says you are the noblest, most unselfish man that ever lived." And Edith kissed his lips, chiding herself seriously for the spirit which whispered to her that she too would rather go without him. "I won't stay very long," she said. "Our wedding need not be deferred more than 2 months. Say till the 1st of January at 7 o'clock, just as we before arranged it for October, only a more quiet affair. I shall then be your New Year's gift. Does that suit you, dearest?" She did not often call him thus, and when she did she was sure of accomplishing her purpose. The strong man melted beneath a few words of love, becoming a very tool in the hands of a weak girl. "Yes, darling," he replied. "That will do. But supposing we hear that Nina is better, or dead, what then?" The mere possibility was terrible to Edith, but she answered calmly, "Then we'll be married in October, just as first proposed." And thus was the die cast, and a fresh link added to the chain of Edith's destiny. She was going to Florida, going to Arthur, and going alone, so far as Richard was concerned. Spying Victor coming up the walk from the post office, she ran out to meet him, telling him of the journey before him, and almost crying for joy when he placed in her hand a worn envelope bearing the postmark of Tallahassee. It was from Arthur, and contained a few lines only, telling of Nina's increasing illness, and her restless, impatient desire for Miggy. In conclusion he wrote, "We have had no fever this summer. You will be perfectly safe in coming any time after the middle of October. I shall welcome Mr. Harrington most cordially if he sees fit to accompany you." Edith could read this to Richard, and she did, feeling a pang at the perfect faith with which he answered, "Were it not for the tedious journey, I believe I would go with you, but it's too much of an undertaking. I won't trammel you with so great a burden. I'd rather stay at home and anticipate my darling's return." Then, with the same forethought and careful consideration which marked all his actions, Richard consulted with her as to the best time for her to start, fixing upon the 15th of October, and making all his arrangements subservient to this. He did not tell her how lonely he should be without her, how he should miss her merry laugh, which, strange to say, grew merrier each day. But he let her know in various ways how infinitely precious she was to him, and more than once Edith felt constrained to give up the journey; but the influences from Florida drew her strangely in that direction, and resolving to pay Richard for his self-denial by an increase of love when she should return, she busied herself with her preparations until the 15th of October came, and her trunk stood ready in the hall. "If only I could read your letters myself, it would not seem one half so bad," Richard said, when at the last moment he held Edith's hand. "But there's a shadow over me this morning. A dark presentiment that in suffering you to leave me, I am losing you forever." Edith could not answer, she pitied him so much, and kissing his lips, she put from her neck his clinging arms, wiped his tears away, smoothed his ruffled hair, and then went out from his presence, leaving him there in his sorrow and blindness, alone. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 28. Sunnybank. "Very soon, miss, and we're there. We turns the corner yonder, we drives cross the plain, down a hill, up another, and then we's mighty nigh a mile from the spot." Such was the answer made by Tom the Bernard coachman to Edith's repeated inquiries, "Are we almost there?" For 3 consecutive days the Bernard carriage had been to Tallahassee in quest of the expected guest, whose coming was watched for so eagerly at Sunnybank, and who, as the bright October afternoon was drawing to its close, looked eagerly out at a huge old house which stood not very far distant, with the setting sun shining on the roof and illuminating all the upper windows. A nearer approach showed it to be a large, square, wooden building, divided in the center by a wide, airy hall, and surrounded on 3 sides by a veranda, the whole bearing a more modern look than most of the country houses in Florida, for Mr. Bernard had possessed considerable taste, and during his life had aimed at fitting up his residence somewhat after the northern fashion. To Edith there was something familiar about that old building, with its handsome grounds, and she said aloud, "I've surely dreamed of Sunnybank." "Very likely, miss," answered Tom, thinking the remark addressed to him, inasmuch as Edith's head protruded from the window. "Dreams is mighty unsartain. Git 'long you, Bill, none o' your lazy carlicues, 'cause don't yer mind that Mars Arthur on the verandy squintin' to see if I's fotched them," and removing his old straw hat, Tom swung it 3 times around his head, that being the signal he was to give if Edith were in the carriage. With an increased flush upon his brow, Arthur St. Clair hastened down, pausing at an inner room while he bent over and whispered to a young girl reclining on her pillow, "Nina, darling, Miggy's come." There was a low cry of unutterable delight, and Nina Bernard raised herself upon her elbow, looking wistfully toward the door through which Arthur had disappeared. "Be quiet, la petite Nina," said a short thick woman who sat by the bed, apparently officiating in the capacity of a nurse. Then, as the carriage stopped at the gate, she glided to the window, muttering to herself, "Charmante, charmante, magnifique," as she caught a full view of the eager, sparkling face turned toward the young man hastening down the walk. Then, with that native politeness natural to her country, she moved away so as not to witness the interview. "Arthur!" "Edith!" That was all they said, for Richard and Nina stood between them, a powerful preventive to the expression of the great joy throbbing in the heart of each, as hand grasped hand, and eye sought eye, fearfully, tremblingly, lest too much should be betrayed. "Miggy, Miggy, be quick!" came from the room where Nina was now standing up in bed, her white nightdress hanging loosely about her forehead and neck. It needed but this to break the spell which bound the two without, and dropping Edith's hand, Arthur conducted her to the house, meeting in the hall with Nina, who, in spite of Mrs. Lamotte, had jumped from her bed, and, skipping across the floor, flung herself into Edith's arms, sobbing frantically. "You did come, precious Miggy, to see sick Nina, didn't you? And you'll stay for ever and ever, won't you, my own sweet Miggy? And Arthur's too? Oh, joy, joy, Nina's so happy to night." The voice grew very faint, the white lips ceased their pressure of kisses upon Edith's. The golden head began to droop, and Arthur took the fainting girl in his arms, carrying her back to her bed, where he laid her gently down, himself caring for her until she began to revive. Meanwhile Edith was introduced to Mrs. Lamotte, a Frenchwoman who once was Nina's nurse, and who had come to Sunnybank a few weeks before. Anyone at all interested in Nina was sure of a place in Edith's affections, and she readily took Mrs. Lamotte's proffered hand, But she was not prepared for the peculiar curious gaze fastened upon her, as Mrs. Lamotte waved off Teeny, the black girl, and taking her travelling bag and shawl, said to her: "This way, s'il vous plaît, Mademoiselle Marguerite. Pardonnez moi," she added quickly, as she met Edith's questioning glance. "Mademoiselle Miggy, as la petite Nina calls you." Once in Edith's room, Mrs. Lamotte did not seem in haste to leave it, but continued talking in both English and French to Edith, who more than once, as the tones fell upon her ear, turned quickly to see if it were not someone she had met before. "Je m'en irai," Mrs. Lamotte said at last, as she saw that her presence was annoying Edith; and as the latter offered no remonstrance, she left the room, and Edith was alone with her confused thoughts. Where was she? What room was this, with the deep window seats and that wide mouthed fireplace? Who was this woman that puzzled her so? Edith kept asking herself these questions, but could find for them no satisfactory answer. Struggle as she might, she felt more like a child returned to its home than like a stranger in a strange land. Even the soft south wind, stealing through the open casement, and fanning her feverish cheek, had something familiar in its breath, as if it had stolen in upon her thus aforetime. And when across the fields she heard the negroes' song as they came homeward from their toil, she laid her head upon the window sill, and wept for the something which swept over her, something so sweet, so sad, and yet so indescribable. Fearing lest the Frenchwoman should return, she made a hasty toilette, and then stole down to Nina, who, wholly exhausted with the violence of her emotions at meeting Edith, lay perfectly still upon her pillow, scarcely whiter than her own childish face, round which a ray of the setting sun was shining, encircling it with a halo of glorious beauty, and making her look like an angel of purity and love. She did not attempt to speak as Edith came in, but her eyes smiled a welcome, and her thin wasted fingers pointed to where Edith was to sit upon the bed beside her. Arthur sat on the other side, holding one of Nina's hands, and the other was given to Edith, who pressed it to her lips, while her tears dropped upon it like rain. The sight of them disturbed the sick girl, and shaking her wealth of curls, which since Edith saw them had grown thick and long, she whispered: "Don't, Miggy. Tears are not for Nina. She's so glad, for she is almost home. She'll go down to the river brink with your arms and Arthur's boys around her. Precious Miggy, nice Arthur. Nina is happy to-night." Such were the disjointed sentences she kept whispering, while her eyes turned from Edith to Arthur, and from Arthur back to Edith, resting longer there, and the expression of the face told of the unutterable joy within. Softly the twilight shadows stole into the room, and the servants glided in and out, casting furtive and wondering glances at Edith, who saw nothing save the clear blue eyes shining upon her, even through the gathering darkness, and telling her of the love which could not be expressed. As it grew darker, Nina drew the two hands she clasped together, Arthur's and Edith's, laid them one above the other upon her bosom, pressed her own upon them, and when at last the candles were brought in and placed upon the table, Edith saw that the weary lids had closed, and Nina was asleep. Every effort, however, which she made to disengage her hand from its rather embarrassing position, threatened to arouse the sleeper, and for nearly half an hour she sat there with her hand beneath Arthur's, but she dared not look at him, and with her face turned away, she answered his questions concerning Shannondale and its inhabitants. After a time Mrs. Lamotte came in and asked if Mademoiselle would like to retire. Edith would far rather have gone to her room alone, but Mrs. Lamotte seemed bent upon hovering near her, and as there was no alternative, she followed her up the stairs and into the chamber, where she had lain aside her things. To her great relief, her companion did not stay longer than necessary, and ere the entire household was still, Edith was dreaming of Collingwood and Richard. The next morning was bright, balmy, and beautiful, and at an early hour Edith arose and went down to Nina, who heard her step in the hall and called to her to come. "Darling Miggy, I dreamed you were gone," she said, "and I cried so hard that it woke Arthur up. He sleeps here every night on that wide lounge," and she pointed toward a corner. "I've grown so silly that I won't let anybody else take care of me but Arthur boy. He does it so nice, and lifts me so carefully. Hasn't he grown pale and thin?" Edith hardly knew, for she had not ventured to look fully at him, but she assumed that he had, and Nina continued: "He's a darling boy, and Nina loves him now." "How is your head this morning?" Edith asked, and Nina replied: "It's better. It keeps growing better, some days it's clear as a bell, but I don't like it so well, for I know then that you ain't Miggy. Not the real Miggy who was sent home in mother's coffin. We have a new burying ground, one father selected long ago, the sweetest spot you ever saw, and they are moving the bodies there now. They are going to take up my last mother, and the little bit of Miggy to day, and Marie is so flurried." Arthur's step was now heard in the hall, and this it was which so excited Edith that she failed to catch the word Marie, or to understand that it was Mrs. Lamotte who was worried about the removal of the bodies. In a moment Arthur appeared, bringing a delicate bouquet for Nina, and a world of sunshine to Edith. He was changed, Edith saw as she looked at him now, and yet she liked his face better than before. He seemed to her like one over whom the fire had passed, purifying as it burned, and leaving a better metal than it had found. He was wholly self-possessed this morning, greeting her as if the scene in the Deering woods had never been enacted, and she could hardly believe that they were the same, the Arthur of 1 year ago, and the Arthur of to-day. The quiet, elegant young man who, with more than womanly tenderness, pushed Nina's curls back under her lace cap, kissed her forehead, and then asked Edith if she did not look like a little nun with her hair so plain. Nina liked to be caressed, and she smiled upon him a smile so full of trusting faith and love that Edith's eyes filled with tears, and her rebellious heart went out toward Arthur as it had never done before, inasmuch as she felt that he was now far more worthy of her. Very rapidly the morning passed away, and it was after 3:00 p.m. when, as Arthur sat with Edith upon the cool piazza, one of the negroes came running up, the perspiration starting from every pore, and himself almost frantic with excitement. "What is it, Caesar?" asked Arthur. "What has happened to you?" "Nothing to me, marser," returned the negro. "But sompin mighty cur'ous happen over dar." And he pointed in the direction where his comrades were busy removing the family dead to a spot selected by Mr. Bernard years before as one more suitable than the present location. "You see, he was histin' the box of the young miss and the chile when Bill let go his holt, and I kinder let my hand slip off, when, Lor' bless you, the box busted open, and we seen the coffin spang in the face. Says Bill, says he's allus a reasonin', you know, and says he, 'That's a mighty narrer coffin for two.' And wid that, Mr. Barry, the overseer, miss," turning to Edith, "he walked up, and findin' the screws rattlin' and loose, just turned back the top piece, and true as Caesar's standin' here, there wasn't no chile there. Nothin' 'tall but the miss, and she didn't look nohow. Never should have guessed them heap of bones had ever been Miss Petrie." Edith started from her chair and was about to speak when a hand was laid upon her wrist, and turning, she saw Mrs. Lamotte standing behind her, and apparently more excited than herself. "Come with me," she said, leading the unresisting Edith away, and leaving Arthur to follow Caesar. Of all the household at Sunnybank no one had been so much interested in the removal of the bodies as Mrs. Lamotte, and yet her interest was all centred upon the grave of Miggy Bernard's mother. When that was disturbed, she was watching from her window, and when the accident occurred which revealed the fraud of years, she hurried down and with a cat-like tread, glided behind Edith's chair where she stood while Caesar told his story. It would be impossible to describe Edith's feeling as she followed the strange woman up to her own room, sitting down just where Mrs. Lamotte bade her sit, and watching nervously the restless rolling of the eyes, which had no terror for her now, particularly after their owner said to her in French: "Do you know me, Edith Hastings, Eloise Temple, Marguerite Bernard? Have we never met before?" Like the rushing of some mighty pent-up flood the past swept over her then, almost bearing her senses down with the headlong tide. Link after link was joined, until the chain of evidence was complete, and with a scream of joy, Edith went forward to the arms unfolded to receive her. "Marie, Marie!" she cried. "How is it? When was it? Where was it? Am I anybody or not? Tell me." Then question followed question so rapidly that Marie, with all her voluble French and broken English, was hardly able to keep up. But the whole was told at last, everything was clear to Edith as the daylight, and tottering to the bed, she asked to be alone, while she wept and prayed over this great joy which had come so suddenly upon her. "Nina, Nina! I thank thee, O my father, for sweet, precious Nina." That was all she could say, as with her face in the pillows, she lay until the sun went down and night fell a second time on Sunnybank. "No one shall tell her but myself," she thought as she descended to Nina's room, where Arthur was telling of the discovery they had made, a discovery for which he could not account, and about which the negroes, congregated together in knots, were talking, each offering his or her own theory with regard to the matter, and never once thinking to question Mrs. Lamotte, who they knew had been with Mrs. Bernard when she died. "Oh, Miggy!" Nina cried. "Have you heard? Do you know? Little Miggy isn't there where we thought she was. She's gone. Nobody's there but my other mother." "Yes, I know," Edith answered, and laying her hand on Arthur, she said, "Please, Mr. St. Clair, go away a while. I must see Nina alone. Don't let anybody disturb us, will you? Go to Mrs. Lamotte. Ask her what I mean. She can tell you. She told me." Thus importuned, Arthur left the room, and Edith was alone with Nina. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. The Sisters. Oh, how Edith yearned to take that sweet young creature to her bosom, and concentrate in one wild, passionate hug the love of so many wasted years. But Nina must not be unduly startled if she would make her comprehend what she had to tell, and conquering her own agitation with a wondrous effort, she sat down upon the bed and said, "How is my darling? Is her head all in a twist?" Nina smiled a rational, knowing smile, and answered, "There wasn't the least bit of a twist in it, till Arthur told me about that in the graveyard, and then it began to thump so loud, but with you sitting here, I'm better. You do me so much good, Miggy. Your eyes keep me quiet. Where do you suppose she is, the other Miggy? And how did she get out of the coffin?" "Nina," said Edith, "can you understand me if I tell you a story about a little girl who resembled your sister Miggy?" Nina liked stories, and though she would rather have talked of the real Miggy, she expressed a willingness to listen, and by the dim candlelight Edith saw that the blue eyes, fixed so intently upon her, still retained the comparatively rational expression she had observed when she first came in. Moving a little nearer to her, she began. "A great many years ago, nearly 18, we will say, a beautiful little girl, 8 years old, I guess, with curls like yours, waited one night in just such a house as this, for her father, who had been long in Europe, and who was to bring her a new mother, and a dear baby sister, 2 years old or thereabouts." "Didn't I wear my blue dress trimmed with white?" Nina asked suddenly, her mind seeming to have followed Edith's, and grasped the meaning of what she heard. "I daresay you did," Edith answered. "At all events, this little girl was very beautiful as she waited in the twilight for the travellers." "Call the little girl Nina, please. I'll get at it better then," was the next interruption, and with a smile Edith said, "Nina then waited till they came, her father, her new mother Petrea, and—" "Beautiful Petrea!" Nina exclaimed. "La belle Petrea, black hair like yours, Miggy, and voice like the soft notes of the piano. She taught me a heap of tunes which I never have forgotten. But tell me more of the black-eyed baby, Nina's precious sister. I did hug and squeeze her so. La jolie enfant, Marie called her." Nina seemed to have taken the story away from Edith, who, when she ceased speaking, again went on. "Eloise Marguerite was the baby's sister's name. Eloise for a proud aunt, who after they came home would not suffer them to call her so, and she was known as Marguerite, which Nina shortened into Miggy, Nina darling, and Edith spoke sadly now. Was your father always kind to Petrea? There was a look in Nina's face like a scared bird, and raising her hands to her head, she said, "Go away, old buzzing. Let Nina think what it was they used to do, Pa and Grandma and Aunt Aloise." "I know now. Grandma and Auntie were proud of the Bernard blood, they said, and they called Petrea vulgar and baby sister a brat. And Pa, oh, Miggy, I reckon he was naughty to the new mother. He had a buzz in his head most every night, not like mine, but a buzz that he got at the dinner and the sideboard, where they kept the bottles, and he struck her. I saw him and Marie. She was here, too. She stepped between them, and called him a drunken, deceitful beast, and a heap more in French. Then one morning when he was gone to New Orleans, and would come home pretty soon, Mother and Marie and Miggy went a-visiting to Tallahassee, or somewhere, and they never came back again, though Pa went after them as soon as he got home. Why didn't they, Miggy?" "Petrea was very unhappy here," Edith answered. "Mr. Bernard abused her, as did his haughty mother, and once when he was gone Petrea said she would go to Tallahassee to see a lady who had visited her at Sunnybank. So she went with Marie and Miggy, then 3 years old, but did not stop in Tallahassee. They ran away to New York, where Marie's sister lived. Here Petrea was taken sick and died, making Marie promise that Miggy should never go back to her bad father and his proud family. And Marie, who hated them bitterly, all but Nina, kept her word. She wrote to Sunnybank that both were dead, and the letter was forwarded by your grandmother to Mr. Bernard, who had gone after his wife, but who lay drunk many days at a hotel. The letter sobered him, and as it contained Marie's address, he found her at last, crying bitterly for little Miggy, upstairs asleep, but he thought her in the coffin with her mother. Marie said so, and he believed her, bringing the bodies back to Sunnybank, and burying them beneath the magnolias." "And built a great marble there with both their names cut on it," chimed in Nina, fearful lest any part of the story should be omitted. "Yes," returned Edith. "He raised a costly monument to their memory. But don't you wish to know what became of Miggy?" "Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Go on," was Nina's answer, and Edith continued. "Marie was too poor to take care of Miggy, and she put her in the asylum." "The asylum!" Nina fairly screamed. "Nina's baby sister in the nasty old asylum! No, no, it ain't. I won't. I shan't listen to the naughty story," and the excited girl covered her head with a pillow. But Edith removed it gently, and with a few loving words quieted the little lady, who said again, "Go on." "It was the orphan asylum where Nina's sister was put, but they didn't call her Miggy. Her dying mother gave her another name lest the father should sometime find her, and there, in that great noisy city, Miggy lived 5 or 6 long years, gradually forgetting everything in the past, everything but Marie's name and the airs her mother used to sing. Miggy had a taste for music, and she retained the plaintive strains sung to her as lullabies." "I know them, too," Nina said, beginning to hum one while Edith continued. "After a time Marie went back to France. She did not mean to stay long, but she was attacked with a lingering painful sickness, and could not return to Miggy, whom a beautiful lady took at last as her waiting maid. Then Arthur came, Arthur, a boy, and she saw Nina's picture." "The one in the locket?" Nina asked, and Edith answered, "Yes, 'twas in a locket, and it puzzled Miggy till she spoke the name, but thought it was Arthur who told her." "Wait, wait!" cried Nina, suddenly striking her forehead a heavy blow. "I'm getting all mixed up, and something flashes across my brain like lightning. I reckon it's a streak of sense. It feels like it." Nina was right. It was a streak of sense, and when Edith again resumed her story the crazy girl was very calm and quiet. "After a time this Miggy went to live with a blind man, with Richard," and Edith's hands closed tightly around the snowy fingers which crept so quickly toward her. She grew to be a woman. She met this gold-haired Nina, but did not know her, though Nina called her Miggy always, because she looked like Petrea, and the sound to Miggy was very sweet, like music heard long ago. They loved each other dearly, and to Miggy there was nothing in the whole world so beautiful, so precious, as poor little crazy Nina. Arthur's Nina. Dr. Griswold's Nina. Snowdrop, Richard called her. You remember Richard, darling?" "Yes, yes, I remember everything." And Nina's chest began to heave, her chin to quiver, her white lips too, but still she shed no tear, and the dry blue eyes seemed piercing Edith's very soul, as the latter continued rapidly. "Nina came home to Florida. She sent for Miggy, and Miggy came, finding Marie, who told her all, told her where the baby was, and the real Miggy fell on her face, thanking the good Father for giving her the sweetest, dearest sister a mortal ever had. Do you understand me, darling? Do you know who I am? Know who Miggy is?" Edith's voice began to falter, and when she had finished, she sat gazing at the fairy form, which trembled and writhed a moment as if in fearful convulsions, then the struggling ceased, the features became composed, and raising herself in bed, Nina crept closer and closer to Edith, her lips quivering as she fain would speak, but had not the power. Slowly the little hands were raised and met together around Edith's neck. Nearer and nearer the white face came to the dark glowing one, until breath met breath, lip met lip, golden tresses mixed with raven braids, and with a cry which made the very rafters ring and went echoing far out into the darkness, Nina said: "You are that baby, the one we thought was dead. You are my Nina's. Oh, Miggy, say it for me, or Nina'll choke to death. She can't think what the right word is. The word that means Miggy." And poor exhausted Nina fell back upon the pillow while Edith, bending over her, whispered in her ear: "Miggy means sister, darling. Your sister. Do you hear?" "Yes, yes." And again the wild, glad cry went ringing through the house as Nina threw herself a second time on Edith's bosom. "Sister, sister, Nina's sister. Nina's little Miggy once. Great tall Miggy now. Mine, my own. Nobody's sister but mine. Does Arthur know? Oh, Arthur, come quick. He is coming. Don't you hear him? Arthur, Arthur, Miggy is mine. My precious sister." And Nina Bernard fell back fainting just as Arthur appeared in the room, and just as from the yard without there went up from the congregated blacks, who together with their master and Victor, had listened to Marie's story, a deafening shout, a loud huzza for "Miggy Bernard," come back to Sunnybank, and back to those who generously admitted her claim, and would ere long acknowledge her as their mistress. The few particulars which Edith had omitted in her story to Nina may, perhaps, be better told now than at any other time. Mr. Bernard, while in Paris, had been implicated in some disgraceful affair which rendered him liable to arrest, and taking the name of Temple, by way of avoiding suspicion, he fled to Germany, where he met and married the beautiful Swedish Petrea, who, being young and weary of a governess's life, was the more easily charmed with his wealth and rather gentlemanly address. Because it suited his peculiar nature to do so, he kept his real name from her until they reached New York, when, fearful of meeting with some of his acquaintances there, he confessed the fraud, laughing at it as a good joke, and pronounced Petrea over nice for saying he had done wrong. The year which followed their arrival at Sunnybank was a year of wretchedness, and pining homesickness on the part of both mistress and maid, until at last the former, with her love for her husband changed to hate, she determined to leave him; and in his absence planned the visit to Tallahassee, going instead to New York, where she died at the house of Mrs. Jameson, Marie's sister. Even to the last the dread of her hated husband prevailed, and she made Marie swear that her child should not go back to him. "She will be happier to be poor," she said, "and I would rather far that not a cent of the Bernard property should ever come into her possession, than that she should return to Sunnybank. But some time, Marie, When she is older, you may tell her my sad story, and if he has become a better man, tell her who she is, and of the bright-haired Nina. They will love each other, I am sure, for Nina possesses nothing in common with her father, and lest she should think ill of me for having married him, tell her how young, how inexperienced I was, and how he deceived me, withholding even his real name." This was the point on which Petrea dwelt the most, shrinking with a kind of pride from having it generally known, and persisting in calling herself Temple to Mrs. Jameson, who supposed this to be her real name, inasmuch as Marie had called her so on the occasion of her first visit after landing in New York the year previous, and before the deception had been confessed. "Don't undeceive her," Petrea said to Marie, who did her mistress's bidding; and as Mrs. Jameson was sick when Mr. Bernard came, she did not see him, and was thus effectually kept in ignorance that Edith's real name was Marguerite Bernard, else she had divulged it to Richard, when in after years he came inquiring for her parentage. The rest the reader knows, except indeed how Marie came to Sunnybank a second time, and why she had so long neglected Edith. She was with her mistress in Germany when Richard saved the child from drowning. She never forgot him, and when from her sister she learned that Edith was with him, she felt that interference on her part was unnecessary. So even after recovering from her illness, she deferred returning to America, marrying at last, and living in a humble way in Paris, where she more than once saw Mr. Bernard in the streets when he was there with Nina. So many years had elapsed since his first visit that he had no fears of arrest, and openly appeared in public, recognized by none save Marie, who never could forget him. Her husband's sudden death determined her upon coming to America, and looking up her child. The vessel in which she sailed was bound for New Orleans, and with a desire to visit Sunnybank once more, she first wended her way thither, expecting to find it inhabited by strangers; for from an American paper, which accidentally fell into her hands, she had heard of Mr. Bernard's decease, and later still had heard from one who was Nina's waiting maid while in Paris, that she too was dead. How this information was obtained she did not know, but believing it to be authentic, she supposed strangers of course were now the tenants of Sunnybank; and anticipated much pleasure in restoring to the so called Edith Hastings her rightful heritage. Great then was her surprise to find Nina living, and when she heard that Edith was soon expected in Florida, she determined to await her coming. This was the story she told to Edith, and also to the negroes, many of whom remembered their unfortunate young mistress and her beautiful baby Miggy still; but for the missing body they might have doubted Marie's word, but that was proof conclusive, and their loud hurrahs for Miss Miggy Bernard were repeated until Nina came back to consciousness, smiling as she heard the cry and remembered what it meant. "Go to them, let them see you, darling," she said; and with Arthur as her escort, Edith went out into the midst of the sable group, who crowded around her with blessings, prayers, tears, and howlings indescribable, while many a hard black hand grasped hers, as negro after negro called her "mistress," adding some word of praise, which showed how proud they were of this beautiful queenly scion of the Bernard stock, which they had feared would perish with Nina. Now they would be kept together. They would not be scattered to the four winds, and one old negro fell on his knees, kissing Edith's dress and crying, "Cato blesses you for lettin' his bones rot on de old plantation." Edith was perplexed, for to her the discovery had only brought sweet images of sistership with Nina. Money and lands formed no part of her thoughts, and turning to Arthur she asked what it all meant. Arthur did not reply at once, for he knew he held that which would effectually take away all right from Edith. After Nina, he was Mr. Bernard's chosen heir, but not for an instant did he waver in the course he should pursue, and when the interview was ended with the negroes, and Edith was again with Nina, he excused himself for a moment, but soon returned, bearing in his hand Mr. Bernard's will, which he bade Edith read. And she did read it, feeling intuitively as if her father from the grave were speaking to her, the injured Petrea's child, and virtually casting her aside. The tears gathered slowly in her eyes, dropping one by one upon the paper, which without a word she handed back to Arthur. "What is it, Arthur boy?" Nina asked. "What is it that makes Miggy cry?" Arthur doubted whether either of the girls would understand him if he entered into an explanation involving many technical terms, but he would do the best he could, and sitting down by Nina, he held her upon his bosom, while he said: "Does my little girl remember the time when I met her in Boston years ago, and Charlie Hudson brought me papers from her father?" "Yes," answered Nina. "There was one that had in it something about strait jackets, and when I read it I hit my head against the bureau. It's never been quite right since. Is this the letter that made Miggy cry?" "No," returned Arthur. "This is your father's will, made when he thought there was no Miggy. In it I am his heir after you, and Miggy hasn't a cent." "You may have mine, Miggy. Nina'll give you hers, she will." And the little maiden made a movement toward Edith, while Arthur continued: "You can't, darling. It's mine after you." And this he said, not to inflict fresh pain on Edith, but to try Nina and hear what she would say. There was a perplexed, troubled look in her eyes, and then, drawing his head close to her, she whispered: "Couldn't you scratch it out, just as Richard did, only he didn't? That's a good boy. He will, Miggy." And she nodded toward Edith, while Arthur rejoined: "Would it please my child wife very much to have me scratch it out?" He had never called her thus before Edith until now, and he stole a glance at her to witness the effect. For an instant she was as white as marble, then the hot blood seemed bursting from the small round spot where it had settled in her cheeks, and involuntarily she extended her hand toward him in token of her approval. She could not have reassured him better than by this simple act, and still retaining her hand, he went on: "When I came to Florida after Mr. Bernard's death, my first step was to have the will proved, and consequently this sheet is now of very little consequence. But as you both will undoubtedly breathe more freely if every vestige of this writing is removed, I will destroy it at once, and as soon as possible take the legal steps for reinstating Edith." Then releasing Edith's hand, Arthur took the candle from the stand, and said to Nina: "Have you strength to hold it?" "Yes, yes," she cried, grasping it eagerly, while with a hand far steadier than hers, Arthur held the parchment in the flame, watching as the scorched brown flakes dropped upon the floor, nor sending a single regret after the immense fortune he was giving up. It was done at last. The will lay crisped and blackened upon the carpet. Edith, in her own estimation, was reinstated in her rights, and then, as if demanding something for the sacrifice, Arthur turned playfully to her, and, winding his arm around her, said: "Kiss me once, as a sister, for such you are, and once for giving you back your inheritance." The kisses Arthur craved were given, and need we say returned? Alas, those kisses! How they burned on Edith's lips, making her so happy! And how they blistered on Arthur's heart, making him doubt the propriety of having given or received them. He was the braver spirit now. He had buffeted the billow with a mightier struggle than Edith had ever known. Around his head a blacker, fiercer storm had blown than any she had ever felt, and from out that tumultuous sea of despair he had come a firmer, a better man, with strength to bear the burden imposed upon him. Were it not so he would never have sent for Edith Hastings, never have periled his soul by putting himself a second time under her daily influence. But he felt that there was that within him which would make him choose the right, make him cling to Nina, and so he wrote to Edith, meeting her when she came as friend meets friend, and continually thanking Heaven which enabled him to hide from every one the festered wound, which at the sound of her familiar voice smarted and burned and throbbed until his soul was sick and faint with pain. The discovery of Edith's parentage filled him with joy, joy for Nina, and joy because an opportunity was thus afforded him of doing an act unselfish to the last degree, for never for a single moment did the thought force itself upon him that possibly Edith might yet be his, and so the property come back to him again. He had given her up, surrendered her entirely, and Richard's interests were as safe with him as his gold and silver could have been. Much he wished he knew exactly the nature of her feelings toward her betrothed, but he would not so much as question Victor, who, while noticing his calmness and self-possession, marveled greatly, wondering the while if it were possible that Arthur's love were really all bestowed on Nina. It would seem so, from the constancy with which he hung over her pillow, doing for her the thousand tender offices, which none but a devoted husband could do, never complaining, never tiring even when she taxed his good nature to its utmost limit, growing sometimes so unreasonable and peevish that even Edith wondered at his forbearance. It was a whim of Edith's not to write to Richard of her newly found relationship. She would rather tell it to him herself, she said, and in her first letter she merely mentioned the incidents of her journey, saying she reached Sunnybank in safety, that Nina was no better, that Mr. St. Clair was very kind, and Victor very homesick, while she should enjoy herself quite well, were it not that she knew he was so lonely without her. And this was the letter for which Richard waited so anxiously, feeling when it came almost as if he had not had any, and still exonerating his singing bird from blame, by saying that she could not write lovingly to him so long as she knew that Mrs. Matson must be the interpreter between them. It was an odd looking missive which he sent back, and Edith's heart ached to its very core as she saw the uneven handwriting, which went up and down, the lines running into and over each other, now diagonally, now at right angles, and again darting off in an opposite direction, as he held his pencil a moment in his fingers, and then began again. Still she managed to decipher it, and did not lose a single word of the message intended for Nina. Tell little Snowdrop the blind man sends her his blessing and his love, thinking of her often as he sits here alone these gloomy autumn nights. No Edith, no Nina, nothing but lonesome darkness. Tell her that he prays she may get well again, or if she does not, that she may be one of the bright angels which make the fields of Jordan so beautiful and fair. This letter Edith took to Nina one day, when Arthur and Victor had gone to Tallahassee, and Mrs. Lamotte was too busy with her own matters to interrupt them. Nina had not heard of the engagement, for Arthur could not tell her, and Edith shrank from the task as from something disagreeable. Still she had a strong desire for Nina to know how irrevocably she was bound to another, hoping thus to prevent the unpleasant allusions frequently made to herself and Arthur. The excitement of finding a sister in Miggy had in a measure overturned Nina's reason again, and for many days after the disclosure she was more than usually wild, talking at random of the most absurd things, but never for a moment losing sight of the fact that Edith was her sister. This seemed to be the one single clear point from which her confused ideas radiated, and the love she bore her sister was strong enough to clear away the tangled web of thought, and bring her at last to a calmer, more natural state of mind. There were hours in which no one would suspect her of insanity, save that as she talked childish, and even meaningless expressions were mingled with what she said, showing that the woof of her intellect was defective still, and in such a condition as this Edith found her that day when, with Richard's letter in her hand, she seated herself upon the foot of the bed and said, "I heard from Richard last night. You remember him, darling?" "Yes, he made me Arthur's wife. But I wish he hadn't, for then you would not look so white and sorry." "Never mind that," returned Edith, "but listen to the message he sent his little Snowdrop." And she read what Richard had written to Nina. "I wish I could be one of those bright angels," Nina said mournfully when Edith finished reading. "But Miggy, Nina's so bad. I can think about it this morning, for the buzzing in my head is very faint, and I don't get things much twisted, I reckon. I've been bad to Arthur a heap of times, and he was never anything but kind to me. I never saw a frown on his face, or heard an impatient word, only that sorry look, and that voice so sad. Don't, Nina, don't. Even Dr. Griswold was not patient as Arthur. He was quicker like, and his face would grow so red. He used to shake me hard, and once he raised his hand, but Arthur caught it quick and said, 'No, Griswold, not that. Not strike Nina.' And I was tearing Arthur's hair out by handfuls, too. That's when I bit him. I told you once." "Yes, I know," Edith replied. "But I wish to talk of something besides Arthur now. Are you sure you can understand me?" "Yes. It's only buzzed like a honey bee, right in here." And Nina touched the top of her head, while Edith continued. "Did Arthur ever tell you who it was that fell into the Rhine?" "Yes. Mrs. Atherton wrote. And I cried so hard.
But he did not say your name was Eloise, or I should have guessed you were Miggy, crazy as I am."
"Possibly Grace did not so write to him," returned Edith. "But let me tell you of Edith Hastings as she used to be when a child." And with the blue eyes of Nina fixed upon her, Edith narrated that portion of her history already known to the reader, dwelling long upon Richard's goodness, and thus seeking to prepare her sister for the last, the most important part of all. "After Arthur deceived me so," she said, "I thought my heart would never cease to ache, and it never has."
"But it will, it will," cried Nina, raising herself in bed. "When I'm gone it will all come right. I pray so every day, though it's hard to do it sometimes, now I know you are my sister. It would be so nice to live with you and Arthur, and I love you so much. You can't begin to know."
And the impulsive girl fell forward on Edith's bosom, sobbing impetuously.
"I love you so much, that it makes it harder to die. But I must, and when the little snowbirds come back to the rose bushes beneath the windows of grassy spring a great ways off, the hands that used to feed them with crumbs will be laid away where they'll never tear Arthur Boy's hair any more. Oh, I wish they never had. I wish they never had."
And sob after sob shook Nina's delicate frame, as she gave vent to her sorrow for the trial she had been to Arthur. Edith attempted to comfort her by saying,
"He has surely forgiven you, darling. And, Nina, please don't talk so much of dying. Arthur and I both hope you will live yet many years." "Yes, Arthur does," Nina rejoined quickly. "I heard him praying so one night when he thought I was asleep. I make believe half of the time so as to hear what he says when he kneels down over in that corner. And once, Miggy, a great while ago, it was nothing but one dreadful groan, except when he said, 'God help me in this my darkest hour, and give me strength to drink this cup.' But there wasn't any cup there, for I peeked, thinking maybe he'd got some of my nasty medicine, and it wasn't dark either, for there were 2 candles on the mantel, and they shone on Arthur's face, which looked to me as if it were 1,000 years old. Then he whispered, 'Edith, Edith,' and the sound was so like a wail that I felt my blood growing cold. Didn't you hear him, Miggy, way off to the north? Didn't you hear him call? God did, and helped him, I reckon, for he got up and came and bent over me, kissing me so much and whispering, 'My wife, my Nina.' It was sweet to be so kissed, and I fell away to sleep. But Arthur must have knelt beside me the livelong night, for every time I moved I felt his hand clasp mine. The next day he told me that Richard saved you from the river, and his lips quivered as if he feared you were really lost."
Alas, Nina had come nearer the truth than she supposed, and Edith involuntarily echoed her oft repeated words, "Poor Arthur," for she knew now what had preceded that cry of more than mortal anguish which Arthur sent to Grace after hearing first of the engagement.
"Nina,"
she said after a moment's silence, "before that time of which you speak there came a night of grief to me, a night when I wished that I might die, because Richard asked me to be his wife. Me, who looked upon him as my father rather than a husband. I can't tell you what he said to me, but it was very touching, very sad, and my heart ached so much for the poor blind man."
"But you didn't tell him yes?" interrupted Nina. "You couldn't. You didn't love him. It's wicked to act a lie, Miggy. As wicked as 'tis to tell one. Say you told him no. It chokes me just to think of it."
"Nina," and Edith's voice was low and earnest in its tone, "I thought about it 4 whole weeks, and at last I went to Richard and said, 'I will be your wife. I have never taken it back. I am engaged to him, and I shall keep my word. Were it not that you sent for me, I should have been his bride ere this. I shall be his bride on New Year's night.'" Edith spoke rapidly, as if anxious to have the task completed, and when at last it was done, she felt that her strength was leaving her, So great had been the effort with which she told her story to Nina. Gradually, as she talked, Nina had crept away from her, and, sitting upright in bed, stared at her fixedly, her face for once putting on the mature dignity of her years, and seeming older than Edith's. Then the clear-minded, rational Nina spoke out.
"Mickey Bernard, were you 10,000 times engaged to Richard, it shall not be. You must not stain your soul with a perjured vow, and you would were the sacrifice to be. Your lips would say, 'I love,' but your heart would belie the words, and God's curse will rest upon you if you do Richard this cruel wrong. He does not deserve that you should deal so treacherously with him, and Miggy, I would far rather you were lying in the graveyard over yonder than to do this great wickedness. You must not, you shall not."
And in the eyes of violet blue there was an expression beneath which the stronger eyes of black quailed as they had done once before, when delirium had set its mark upon them. It was in vain that Edith persisted in saying she did or at least should love Richard as he deserved. Nina was not to be convinced, and at last, in self-defence, Edith broke out bitterly against Arthur as the immediate cause of her sufferings. Had he not been faithless to his marriage vow, and might she not keep hers quite as well as he kept his? Nina was very white, and the swollen veins stood out full upon her forehead as she lay panting on her pillow, but the eyes never for an instant left Edith's as she replied:
"Arthur was in fault, Miggy, greatly in fault, but there was much excuse to his error. He was so young, not as old as you, Miggy, and Sarah Warren urged us on. I knew afterward why she did it, too. She is dead now, and I would not speak against her were it not necessary, but, Miggy, she wanted Dr. Griswold, and she fancied he liked me, so she would remove me from her path, and she did. She worked upon my love of the romantic and Arthur's impulsive nature until she persuaded us to run away. While we were on the road, Arthur whispered to me, 'Let's go back.' But I said 'No,' while Sarah, who overheard him, sneered at him as cowardly, and we went on. Then father took me off to Paris, and I dared not tell him, he was so dreadful when he was angry. And then I loved Charlie Hudson, and loved him all the more because I knew I mustn't."
The mature expression was passing rapidly from Nina's face, and the childlike one returning in its stead as she continued.
"I couldn't bear to think of Arthur, and before I came home I determined never to live with him as his wife. I didn't know then about this buzzing in my head, and the first thing I did when alone with him at the Revere House was to go down on my knees and beg of him not to make me keep my vow. I told him I loved Charlie best, and he talked so good to me. Said maybe I'd get over it and all that. Then he read Pa's letter, which told what I would some time be, and he didn't ask me after that to live with him, but when he came from Florida and found me so dreadful, he put his arms around me, loving like, and cried, while I raved like a fury and snapped at him like a dog. You see, the buzzing was like a great noisy factory then, and Nina didn't know what she was doing, she hated him so, and the more he tried to please her the more she hated him. Then, when I came to my senses enough to think I did not want our marriage known, I made him promise not to tell, in Florida or anywhere, so he didn't, and the weary years wore on with people thinking I was his ward. Dr. Griswold was always kind and good, but not quite as patient and womanlike as Arthur. It seemed as if he had a different feeling toward me, and required more of me, for he was not as gentle when I tore as Arthur was. I was terribly afraid of him, though, and after a while he did me good. The buzzing wasn't bigger than a mill wheel, and it creaked just as a big wheel does when there is no water to carry it. It was crying that I wanted. I had not wept in 3 years, but the sight of you touched a spring somewhere, and the waters poured like a flood, turning the wheel without that grating noise that used to drive me mad, and after that I never tore, but once. He didn't tell you because I asked him not to, but I scratched him, struck Phyllis, burned up his best coat, broke the mirror, and oh, you don't know how I did cut up. Then the pain went away, and has never come back like that. Sometimes I can see that it was wrong for him to love you, and then again I can't, but if it was, he has repented so bitterly of it since. He would not do it now. He needn't have told you either, for everybody was dead, and it never would have come back to me if he hadn't said it in the Deering woods. Don't you see?" "Yes, I see," cried Edith, her tears dropping fast into her lap. "I see that I tempted him to sin. Oh, Arthur, I am most to blame. Most to blame." "And you will give up Richard, won't you?" Nina said. "Arthur is just as good, just as noble, just as true, and better too, it may be, for he has passed through a fiercer fire than Richard ever did. Will you give up Richard?" "I can't," and Edith shook her head. "The cords by which he holds me are like bands of steel, and cannot be sundered. I promised solemnly that by no word or deed would I seek to break our engagement, and I dare not. I should not be happy if I did." And this was all Nina could wring from her, although she laboured for many hours, sometimes rationally, sometimes otherwise, but always with an earnest simplicity which showed how pure were her motives, and how great her love for Edith. CHAPter 30 and 31 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 30. Arthur and Nina. It was rather late in the evening when Arthur returned, looking more than usually pale and weary, and still there was about him an air of playful pleasantry such as there used to be when Edith first knew him. During the long ride to Tallahassee, Victor, either from accident or design, touched upon the expected marriage of his master, and although Arthur would not ask a single question, he was a deeply interested auditor, and listened intently, while Victor told him much which had transpired between himself and Edith, saying that unless some influence stronger than any he or Grace could exert were thrown around her, she would keep her vow to Richard even though she died in keeping it. "Girls like Edith Hastings do not die easily," was Arthur's only comment, and Victor half wished he had kept his own counsel, and never attempted to meddle in a love affair. But if Arthur said nothing he thought the more, and the warfare within was not the less severe because his face was so unruffled and his manner so composed. Thought, intense and almost bewildering, was busy at work, and ere the day was done he had resolved that he would help Edith if all else forsook her. He would not throw one single obstacle across her pathway. He would make the sacrifice easier for her, even if to do it he suffered her to think that his own love had waned. Nothing could more effectually cure her, and believing that she might be happy with Richard if she did not love another, he determined to measure every word and act so as to impress her with the conviction that though she was dear to him as a sister and friend, he had struggled with his affection for her and overcome it. It would be a living death to do this, he knew, to act so contrary to what he felt, but it was meet that he should suffer, and when at last he was left alone, when both were lost to him forever, Edith and his child wife Nina, he would go away across the sea and lose, if possible, in foreign lands, all remembrance of the past. And this it was that made him so cheerful when he came in that night, calling Edith "little sister," winding his arm around Nina, kissing her white face, asking if she had missed him any, if she were glad to have him back, and how she and Miggy had busied themselves during the day. "We talked of you, Arthur, and of Richard," Nina said. "Miggy has promised to marry him. Did you know it?" "Yes, I know it," was Arthur's reply, "and there is no person in the world to whom I would sooner give her than to Richard, for I know he will leave nothing undone to make her happy." There was no tremor in Arthur's voice, and Nina little guessed how much it cost him thus to speak, with Edith sitting near. Looking up into his face with a startled, perplexed expression, she said, I did not expect this, Arthur boy. I thought you loved Miggy." "Nina, please don't," and Edith spoke entreatingly, but Nina answered pettishly, "I ain't going to please, for everything has got upside down. It's all going wrong, and it won't make a speck of difference, as I see, whether I die or not." "I think I'd try to live, then," Arthur said laughingly, while Edith hailed the appearance of Marie as something which would put a restraint upon Nina. It had been arranged that Edith should take Arthur's place in the sick room that night, but Nina suddenly changed her mind, insisting that Arthur should sleep there as usual. "There's a heap of things I must tell you," she whispered to him, "and my head is clearer when it's darker, and the candles are on the stand." So Edith retired to her own room, and after a time Arthur was alone with Nina. He was very tired, but at her request he sat down beside her, where she could look into his face and see, as she said, if he answered her for true. At first it was of herself she spoke, herself as she used to be. "I remember so well," she said, "when you called me your Florida Rose, and asked for one of my curls. That was long ago, and there have been years of darkness since, but the clouds are breaking now. Daylight is coming up, or rather Nina is going out into the daylight, where there is no more buzzing, no more headache. Will I be crazy in heaven, think?" "No, darling, no," and Arthur changed his seat from the chair to the bed, where he could be nearer to the little girl, who continued, "I've thought these many weeks how good you've been to me. How happy you have made my last days, while I have been so bad to you, but you mustn't remember it against me, Arthur boy, when I'm dead, and there isn't any naughty Nina anywhere, neither at the asylum, nor Grassy Spring, nor here in bed, nothing but a teenty grave, out in the yard, with the flowers growing on it. I say you must not remember the wicked things I've done, for it wasn't the Nina who talks to you now. It was the buzzing Nina who tore your hair and scratched your face and hit your arm. Oh, Arthur, Nina's so sorry now. But you mustn't lay it up against me." "No, my darling, God forbid that I who have wronged you so terribly should remember aught against you," and Arthur kissed the slender hands which had done him so much mischief. They were harmless now, those little waxen hands, and they caressed Arthur's face and hair, as Nina went on. "Arthur boy, there's one question I must ask you, now there's nobody to hear, and you will tell me truly. Do you love me any? Love me differently from what you did when I was in the asylum, and if the buzzing all was gone, and never could come back, would you really make me your wife, just as other husbands do? Would you let me sit upon your knee, and not wish it was someone else, and in the night, when you woke up and felt me close to you, would you be glad, thinking it was Nina? And when you have been on a great long journey and were coming home, would the smoke from the chimney look handsomer to you because you knew it was Nina waiting for you by the hearthstone, and keeping up the fire? Don't tell me a falsehood, for I'll forgive you if you answer no." "Yes, Nina, yes. I would gladly take you as my wife if it could be. My broken Lily is very precious to me now, far more so than she used to be. The right love for her began to grow the moment I confessed she was my wife, and when she's gone, Arthur will be so lonely." "Will you, Arthur boy? Will you, as true as you live and breathe, miss poor buzzing Nina? Oh, I'm so glad, so glad!" And the great tears dimmed the brightness of the blue eyes which looked up so confidingly at Arthur. "I too have loved you a heap. Not exactly as I loved Charlie Hudson, I reckon, but the knowing you are my husband makes Nina feel kind of nice, and I want you to love me some, miss me some, mourn for me some, and then, Arthur, Nina wants you to marry Miggy. There is no buzzing, no twist in her head. It will rest as quietly on your bosom where mine has never lain, not as hers will, I mean, and you both will be so happy at last. Happy in knowing that Nina has gone out into the eternal daylight, where she would rather be. You'll do it, Arthur. She must not marry Richard, and you must speak to her quick before she goes home, so as to stop it, for New Year's is the time. Will you, Arthur?"
There was an instant of silence in the room. Nina waiting for Arthur to speak, and Arthur mastering all his strength to answer her as he felt he must. "My darling," laying his face down upon her neck among her yellow curls, "I shall never call another by the dear name I call you now, my wife."
"Oh, Arthur!"
And Nina's cheeks flushed with indignant surprise that he too should prove refractory. Everything indeed was getting upside down.
"Why not?" she asked. "Don't you love Miggy?"
"Yes, very, very dearly. But it is too much to hope that she will ever be mine. I do not deserve it. You ask me my forgiveness, Nina. Alas, alas, I have tenfold more need of yours. It did not matter that we both wearied of our marriage vows, made when we were children, did not matter that you are crazy. I had no right to love another."
"But you have paid for it all 1,000 times," interrupted Nina. "You are a better Arthur than you were before, and Nina never could see the wrong in your preferring beautiful, sensible Miggy to crazy, scratching, biting, teasing Nina, even if Richard had said over a few words, of which neither of us understood the meaning or what it involved, this taking for better or worse. It surely cannot be wrong to marry Miggy when I'm gone, and you will, Arthur, you will."
"No, Nina, no. I should be adding sin to sin did I seek to change her decision, and so wrong the noble Richard. He is the first, best claim. I will not interfere. Miggy must keep her word uninfluenced by me. I shall not raise my voice against it."
"Oh, Arthur, Arthur!"
Nina cried, clasping her hands together.
"Miggy does not love him, and you surely know the misery of a marriage without love. It must not be. It shall not be. You can save Miggy, and you must."
Every word was fainter than the preceding, and when the last was uttered, Nina's head dropped from Arthur's shoulder to the pillow, and he saw a pinkish stream issuing from her lips. A small blood vessel had been ruptured, and Arthur, who knew the danger, laid his hand upon her mouth as he saw her about to speak, bidding her to be quiet, if she would not die at once. Death, however long and even anxiously expected, is unwelcome at the last, and Nina shrank from its near approach, laying very still, while Arthur summoned aid. Only once she spoke, and then she whispered, "Miggy," thus intimating that she would have her called. In much alarm Edith came trembling when she saw the fearful change which had passed over Nina, whose blue eyes followed her movements intently, turning often from her to Arthur, as if they fain would utter what was in her mind. But not then was Nina St. Clair to die. Many days and nights were yet appointed her, and Arthur and Edith watched her with the tenderest care. Only these two, for so Nina would have it. Holding their hands in hers, she would gaze from one to the other with a wistful, pleading look, which far better than words told what she would say, where it permitted her to speak, but in the deep brown eyes of Arthur she read always the same answer, while Edith's would often fill with tears as she glanced timidly at the apparently cold, silent man, who she verily believed had ceased to love her. But Nina knew better. Clouded as was her reason, she penetrated the mask he wore, and saw where the turbulent waters surged around him, while with an iron will and a brave heart he contended with the angry waves, and so outrode the storm. And as she watched them day after day, the purpose grew strong within her that if it were possible the marriage of Edith and Richard should be prevented, and as soon as she was able to talk she broached the subject to them both.
"Stay, Miggy," she said to Edith, who was stealing from the room. "Hear me this once. You are together now, you and Arthur."
"Nina," said the latter, pitying Edith's agitation, "you will spare us both much pain if you never allude again to what under other circumstances might have been."
"But I must," cried Nina. "Oh, Arthur, why won't you go to Richard and tell him all about it?"
"Because it would be wrong," was Arthur's answer, and then Nina turned to Edith.
Why won't you, Miggy?" "Because I have solemnly promised that I would not," was her reply. And Nina rejoined, "Then I shall write. He loved little Snowdrop. He'll heed what she says when she speaks from the grave. I'll send him a letter." "Who'll take it or read it to him if you do?" Arthur asked, and the troubled eyes of Blue turned anxiously to Edith. "Miggy's sister, won't you?"
Edith shook her head, not very decidedly, it is true, still it was a negative shake, and Nina said,
"Arthur boy, will you?"
"No, Nina, no." His answer was determined, and poor discouraged Nina sobbed aloud.
"Who will? Who will?"
In the adjoining room there was a rustling sound, a coming footstep, and Victor Dupre appeared in the door. He had been an unwilling hearer of that conversation, and when Nina cried, "Who will?" he started up, and coming into the room as if by accident, advanced to the bedside and asked in his accustomed friendly way, "How is Nina to night?" Then bending over her so that no one should hear, he whispered softly, "Don't tell them, but I'll read that letter to Richard." Nina understood him, and held his hand a moment while she looked the thanks she dared not speak. "Nina must not talk any more," Arthur said, as Victor walked away. "She is wearing out too fast," and with motherly tenderness he smoothed her tumbled pillow, pushed back behind her ears the tangled curls, kissed her forehead, and then went out into the deepening night, whose cool damp air was soothing to his burning brow, and whose sheltering mantle would tell no tales of his white face, or of the cry which came heaving up from where the turbulent waters lay, "If it be possible, let this temptation pass from me, or give me strength to resist it." His prayer was heard, the turmoil ceased at last, the waters all were stilled, and Arthur went back to Nina, a calm, quiet man, ready and willing to meet whatever the future might bring. 31. Last Days.
"Aunt Hannah will stay with me to night,"
Nina said to Arthur the next day, referring to an old negress who had taken care of her when a child. And Arthur yielded to her request the more willingly because of his own weariness. Accordingly old Hannah was installed watcher in the sick room, receiving orders that her patient should not on any account be permitted to talk more than was absolutely necessary. Nina heard this injunction of Arthur, and a smile of cunning flitted across her face, as she thought how she would turn it to her own advantage, in case Hannah refused to comply with her request, which she made as soon as they were left alone. Hannah must first prop her up in bed, she said, and then give her her portfolio, paper, pen, and ink. As she expected, the negress objected at once, bidding her be still, but Nina declared her intention of talking as fast and as loudly as she could until her wish was gratified. Then Hannah threatened calling Arthur, whereupon the wilful little lady rejoined,
"I'll scream like murder if you do, and burst every single blood vessel I've got. So bring me the paper, please, or shall I get it myself?"
and she made a motion as if she would leap upon the floor, while poor old Hannah, regretting the task she had undertaken, was compelled to submit and bring the writing materials as desired.
"Now you go to sleep,"
Nina said coaxingly, and as old Hannah found but little difficulty in obeying the command, Nina was left to herself, while she wrote that long, long message, a portion of which we give below.
"Dear Mr. Richard, poor blind man. Nina is so sorry for you to night, because she knows that what she has to tell you will crush the strong life all out of your big heart, and leave it as cold and dead as she will be when Victor reads this to you. There won't be any Nina then, for Miggy and Arthur, and a heap more, will have gone with her way out where both my mothers are lying, and Miggy'll cry, I reckon, when she hears the gravel stones rattling down just over my head, but I shall know they cannot hit me, for the coffin lid will be between and Nina'll lie so still. No more pain, no more buzzing, no more headache, no more darkness. Won't it be grand, the rest I'm going to? I shan't be crazy in heaven. Arthur says so, and he knows. Poor Arthur! It is of him and Miggy I am writing to you, if I ever can get to them. And Richard, when you hear this read, Nina'll be there with you. But you can't see her because you're blind, and you couldn't see her if you weren't, but she'll be there just the same. She'll sit upon your knee, and wind her arms around your neck, so as to comfort you when the great cry comes in, the crash like the breaking up of the winter ice on the northern ponds, and when you feel yourself all crushed, like they are in the spring, listen, and you'll hear her whispering, "Poor Richard, Nina pities you so much." She'll kiss your tears away, too, though maybe you won't feel her. And Richard, you'll do right, won't you? You'll give Miggy up. You'll let Arthur have her, and so bring back the sunshine to her face. She's so pale now and sorry, and the darkness lies thickly around her. There are 3 kinds of darkness, Richard. One like mine, when the brain has a buzz in the middle, and everything is topsy-turvy. One like yours, when the world is all shut out with its beauty and its flowers. And then there's another, a blacker darkness, when the buzz is in the heart, making it wild with pain. Such, Richard, is the darkness which lies like a pall around our beautiful sister Miggy, and it will deepen and deepen unless you do what Nina asks you to do, and what Miggy never will, because she promised that she wouldn't.
Then followed the entire story of the marriage performed by Richard, of the grief which followed, of Arthur's gradually growing love of Edith, of the scene of the Deering woods, of the incidents connected with Edith's sickness, her anguish at parting with Arthur, her love for him still, her struggles to do right, and her determination to keep her engagement even though she died in doing it. All this was told in Nina's own peculiar style. And then came her closing appeal that Richard himself should break the bonds and set poor Miggy free.
It will be dreadful at first, I know. And maybe all 3 of the darknesses will close around you for a time. Darkness of the heart, darkness of the brain, and darkness of the eyes, but it will clear away, and the daylight will break, in which you will be happier than in calling Miggy your wife, and knowing how she shrinks from you, suffering your caresses only because she knows she must, but feeling so sick at her stomach all the time and wishing you wouldn't touch her. I know just how it feels, for when Arthur kissed me, or took my hand, or even came in my sight before the buzz got into my head, it made me so cold and faint and ugly the way the Yankees mean, knowing he was my husband, when I wanted Charlie Hudson. Don't subject Miggy to this horrid fate. Be generous, and give her up to Arthur. He may not deserve her more than you, but she loves him the best, and that makes a heap of difference. It's Nina who asks it, Richard. Dead Nina, not a living one. She is sitting on your knee. Her arms are round your neck, her face against yours, and you must not tell her no, or she'll cling to you day and night, night and day. When you are in company and when you are alone. When it is dark and lonely and all but you asleep, she'll sit upon your pillow and whisper continually, "Give Miggy up. Give Miggy up. Or if you don't, and Miggy's there beside you, Nina'll stand between you. A mighty though invisible shield, and you'll feel it's but a mockery, the calling her your wife, when her love is given to another. Good-bye now, Richard. Good-bye. My brain begins to buzz, my hand to tremble. The lines all run together, and I am most as blind as you. God bless you, Mr. Richard. Bless you anyway, but a heap more if you give Miggy up. Maybe he'll give you back your sight to pay for Miggy. I should rather have it than a wife who did not love me, and I'll tease him till he'll let me bring it to you some day. Good-bye again. Good-bye. Nina, Arthur, Bernard."
The night was nearly worn away ere the letter was finished. And Nina's eyes flashed with unwonted fire as, laughing aloud at the Arthur added to her name, she laid it away beneath her pillow and then tried herself to sleep. But this last was impossible. and when the morning broke she was so much worse that the old nurse trembled lest her master should censure her severely for having yielded to her young mistress's whim. Mild and gentle as he seemed, Arthur could, if necessary, be very stern, and knowing this, old Hannah concluded at last that if Nina did not betray herself she would not, and when Arthur came, expressing his surprise at the change, and asking for its cause, she told glibly, "How restless and onquiet Miss Nina done been flirtin' round till the blood all got in her head, and she was dreadful." "You should have called me," Arthur said, sitting down by Nina, whose feverish hands he clasped, while he asked, "Is my little girl's head very bad this morning?" Nina merely nodded, for she really was too weak to talk, and Arthur watched her uneasily, wondering why it was that her eyes were fixed so constantly upon the door, as if expecting someone. When breakfast was announced, she insisted that both he and Edith should leave her, and the moment they were gone she asked for Victor, who came at once, half guessing why he was sent for. "Under my pillow," she whispered, as he bent over her, and in an instant the letter, of whose existence neither Arthur nor Edith suspected, was safe in Victor's pocket. Nina had accomplished her object, and she became unusually quiet. Richard would get the letter. Richard would do right, she knew, and the conviction brought to her a deep peace, which nothing ever after disturbed. She did not speak of him again, and her last days were thus pleasanter to Edith, who, from the sweet companionship held with her gentle sister, learnt in part what Nina Bernard was, ere the darkness of which she had written to Richard crept into her brain. Fair and beautiful as a white pond lily, she faded rapidly, until Arthur carried her no longer to the window, holding her in his arms while she looked out upon the yard and garden where she used to play; but she lay all day upon her bed, holding Edith's hands, and talking to her of that past still so dim and vague to the latter. Marie too often joined them, repeating to Edith many incidents of interest connected with both her parents, but speaking mostly of the queenly Petrea, whom Edith so strongly resembled. Nina too remembered her well, and Edith was never weary of hearing her tell of the beautiful new mamma, who kissed her so tenderly that night when she first came home, calling her la petite enfant, and placing in her arms a darling little sister, with eyes just like the stars. Very precious to Edith was the memory of those days, when she watched the dying Nina, who, as death drew near, clung closer and closer to her sister, refusing to let her go. "I want you with me," she said one afternoon, when the late autumn rain was beating against the window pane, and the clouds hung leaden and dull in the southern sky. "I want you and Arthur both to lead me down to the very edge of the river, and not let go my hands until the big waves wash me away, for Nina's a wee bit of a girl, and she'll be afraid to launch out alone upon the rushing stream. I wish you'd go too, Miggy, go over Jordan with me. Why does God make me go alone?" "You will not go alone, my darling." And Edith's voice was choked with tears as she told the listening Nina of one whose arm would surely hold her up, so that the waters should not overflow. "It's the Saviour you mean." And Nina spoke reverently. "I loved him years ago, before the buzzing came, but I've been so bad since then, that I'm afraid that he'll cast me off. Will he, think? When I tell him I am little Nina Bernard, come from Sunnybank, will he say, 'Go 'way, old crazy Nina that tore poor Arthur boy's hair'?" "No, no, oh no!" and Edith sobbed impetuously as she essayed to comfort the bewildered girl, whose mind grasped but faintly the realities of eternity. "And you'll stand on the bank till I am clear across," she said, when Edith had ceased speaking. "You and Arthur stand where I can see you if I should look back. And Miggy, I have a presentiment that Nina'll go to night, but I don't want anybody here, except you and Arthur. I remember when Grandma died the negroes howled so dismally, and they didn't love her one bit either. They used to make mouths at her and hide her teeth. But they do love me, and their screeches will get my head all in a twist. I'd rather they wouldn't know till morning. Then when they ask for me Arthur'll tell them sorry like that Nina's dead. Nina's gone into the daylight,
and left a world of love to them who have been so kind to her. Don't let them crowd up around me or make too much ado. It isn't worth the while, for I'm of no account, and you'll be good to them, Miggy. Good to the poor ignorant blacks. They are yours after me, and I love them a heap. Don't let them be sold, will you?"
Here Nina paused, too much exhausted to talk longer, and when about dark Arthur came in, he found her asleep with Edith at her side, while upon her face and about her nose there was a sharp, pinched look he had never seen before. Intuitively, however, he knew that look was the harbinger of death; and when Edith told him what Nina had said, he felt that ere the morning came his broken Lily would be gone. Slowly the evening wore on, and one by one the family retired, leaving Arthur and Edith alone with the pale sleeper, whose slumbers ended not until near the midnight hour. Silently, sadly, Arthur and Edith watched her, she on one side, he upon the other, neither speaking for the sorrow which lay so heavy at their hearts. She was very beautiful as she lay there, so motionless, and Arthur felt his heart clinging more and more to his fair childish wife, while his conscience smote him cruelly for any wrong he might have done to her. She was going from him now so fast, and as the clock struck 12 the soft blue eyes unclosed and smiled up in his face with an expression which, better than words could do, told that she bore no malice toward him, nothing but trusting faith and confiding love. He had been kind to her, most kind, and she told him so again, for she seemed to know how dear to him such testimonial would be when she was gone.
"The clouds are weeping for Nina," she said, as she heard the rain still beating against the window. "Will it make the river deeper, think? I hear its roar in the distance. It's just beginning to heave in sight, and I dread it so much. 'Twill be lonesome crossing this dismal rainy night. Oh, Arthur, boy, Arthur, boy, let me stay with you. Can't you keep me? Can't you hide me somewhere? You, Miggy? I won't be in the way. It's so icy, and the river is so deep. Save me, do."
And she stretched out her hands to Arthur, as if imploring him to hold her back from the rushing stream bearing down so fast upon her. Forcing down his own great grief, Arthur took her in his arms, and hugging her fondly to him, sought to comfort her, by whispering of the blessed Saviour who would carry her in his bosom beyond the swelling flood, and Nina, as she listened, grew calm and still, while something like the glory of the better land shone upon her face as she repeated after him,
"There'll be no night, no darkness there, no headache, no pain, nor buzzing either," she suddenly asked. "Say, will there be any buzzing brains in heaven?"
Arthur shook his head, and she continued,
"That will be so nice, and Dr. Griswold will be so glad when he knows Nina is not crazy. He's gone before, I reckon, to take care of me, gone where there's nothing but daylight, glorious, grand. Kiss me again, Arthur boy. 'Tis sweet to die upon your bosom, with Miggy standing near, and when you both are happy in each other's love, don't quite forget little Nina. Nina out under the flowers, will you? She's done a heap of naughtiness, I know. But she's sorry, Arthur. She is so sorry that she ever bit your arm or tore your hair. Poor hair! Pretty brown hair. Bad Nina made the white threads come."
and her childish hands caressed the thick brown locks mingling with her sunny curls, as Arthur bent over her, answering only with his tears, which fell in torrents. "Don't, darling, don't," he said at last. "The bad has all been on my side, and I would that you should once more say I am forgiven." Nina gazed wonderingly at him a moment, then made a motion that he should lay her back upon the pillow.
"Now put your head down here, right on my neck. So."
He complied with her request, and placing both her hands upon the bowed head of the young man, Nina whispered,
"May the Good Shepherd, whose lamb Nina hopes to be, keep my Arthur boy, and bless him 100-fold for all he's been to me, and if he has wronged me, which I don't believe, But if he has, will God please forgive him as fully, as freely as Nina does? The best Arthur boy that ever lived. I'll tell God all about it, and how I pestered you, and how good you were, my Arthur boy. Nina's Arthur first, and Miggy's after me. Now put your arms around me again," she said as she finished the blessing which brought such peace to Arthur. "Put them around me tight, for the river is almost here. Don't you hear it splashing? Miggy, Miggy," she cried, shivering as with an ague chill. "Hold my hand with all your might, but don't let me pull you in. I'm going down the bank. My feet are in the water, and it's so freezing cold. I'm sinking, too, and the big waves roll over me. Oh, Arthur, you said it would not hurt." And the dim eyes flashed upon the weeping man a most reproachful glance, as if he had deceived her, while the feet were drawn shudderingly up, as if they had indeed touched the chill tide of death, and shrank affrighted from it. Edith could only sob wildly as she grasped the clammy hand stretched toward her, but Arthur, more composed, whispered to the dying girl: "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou, Lord, art with me. Thy staff and thy rod, they comfort me. Look away to the shore," he continued, as Nina ceased to struggle and lay still on his bosom. "Look away to the glorious city. My darling is almost there." "Yes, yes, I do. I am," came faintly up, and then with a glad cry of joy which rang in their ears for many a day and night, Nina said: "You may lay me down, my Arthur boy, and take your arm away. There's a stronger one than yours around me now, the arm that Miggy told me of, and it will not let me down. I'm going over so easy, easy, in a cradle like, and Dr. Griswold's there, waiting for clipped-winged birdie. He looks so glad, so happy. It is very nice to die. But stand upon the bank, Arthur and Miggy. Wait till I'm across." They thought she had left them, when softly, sweetly, as if it were a note of heavenly music sent back to them from the other world, there floated on the air the words: "Climb up the bank. I'm most across. I do not see you now. Mother, and Miggy's mother, and Dr. Griswold have waded out to meet me. The darkness is past, the daylight has dawned. Miggy precious, and darling Arthur boy, good-bye, for Nina's gone. Good-bye." The white lips never moved again, the waxen hands lay lifelessly in Arthur's, the damp bright hair lay half uncurled upon the pillow, the blue eyes were closed, the aching head was still, the twisted brain had ceased to buzz. The darkness for her was over, and Nina had gone out into the daylight. End of chapter 31. Chapters 32 and 33 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 32. Parting with the dead, and parting with the living. Softly the morning broke, and the raindrops glittered like diamonds in the rising sun, whose rays fell mockingly upon desolate Sunnybank, where the howling of the blacks mingled with the sobs of those more nearly bereaved. Very troublesome had the beautiful departed been in life; none knew how troublesome one half so well as Arthur, and yet of all the weeping band who gathered around her bed, none mourned her more truly than did he, who had been her husband in name for 11 years. 11 years! How short they seemed, looked back upon, and how much sorrow they had brought him. But this was all forgotten, and in his heart there was naught save tender love for the little maiden now forever at rest. All the day he sat by her, and both Edith and Victor felt that it was not the mere semblance of grief he wore, while others of the household, who knew nothing of his past connection with Edith, said to each other: "It is strange he should love her so well when she was so much care to him." They did not know it was this very care for her,
this bearing with her which made her so dear to him, and as the mother longs for and wishes back the unfortunate but beloved child, which made her so wearisome, so Arthur mourned and wept for Nina, thanking God one moment that her poor pain-worn head was at rest, and again murmuring to himself, "I would that I had her back again." He scarcely spoke to Edith, although he knew whenever her footsteps crossed the threshold of the darkened room, knew when she bent over Nina, heard the kisses she pressed on the cold lips, and even watched until it was dry the tear she once left on Nina's cheek, but he held no communication with her, and she was left to battle with her grief alone. Once, indeed, she went to him and asked what Nina should be buried in, and this for a time roused him from his apathetic grief. "Nina must be buried in white," he said. "She looked the best in that. And Edith, I would have her curls cut off, all but those that shade her face. You have arranged them every day. Will you do so once more, if I will hold her up?" Edith would rather the task had devolved upon someone else, but she offered no objection, though her tears fell like rain when she brought the curling stick and brush, and began to separate the tangled locks, while Arthur encircled the rigid form with his arm, as carefully as if she were still living, watching her with apparent interest, as she twined about her fingers the golden hair. But when at last she held the scissors which were to sever those bright tresses, his fortitude all gave way, for he remembered another time when he had held poor Nina, not as he held her now, but with a stronger, firmer grasp, while by rougher hands than Edith's, those locks were shorn away. Groan after groan came from his broad chest, and his tears moistened the long ringlets he so lovingly caressed. "You may cut them now," he said at last, holding his breath, as if the sharp steel were cutting into his heart's core, as one by one the yellowish curls were severed, and dropped, some into Edith's lap, while others lodging upon his fingers curled about them with a seemingly human touch, making him moan bitterly, as he pressed them to his lips, and then shook them gently off. Nina's hair, like her sister's, had been her crowning glory. So thick, so wavy, so luxuriant it was. And when the task was done and the tresses divided, 5 heavy curls were Arthur's, and 5 more were Edith's. "Where shall I put yours?" Edith asked, and for a moment Arthur did not answer. In a rosewood box, into which he had not looked for years, there was a mass of longer, paler, more uneven curls than these, but Arthur would not distress Edith by telling her about them, and he replied at last, "I will put them away myself." Then taking them from her and going to his own private chamber, he opened the box and dropped them in, weeping when he saw how strongly they contrasted with the other faded crazy curls, as he called them. In a plain white muslin which had been made for Nina at Grassy Spring, they arrayed her for the coffin, the soft rich lace encircling her throat and falling about her slender arms folded so meekly together. Flowers were twined about her head, flowers were on her pillow, flowers in her hands, flowers upon her bosom, flowers of purest white, and meet emblems of the sweet young girl whose features to the last retained the same childlike peaceful expression which had settled upon them when she called back to Arthur, "Climb up the bank, I'm most across." The day of her burial was balmy and warm, and the southern wind blew softly across the fields as the weeping band followed the lost one across the threshold, and laid her away where the flowers of spring would blossom above her little grave. Very lonely and desolate seemed the house when the funeral train returned to it, and the lamentations of the blacks broke out afresh as they began to realize that their young mistress was really gone, and henceforth another must fill her place. Would it be Arthur, or would it be the queenly Edith, whose regal beauty had captivated all their hearts? Assembled in the kitchen they discussed this question, giving to neither the preference, for though they had tried Arthur and found him a kind and humane master, they felt that after Nina Edith had the right. Then, as other than blacks will do, they speculated upon the future, wondering why both Arthur and Edith could not rule jointly over them. They would like that vastly, and had nearly decided that it would be, when Victor, who was with them, tore down their castle by telling them that Edith was already engaged to someone else. This changed the channel of conversation, and Victor left them wondering still what the future would bring. Slowly the evening passed, in kitchen and in parlour, and only those who have felt it can tell the unspeakable loneliness of that first evening after the burial of the dead. Several times Arthur started as if he would go to the bed standing empty in the corner, while Edith too fancied that she heard the name Miggy, spoken as only Nina could speak it. Then came a feeling of desolation as the thought was forced upon them, "She is gone." And as the days went on till 3 suns had risen on her grave, the loneliness increased until Edith could bear it no longer, and to Victor she said, "We will go back to Richard, who is waiting so anxiously for us." Everything which Arthur could do he did to reinstate Edith in her rights. Not $1 of the Bernard estate had he ever spent for himself, and very little for Nina, preferring to care for her out of his own resources, and thus the property had increased so rapidly that Edith was richer than her wildest hopes. But not one feather did this weigh with her, and on the day when matters were arranged, she refused to do or say anything about it, persisting so obstinately in her refusal that the servants whispered slyly to each other, "Thar's a heap of old marster's grit thar." For a time Arthur coaxed and reasoned with her. Then finding that this did not avail, he changed the mode of treatment, and placing a chair by his own, said to her commandingly, "Edith, sit here." And she sat there, for there was that in Arthur's sternness which always enforced obedience. "It cannot be more unpleasant for you than for me, but it is necessary," he said to her in a low tone, as she sank into her seat, and ashamed of her wilfulness, Edith whispered back, "I am sorry I behaved so like a child. Forgive me, won't you?" Still it grated harshly, this being compelled to listen while the lawyer, summoned by Arthur, talked to her of lands and mortgages, of bank stock, and lastly of the negroes. Would she have them sold, or what? Then Edith roused from her apathy. Nina had entrusted them to her, and she would care for them. They should not be sold, and so she said. They should still live at Sunnybank, having free papers made out, in case of accident to herself, or, if they preferred, they should go with her at once to Collingwood, and Sunnybank to be sold. "Oh, heavens!" exclaimed Victor, who had stationed himself behind Edith. "40 niggers at Collingwood! Mr. Harrington never would stand that. Leave them here." Arthur smiled at the Frenchman's evident distress, while Edith made a gesture that Victor should be still, and then continued, "It may be better to leave them here for a time at least, and Mr. Harrington shall decide upon their future home." She said this naturally and as a matter of course, but her heart leaped to her throat when she saw the pallor which for an instant overspread Arthur's face at her allusion to one who would soon have the right to rule her and hers. "Is Mr. Harrington your guardian, Miss Bernard?" the lawyer asked, and ere Edith could reply Arthur answered for her. "He is to be her husband." The lawyer bowed and went on with his writing, all unconscious of the wounds his question had tore open, leaving them to bleed afresh as both Arthur and Edith assumed a mask of studied indifference, never looking at or addressing each other again while that painful interview lasted. It was over at length, and the lawyer gone. Matters were adjusted as well as they could be at present. The negroes were to remain at Sunnybank under charge of an overseer as usual, while Arthur was to stay there too, until he decided upon his future course. This was his own proposition, and Edith acceded to it joyfully. There were no sweet home associations connected in her mind with Sunnybank, it is true, for she was too young when she left it to retain more than a dim, shadowy remembrance of a few scenes and places. But it had been Nina's home. There she was born, there she had lived, there she had died, and Edith felt that it would not be one half so dreary looked back upon, if Arthur would stay there always. "Why can't you?" she asked of him, when in the evening she sat with him in the rather gloomy parlour. "I'll make you my agent in general, giving you permission to do whatever you please, or would you rather live at Grassy Spring?" "Anywhere but there," was Arthur's quick response. "I shall sell Grassy Spring and go abroad. I shall be happier so. I have never known the comfort of a home for any length of time, and it does not matter where I am. My mother, as Grace may have told you, was a gay, fashionable woman, and after the period of mourning had expired, I only remember her resplendent in satin and diamonds, kissing me good night ere her departure for some grand party. Then, when I was 8 years old, she too died, leaving me to the care of a guardian. Thus, you see, I have no pleasant memories of a home, and the cafes of Paris will suit me as well as anything, perhaps. Once I hoped for something better, but that is over now. Nina is dead, while you, on whom as my wife's sister I have some claim, will soon be gone from here, and I shall be alone. I shall sell Grassy Spring, shall place the negroes there in your keeping, and then, next spring, leave the country, never to return, it may be." He ceased speaking, and there was a silence in the room which Edith could not break. Arthur had told her frankly of his intended future, but she could not speak of hers; could not tell him that Collingwood's doors were ever open to him, that she would be his sister in very deed, that Richard would welcome him as a brother for her sake, and that the time might come when they could be happy thus. All this passed through her mind, but not a word of it escaped her lips, lest by doing so she would betray her real feelings. Arthur did not seem to her now as he had done a few days previous; their relations to each other had changed, and were there no Richard it would not be wicked to love him now. Nina was gone; the past was more than atoned for; the marble, at first unsightly to some degree, had been hewn and polished, and though the blows had each struck deep, they wrought in Arthur St. Clair a perfect work. Ennobled, subdued, and purified, he was every way desirable, both as a brother, friend, and husband, but he was not for her, and the consciousness that it was so palsied her powers of speech. Wishing to say something to break the awkward silence, Arthur asked at last if it were true, as Victor had said, that she intended starting for Collingwood the day after to morrow, and then she burst into tears, but made him no reply, only passionate sobs which smote cruelly upon his heart, for well he guessed their meaning. He could read Edith Hastings aright, could fathom her utmost thoughts, and he knew how she shrank from the future, dreading a return to Collingwood, and what awaited her there. He knew, too, that but a few words from himself were needed to keep her at Sunnybank with him for ever. Others might be powerless to influence her decision, but he was not. He could change her whole future life by whispering in her ear, "Stay with me, Edith. Don't go back." But the Arthur of to-day was stronger than the Arthur of 1 year ago, and though the temptation was a terrible one, he met it bravely, and would not deal thus treacherously with Richard, who had so generously trusted her with him. Edith must keep her vow, and when at last he spoke, it was to say something of the journey, as if that had all the time been uppermost in his mind. "He does not love me any more, and I don't care," was Edith's mental comment, as she soon after left him and hurried to her room, where she wept herself to sleep, never suspecting how long and dreary was that night to the young man whose eyelids never for a moment closed, and who, as the day was breaking, stole out to Nina's grave, finding there a peace which kept his soul from fainting. At the breakfast table he was the same easy, elegant, attentive host he always was in his own house, conversing pleasantly upon indifferent topics, but he could not look at her now, on this her last day with him; could not endure to hear her voice, and he avoided her presence, seeing as little of her as possible, and retiring unusually early, even though he read in her speaking eyes a wish that he would tarry longer. The next morning, however, he knew the instant she was astir, listening eagerly to the sound of her footsteps as she made her hasty toilette, and watching her from his window as she went to Nina's grave, sobbing out her sad farewell to the loved dead. He saw her too as she came back to the house, and then with a beating heart went down to meet her. The breakfast was scarcely touched, and the moment it was over Edith hurried to her chamber, for it was nearly time to go. The trunks were brought down, Edith's and Marie's, for the latter was to live henceforth with her young mistress. The servants had crowded to the door, bidding their mistress good bye, and then it was Arthur's turn. Oh, who shall tell of the tempest which raged within as he held for a moment her soft white hand in his, and looked into the face which, ere he saw it again, might lose its girlish charm for him, inasmuch as a husband's kisses would have been showered upon it. Many times he attempted to speak, but could not, and pressing his lips to hers,
He hastened away, going straight to Nina's grave, which had become to him of late a Bethel.
Scarcely was he gone when Tom, the driver, announced that something was the matter with the harness, and by this delay Edith gained a few moments which she resolved to spend with Nina. She did not know that Arthur, too, was there, until she came close upon him as he bent over the little mound. He heard her step, and turning toward her said half bitterly, "Edith, why will you tempt me so?"
"Oh, Arthur, don't!"
And with a piteous cry Edith sank at his feet, and laying her face on Nina's grave, sobbed out,
"I did not know that you were here, but I am so glad that you are, for I cannot go without your blessing. You must tell me I am doing right, or I shall surely die. The world is so dark, so dark."
Arthur had been tempted before, sorely, terribly tempted, but never like this, and recoiling a pace or two, he stood with the dead Nina between himself and the weeping Edith, while the wild thought swept over him, "Is it right that I should send her away?" But only for an instant, and stretching his hand across the grave, he laid it on the head of the kneeling girl, giving her the blessing she so much craved, and then bidding her leave him. "They are calling to you," he added, as he heard Victor's voice in the distance, and struggling to her feet, Edith started to go, but forgetting all sense of propriety in that dreadful parting, she turned to him again and said,
"I am going, Arthur, but I must ask one question. It will make my future brighter if I know you love me still, be it ever so little. Do you, Arthur? And when you know I am Richard's wife, will you think of me sometimes, and pity me too? I shall need it so much."
Arthur had not expected this, and he reeled as if smitten with a heavy blow. Leaning for support against Petrea's monument, whence Miggy's name had been effaced, he gasped, "God help me, Edith! You should have spared me this. Do I love you? Oh, Edith, alas, alas! Here, with Nina, whom Heaven is my witness I did love truly at the last, here, with her, I say, lying dead between us, I swear to you that never was maiden loved as I this moment love you. But I cannot make you mine. I dare not prove thus treacherous to Richard, who trusted you with me, and Edith, you can be happy with him, and you will. You must forget that I ever crossed your path, thinking of me only as one who was your sister's husband. And God will give you strength to do this if you ask it of him aright. I shall not forget you, Edith. That cannot be. Across the sea, wherever I may be, I shall remember you, enshrining your memory in my heart, together with Nina, whom I so much wish I had loved earlier, and so have saved us both from pain. And now go back to Collingwood, and keep your vow to Richard. He is one of God's noblest works, an almost perfect man. You will learn to love him, you will be happy. Do not write to me till it is over, then send your cards, and I shall know 'tis done. Farewell, my sister, farewell for ever." Without a word of reply, Edith moved away, nor cast a backward glance at the faint sick man, who leaned his burning forehead against the gleaming marble, while drop after drop of perspiration fell upon the ground, but brought him no relief. He heard the carriage wheels as they rolled from the door, and the sound seemed grinding his life to atoms, for by that token he knew that Edith was gone, that to him there was nothing left save the little mound at his feet, and the memory of his broken Lily, who slept beneath it. How he wanted her now, wanted his childish Nina, his fair girl wife, to comfort him. But it could not be. Nina was dead. Her sweet bird-like voice was hushed. It would never meet his listening ear again, and for him there was nothing left save the wailing wind to whisper sadly to him, as she was wont to do, "Poor Arthur boy, poor Arthur boy." 33. Home. Oh, what a change it was from sunny Florida to bleak New England, and how both Edith and Victor shivered when, arrived at the last stage of their journey, they looked out upon the snow-clad hills and leafless trees which stood out so bare and brown against the winter sky,
West Shannondale!" the brakeman shouted, and Edith threw her furs around her, for in a few moments more their own station would be reached. "The river is frozen. It must be very cold," said Victor, pointing to the blue-black stream skimmered over with a thin coat of ice. Yes, very, very cold, and Edith felt the meaning of the word in more senses than one. Why wasn't she glad to be home again? Why did her thoughts cling so to distant Sunnybank, or her heart die within her as waymark after waymark told her Collingwood was near? Alas! She was not a loving, eager bride-elect, returning to the arms of her beloved, but a shrinking, hopeless, desolate woman, going back to meet the destiny she dared not avoid. The change was all in herself, for the day was no colder, the clouds no greyer, the setting sun no paler than New England wintry days and clouds and suns are wont to be. Collingwood was just the same, and its massive walls rose as proudly amid the dark evergreens around it as they had done in times gone by, when to the little orphan it seemed a second paradise. Away to the right lay grassy Spring, the twilight shadows gathering around it, piles of snow resting on its roof, and a thin wreath of smoke curling from a single chimney in the rear. All this Edith saw as in the village omnibus she was driven toward home. Richard was not expecting them until the morrow, and thus no new fires were kindled, no welcoming lights hung out, and the house was unusually gloomy and dark. During Edith's absence Richard had stayed mostly in the library, and there he was sitting now, with his hands folded together, in that peculiarly helpless way which characterized all his movements. He heard the sound of wheels, the banging of trunks, and then his ear caught a footstep it knew full well, a slow shuffling tread, but Edith's still, and out into the silent hall he groped his way, watching there, until she came. How he hugged her to his bosom, never heeding that she gave him back but one answering kiss, a cold, a frozen thing, which would not thaw even after it touched his lips, so full of life and warmth. Poor deluded man, he fancied that the tears he felt upon his face were tears of joy at being home again. But alas, alas, they were tears wrung out by a feeling of dreary homesickness, a longing to be somewhere else, to have some other one than Richard chafing her cold hands, and calling her pet names. He looked older, too, than he used to do, and Edith thought of what he once had said about her seeing the work of decay go on in him, while she yet was young and vigorous. Still her voice was natural as she answered his many questions, and greeted Mrs. Matson, who came in to see her as soon as she heard of her arrival. "In mourning," the latter exclaimed, as with womanly curiosity she inspected Edith's dress. Richard started, and putting his hand to Edith's neck felt that her collar was of crape, and a shadow passed over his face. He liked to think of her as a bright plumaged bird, not as sombre hued, and wearing the habiliments which come only from some grave. "Was it necessary that my darling should carry her love for a stranger quite so far as this?" he asked. "Need you have dressed in black?" Without meaning it, his tone implied reproach, and it cut Edith cruelly, making her wish that she had told him all, when she wrote that she was coming home. "Oh, Richard," she cried, "don't chide me for these outward tokens of sorrow. Nina, dear, darling Nina, was my sister. My father's child. Temple was only a name he assumed to avoid arrest, so it all got wrong. Everything is wrong." And Edith sobbed impetuously while Richard essayed to comfort her. The dress of black was not displeasing to him now, and he passed his hands caressingly over its heavy folds, as if to ask forgiveness for having said aught against it. Gradually Edith grew calm, and after she had met the servants, and the supper she could not taste was over, she repeated to Richard the story she had heard from Marie, who had stopped for a time in New York to visit her sister. A long time they sat together that night, while Richard told her how lonely he had been without her, and asked her many questions of Nina's last days. "Did she send no message to me?" he said. "She used to like me, I fancied." Edith did not know how terrible a message Nina had sent to him, and she replied, "She talked of you a great deal, but I do not remember any particular word. I told her I was to be your wife," and Edith's voice trembled,
for this was a prelude to what she meant to say ere she bade him good night. She should breathe so much more freely if she knew her bridal was not so near, and her sister's death was surely a sufficient reason for deferring it. Summoning all her courage, she arose, and sitting on Richard's knee, buttoned and unbuttoned his coat in a kind of abstracted manner, while she asked if it might be so. "I know I promised for New Year's night," she said, "but little Nina died so recently, and I loved her so much. May it be put off, Richard? Put over until June?" Edith had not thought of this in Florida, but here at home it came to her like the succour to the drowning, and she anxiously awaited Richard's answer. A frown for an instant darkened his fine features, for he did not like this second deferring the day, but he was too unselfish to oppose it, and he answered: "Yes, darling, if you will have it so. It may be better to wait at least 6 months. Shall it be in June, the 15th, say?" Edith was satisfied with this, and when they parted her heart was lightened of a heavy load, for 6 months seemed to her a great while. The next day, when Grace came up to call on Edith, and was told of the change, she shrugged her shoulders, for she knew that by this delay Richard stood far less chance of ever calling Edith his wife. But she merely said it was well, congratulating Edith upon her good fortune in being an heiress, and asking many questions about Arthur and Nina both, and at last taking her leave without a hint as to her suspicions of the future. To Edith the idea had never occurred. She should marry Richard, of course, and nothing could happen to defer the day a third time. So she said at least to Victor, when she told him of the arrangement, and with a very expressive whistle, Victor too shrugged his shoulders, thinking that possibly he need not read Nina's letter after all. He would rather not if it could be avoided, for he knew how keen the pang it would inflict upon his noble master, and he would not add one unnecessary drop to the cup of sorrow he saw preparing for poor Richard. After a few days of listless languor and pining homesickness, Edith settled into her olden routine of reading, talking, and singing to Richard, who thought himself happy even though she did not caress him as often as she used to do, and was sometimes impatient and even ill-natured towards him. She mourned so much for Nina was the excuse which Richard wrote down in his heart for all her sins, either of omission or commission. And in a measure he was right. Edith did mourn for sweet little Nina, but mourned not half so much for her as for the hopes forever fled; for Arthur, at whose silence she greatly marvelled, thinking sometimes that she would write to him as to her brother, and then shrinking from the task because she knew not what to say. Spite of her feelings, the 6 months she had thought so long were passing far too rapidly to suit her. Time lingers for no one, and January glided into February, February into March, whose melting snows and wailing winds gave place at last to April, and then again the people of Shannondale began to talk of "that wedding," fixed for the 15th of June. Marie had become domesticated at Collingwood, but the negroes, who now called Edith "mistress," still remained at Grassy Spring, waiting until Arthur should come or some message be received from him. It was 4 months now since Edith left Sunnybank, and in all that time no tidings had come to her from Arthur. Grace's letters were unanswered, and Grace herself was beginning to feel alarmed, when one afternoon Victor called Edith to an upper balcony, and pointing in the direction of Grassy Spring, bade her look where the graceful columns of smoke were rising from all its chimneys, while its windows were opened wide, and the servants hurried in and out, seemingly big with some important event. "Saddle Bedouin," said Edith, more excited than she had deemed it possible for her to be. "Mr. St. Clair must be expected. I am going down to see." Victor obeyed, and without a word to Richard, Edith was soon galloping off toward Grassy Spring, where she found Grace hurriedly giving orders to the delighted blacks, who tumbled over each other in their zeal to have everything in readiness for "Marster Arthur." He was coming that night, so Grace had told them, she having received a telegram that morning from New York, together with a letter. "He started north the 1st of February," she said to Edith, "taking Richmond on the way, and has been detained there ever since by sickness. He is very feeble yet, but is anxious to see us all. He has received no letters from me, it seems, and thinks you are married." Edith turned very white for a moment, and then there burned upon her cheek a round red spot, induced by the feeling that the believing she was married had been the immediate cause of Arthur's illness. Edith was no longer the pale, listless woman who moved so like a breathing statue around Collingwood, but a flushed, excited creature, flitting from room to room, and entering heart and soul into Grace's plans for having everything about the house as cheerful and homelike as possible for the invalid. She should stay to welcome him too, she said, bidding one of the negroes put Bedwin in the stable, and then go up to Collingwood to tell Richard where she was. Arthur was indeed coming to Grassy Spring, brought thither by the knowing that something must be done with the place ere he went to Europe as he intended doing, and by the feverish desire to see Edith once more, even though she were the wife of Richard, as he supposed her to be. Grace's first letter had been lost, and as he had been some weeks on the way, he knew nothing of matters at Collingwood, though occasionally there crept into his heart a throb of hope that possibly for Nina's sake the marriage had been deferred, and Edith might be Edith Hastings still. It was very sad coming back to the spot so fraught with memories of Nina, and this it was in part which made him look so pale and haggard when at last he stood within the hall and was met by Grace, who uttered an exclamation of surprise at seeing him so changed. "I am very tired," he said with the tone and air of an invalid. "Let me rest in the library a while before I see the negroes. Their noise will disturb me," and he walked into the very room where Edith stood waiting for him. She had intended to meet him as a brother, the husband of her sister, but the sight of his white, suffering face swept her calmness all away, and with a burst of tears she cried, "Oh, Arthur, Arthur, I did not think you had been so sick. Why did you not let us know? I would have come to you." And she brought herself the armchair, which he took, smiling faintly upon her and saying, "It was bad business being sick at a hotel, and I did sometimes wish you were there, but of course I could not expect you to leave your husband. How is he?" Edith could hear the beating of her heart and feel the blood tingling her cheeks as she replied, "You mean Richard, but he is not my husband. He—" Quickly, eagerly, Arthur looked up, the expression of his face speaking volumes of joy, surprise, and even hope, but all this faded away, leaving him paler, sicker looking than before, as Edith continued, "The marriage was a second time deferred on account of Nina's death. It will take place in June." Grace had left the room, and an awkward silence ensued, during which Arthur looked absently into the fire, while Edith gazed out upon the darkening sky, wondering if life would always be as hard to bear as now, and half wishing that Arthur St. Clair had stayed at Sunnybank until the worst was over. There was a sound of wheels outside, and Edith heard Richard as he passed into the hall. He had received her message, and thinking it proper for him to welcome Mr. St. Clair, he had come to Grassy Spring to do so, as well as to escort Edith home. Richard could not see how much Arthur was changed, but his quick ear detected the weak, tremulous tones of the voice which tried to greet him steadily, and so the conversation turned first upon Arthur's recent illness, and then upon Nina, until at last, as Richard rose to leave, he laid his arm across Edith's shoulder and said playfully, "You know, of course, that what you predicted when years ago you asked me to take a certain little girl is coming true. Edith has promised to be my wife. You will surely remain at Grassy Spring through the summer, and so be present at our wedding on the 15th of June. I invite you now." "Thank you," was all Arthur could say, as with his accustomed politeness he arose to bid his guests good night. But his lip quivered as he said it, and his eye never for a moment rested upon Edith, who led Richard in silence to the carriage, feeling that all she loved in the wide world was left there in the little library where the light was shining, and where, although she did not know it, Grace was ministering to the half-fainting Arthur. The sight of Edith and Richard had affected him more than he supposed it would, but the worst was over now, and as he daily grew stronger in the bracing northern air, he felt more and more competent to meet what lay before him. End of chapters 32 and 33. Chapters 34 and 35 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 34. Nina's letter. After a week or two had passed, Arthur went occasionally to Collingwood, where Richard greeted him most cordially, urging him to come more frequently, and wondering why he always seemed in so much haste to get away. On the occasion of these visits, Edith usually kept out of the way, avoiding him so studiously that Richard began to fear she might perhaps dislike him, and he resolved to ask her the first good opportunity. But Edith avoided him too, never coming now to sit with him alone. Somebody must always be present when she was with him, else had her bursting heart betrayed the secret telling so fearfully upon her. Oh, how hateful to her were the preparations for her bridal, which had commenced on a most magnificent scale, for Richard, after waiting so long, would have a grand wedding, and that all who chose might witness the ceremony. It was to be performed in the church, from which the guests would accompany him back to Collingwood. All Shannondale was interested, and the most extravagant stories were set afloat, not only concerning the trousseau of the bride, but the bride herself. What ailed her? What made her so cold, so white, so proudly reserved, so like a walking ghost? She, who had been so full of vigorous life, so merry, so light-hearted. Could it be the mourning for sweet little Nina? Or was it— And here the knot of gossipers, at the corner of the streets, or in the stores, or in the parlours at home, would draw more closely together as they whispered, "Does she love Richard Harrington as she ought? Is not her heart given rather to the younger, handsomer St. Clair?" How they pitied her if it were so, and how curiously they watched her whenever she appeared in their midst, remarking every action, and construing it according to their convictions. Victor, too, was on the alert, and fully aware of the public feeling. Day after day he watched his young mistress, following her when she left the house alone, and seeing her more than once when in the Deering woods, she laid her face in the springing grass and prayed that she might die. But for her promise, sworn to Richard, she would have gone to him, and kneeling at his feet begged him to release her from her vow, and so spare her the dreadful trial from which she shrank more and more as she saw it fast approaching. Edith was almost crazy, and Arthur, whenever he chanced to meet her, marvelled at the change since he saw her last. Once he, too, thought of appealing to Richard to save her from so sad a fate as that of an unloving wife, but he would not interfere, lest by so doing he should err again; and so, in dreary despair which each day grew blacker and more hopeless, Edith was left alone, until Victor roused in her behalf, and without allowing himself time to reflect, sought his master's presence, bearing with him Nina's letter, and the soiled sheet on which Richard had unwittingly scratched out Arthur's marriage. It was a warm, balmy afternoon, and through the open windows of the library the south wind came stealing in, laden with the perfume of the pink-tinted apple blossoms, and speaking to the blind man of the long ago, when it was his to see the budding beauties now shut out from his sight. The hum of the honey bee was heard, and the air was rife with the sweet sounds of later spring. On the branch of a tree without, a robin was trilling a song. It had sung there all the morning, and now it had come back again, singing a second time to Richard, who thought of the soft nest up in the old maple, and likened that robin and its mate to himself and Edith, his own singing bird. But why linger so long over that May day which Richard remembered through many, many future years, growing faint and sick as often as the spring brought back the apple blossom perfume, or the song of the mated robins? It is, alas, that we shrink as Victor did from the task imposed, that, like him, we dread the blow which will strike at the root of Richard's very life, and we approach tearfully, pityingly, half remorsefully, as we stand sometimes by a sunken grave, doubting whether our conduct to the dead were always right and just. So Victor felt, as he drew near to Richard, and sitting down beside him said, "Can I talk with you a while about Miss Hastings?" Richard started. Victor had come to tell him she was sick, and he asked if it were not so. "Something has ailed her of late," he said. "She is greatly changed since Nina's death. She mourns much for her sister." "Yes," returned Victor. "She loved Nina dearly, but it is more than this which ails her. God forbid that I should unnecessarily wound you, Mr. Harrington, but I think it right for you to know." The dark face, shaded with the long beard, was very white now, and the sightless eyes had in them a look of terror, as Richard asked: "What is it, Victor? Tell me." "Come to the sofa first," Victor rejoined, feeling intuitively that he was safer there than in that high armchair, and with unusual tenderness he led his master to the spot, then sitting down beside him, he continued: "Do you remember Nina once made you write something upon a sheet of paper, and that you bade me ascertain what it was?" "Yes, I remember," answered Richard. "You told me you had not read it, and imputing it to some crazy fancy of no importance, I gave it no more thought. What of it, Victor?" "I had not read it then," answered Victor, "but I have done so since. I have it in my possession here, in my hand. Would you like to hear it?" Richard nodded, and Victor read aloud: "I, the blind man, Richard Harrington, do hereby solemnly swear that the marriage of Arthur St. Clair and Nina Bernard, performed by me at my house, is null and void." "What? Read it again. It cannot be that I heard aright," and Richard listened while Victor repeated the lines. "Arthur and Nina? Was she the young girl wife, he the boy husband, who came to me that night?" Richard exclaimed. "Why have I never known of this before? Why did Edith keep it from me?" "Say, Victor." And again Richard listened, this time, oh, how eagerly, while Victor told him what he knew of that fatal marriage, kept so long a secret, and as he listened, the beaded drops stood thickly upon his forehead and gathered around his ashen lips, for Victor purposely let fall a note of warning which shot through the quivering nerves of the blind man, like a barbed burning arrow, wringing from him the piteous cry: "Oh, Victor, Victor, does Edith love Arthur? Has she loved him all the time? Is it this which makes her voice so sad, her step so slow? Speak! Better that I know it now than after it is too late. What other paper is it you are unfolding?" "'Tis a letter from Nina to you. Can you hear it now?" "Yes. But tell me first all you know. Don't withhold a single thing. I would hear the whole." So Victor told him what he knew up to the time of their going to Florida; and then, opening Nina's letter, he began to read, pausing occasionally to ask if he should stop. "No, no. Go on," Richard whispered hoarsely, his head dropping lower and lower, until the face was hidden from view, and the chin rested upon the chest, which heaved with every labored breath. Once, at the words, "When you hear this, Nina'll be there with you. She'll sit upon your knee, and wind her arms around your neck," he started, and seemed to be thrusting something from his lap, something which made him shiver. Was it Nina? He thought so, and strove to push her off, but when Victor read, "She will comfort you when the great cry comes in, the crash like the breaking up of the ice in the northern ponds," he ceased to struggle, and Victor involuntarily stopped when he saw the long arms twine themselves, as it were, around an invisible form. Then he commenced again: "And when you feel yourself broken up, like they are in the spring, listen, and you'll hear me whispering, 'Poor Richard, I pity you so much, and I'll kiss your tears away.'" Did he hear her, hear Nina whispering comfort to his poor bruised heart? We cannot tell. We only know he bent his ear lower, as if to catch the faintest breath. But, alas! there were no tears to kiss away. The blind eyes could not weep. They were too hot, too dry for that; and blood red rings of fire danced before them as they did when Nina came to him with the startling news that Miggy was dead in the Deering woods. Victor was reading now about these woods and the scene enacted there, and Richard understood it all, even to the reason why Edith had persisted in being his wife. The deepest waters run silently, it is said, and so, perhaps, the strongest heart when crushed to atoms lies still as death, and gives outwardly no token of its anguish. True it is that Richard neither moaned, nor moved, nor spoke. Only the head drooped lower, while the arms clung tightly to the fancied form he held, as if between himself and Nina, wherever she was that dreary day, there was a connecting link of sympathy which pervaded his whole being, and so prevented him from dying outright as he wished he could. It was finished at last, Nina's letter. and it seemed to Richard as if the three kinds of darkness, of which she told him, had indeed settled down upon him, so confused was his brain, so crushed his heart, and so doubly black his blindness. He looked to Victor like some great oak, scathed and blasted with one fell blow, and he was trembling for the result, when the lips moved and he caught the words, "Leave me, little snowdrop, go back to heaven whence you came. The blind man will do right." Slowly then the arms unclosed, and as if imbued with sight, the red eyes followed something to the open window, and out into the bright sunshine beyond. Then they turned to Victor, and a smile broke over the stormy features as Richard whispered, "Nina's gone. Now take me to my room." Across the threshold Victor led the half fainting man, meeting with no one until his master's chamber was reached, when Edith came through the hall, and glancing in, saw the white face on the pillow where Victor had laid his master down. Richard heard her step, and said faintly, "Keep her off. I cannot bear it yet." But even while he spoke Edith was there beside him, asking in much alarm what was the matter. She did not observe how Richard shuddered at the sound of her voice. She only thought that he was very ill, and with every womanly tender feeling aroused, she bent over him and pressed upon his lips a kiss which burned him like a coal of fire. She must not kiss him now, and putting up his hands with the feebleness of a little child, he cried piteously, "Don't, Edith, don't! Please leave me for a time. I'd rather be alone." She obeyed him then, and went slowly out, wondering what it was which had so affected him as to make even her presence undesirable. Meantime, with hands pressed over his aching eyes to shut out, if possible, the rings of fire still dancing before them, Richard Harrington thought of all that was past and of what was yet to come. "How can I lose her now?" he moaned. "Why didn't she tell me at the first? It would not then have been half so bad. Oh, Edith, my lost Edith! You have not been all guiltless in this matter. The bird I took to my bosom has struck me at last with its talons, and struck so deep. Oh, how it aches, how it aches! And still I love her just the same. I love her more, now that I know she must not be mine. Edith, oh, my Edith!" Then Richard's thoughts turned upon Arthur. He must talk with him, and he could not meet him there at Collingwood. There were too many curious eyes to see, too many ears to listen. At Grassy Spring they would be more retired, and thither he would go, that very night. He never should sleep again until he heard from Arthur's own lips a confirmation of the cruel story. He could not ask Edith. Her voice would stir his heartstrings with a keener, deeper agony than he was enduring now. But to Arthur he could speak openly, and then, too, Richard was loath to confess it even to himself, but it was, nevertheless, true. Arthur, though a man, was gentler than Edith. He would be more careful, more tender, and while Edith might confirm the whole with one of her wild, impulsive outbursts, Arthur would reach the same point gradually and less painfully. "Order the carriage, Victor," he said, as it was growing dark in the room. "I am going to Grassy Spring." It was in vain that Victor attempted to persuade him to wait until the morrow. Richard was determined, and when Edith came from her scarcely tasted supper, she saw the carriage as it passed through the Collingwood grounds on its way to Grassy Spring, but little dreamed of what would be ere its occupant returned to them again. 35. The Fiery Test. Arthur was not at home. From the first he had intended making Edith a bridal present, a life-sized portrait of Nina, which he knew she would value more than gifts of gold and silver. He had in his possession a daguerreotype taken when she was just 18, and sent to him by her father among other things, of which Charlie Hudson was the bearer. From this he would have a picture painted, employing the best artist in Boston, and it was upon this business that he left Grassy Spring the previous day, saying he should probably be home upon the next evening's train. Just before Richard arrived at Grassy Spring, however, a telegram had been received, to the effect that Arthur was detained and would not return until midnight. This Phyllis repeated to Richard, who for an instant stood thinking, and then said to Victor, "I shall stay. I cannot go back to Collingwood till I have talked with Arthur. But you may go. I would rather be left alone, and, Victor, you will undoubtedly think it is a foolish fancy, but I must sleep in Nina's room. There will be something soothing to me in a place so hallowed by her former presence. Ask old Phyllis if I may. Tell her it is a whim if you like, but get her consent at all hazards." Phyllis's consent was easily won, and after Victor was gone, Richard sat alone in the parlour until nearly 11, when, feeling weary, he consented to retire, and Ike led him up the 2 flights of stairs into the den, where he had never been before. "I do not need your services," he said to the negro, who departed having first lighted the gas and turned it on to its fullest extent, out of compliment to the blind man. Gas was a luxury not quite 2 years old in Shannondale, and had been put in Arthur's house just before he left for Florida. Collingwood, being further from the village, could not boast of it yet, and consequently Richard was not as much accustomed to it as he would otherwise have been. On this occasion he did not know that it was lighted until, as he stood by the dressing bureau, he felt the hot air in his face. Thinking to extinguish the light by turning the arm of the fixture, just as he remembered having done some years before, he pushed it back within an inch of the heavy damask curtain which now shaded the window, and too much absorbed in his own painful reflections to think of ascertaining whether the light was out or not, he groped his way to the single bed, and threw himself upon it, giving way to a paroxysm of grief. It was strange that one in his frame of mind should sleep, but nature was at last exhausted, and yielding to the influence of the peculiar atmosphere slowly pervading the room, he fell away into a kind of lethargic slumber, while the work of destruction his own hand had prepared went silently on around him. First the crimson curtain turned a yellowish hue, then the scorched threads dropped apart, and the flame crept into the inner lining of cotton, running swiftly through it until the whole was in a blaze, and the woodwork of the window, charred and blackened, and bore the deadly element still onward, but away from the unconscious Richard, leaving that portion of the room unscathed, and for the present safe. Along the cornice under the lathing, beneath the eaves they crept, those little fiery tongues, lapping at each other in wanton playfulness, and whispering to the dry old shingles on the roof above of the mischief they meant to do. Half an hour went by, and from the 3 towers of Shannondale the deep-toned bells rang out the watchword of alarm, which the awakened inhabitants caught up, echoing it from lip to lip, until every street resounded with the fearful cry, "Fire! Fire! Grassy Spring is all on fire!" Then the 2 engines were brought from their shelter, and went rattling through the town and out into the country, a quarter of a mile away, to where the little forked tongues had grown to a mammoth size, darting their vicious heads from beneath the rafters, reaching down to touch the heated panes, hissing defiance at the people below, and rolling over the doomed building until billow of flame leaped billow, both licking up in their mad chase the streams of water poured continually upon them. Away to the eastward the night express came thundering on, and one of its passengers looking from his window saw the lurid blaze, just as once before he had seen the bonfire crazy Nina had kindled, and as he watched, a horrible fear grew strong within him, manifesting itself at last in the wild outcry, "'Tis Grassy Spring! 'Tis Grassy Spring!" Long before the train reached the depot, Arthur St. Clair had jumped from the rear car, and was flying across the meadow toward his burning home, knowing ere he reached it that all was lost. Timbers were falling, glass was melting, windows were blazing, while at every step the sparks and cinders whirled in showers around his head. And where all this time was Richard? Victor was asking that question. Victor just arrived and followed by the whole household of Collingwood. They were the last to waken, and they came with headlong haste. But Victor's longer strides outran them all, and when Arthur appeared he was asking frantically for his master. The negroes in their fright had forgotten him entirely, and the first words which greeted Arthur were, "Mr. Harrington is in the building." "Where? Where?" he shrieked, darting away, and dragging Victor with him. "In Nina's room. He would sleep there," Victor answered, and with another cry of horror Arthur sprang to the rear of the building, discovering that the stairs leading to the den were comparatively unharmed as yet. "Who will save him?" he screamed, and he turned toward Victor, who intuitively drew back from incurring the great peril. There was no one to volunteer, and Arthur said, "I will do it myself."
Instantly 100 voices were raised against it. It was worse than madness, they said. The fire must have caught in the vicinity of that room, and Richard was assuredly dead. "He may not be, and if he is not, I will save him or perish too," was Arthur's heroic reply as he sprang up the long winding stairs, near which the flames were roaring like some long pent up volcano. He reached the door of the den. It was bolted, but with superhuman strength he shook it down, staggering backward as the dense clouds of yellowish smoke rolled over and around him, warning him not to advance. But Arthur heeded no warning then. By the light which illumined the entire front of the house he saw that 2 sides of the room were not yet touched. The bed in the recess was unharmed, but Richard was not there, and a terrible fear crept over Arthur lest he had perished in his attempt to escape. Suddenly he remembered Nina's cell, and groping his way through fire and smoke, he opened the oaken door, involuntarily breathing a prayer of thanksgiving, when he saw the tall form stretched upon the empty bedstead. He had probably mistaken the way out, and by entering here had prolonged his life, for save through the glass ventilator the smoke could not find entrance to that spot. Arthur knew that he was living, for the lips moved once and whispered, "Edith," causing Arthur's brain to reel, and the cold sweat to start from every pore as he thought for what and for whom he was saving his rival. Surely in that terrible hour, in Nina's cell, with death staring him in the face on every side, Arthur St. Clair atoned for all the past, and by his noble unselfishness proved how true and brave he was. Snatching from the nail the heavy sack, he wound it around Richard's head to shield him from the flames, then recollecting that on the bed without there was a thick rose blanket, he wrapped that too around him, and bending himself with might and main, bore him in his arms across the heated floor and out into the narrow hall, growing sick and faint when he saw the wall of fire now rolling steadily up the stairway. "Oh, must I die?" he groaned, as he leaned panting against the wall, listening to the roar without, which sounded in his ear like demons yelling over their prey. Life looked very fair to the young man then. Even life without Edith was preferable far to a death like this. He was too young to die, and the heart which had said in its bitterness, "There is nothing worth living for," clung tenaciously to a world which seemed so fast receding from view. By leaving Richard there, by stripping him of his covering and folding it about himself, he could assuredly leap down those stairs, and though he reached the bottom a scarred, disfigured thing, life would be in him yet. But Arthur did not waver. Richard should share his fate, be it for weal or woe, and with a prayer for help, he turned aside into a little room from which a few rude steps led up into the cupola. Heaven surely saved this way for him, for the fire was not there yet, and he passed in safety to the roof, where he stood, many dizzy feet from the shouting multitude, who, hoping he might take advantage of it, were watching for him to appear, greeting him with many a loud huzza, and bidding him to take courage. The engines had been brought to bear on this part of the building, subduing the fire to such an extent that it was barely possible for him to reach the northern extremity, where by jumping on a flat lower roof, whose surface was tin, and then walking a beam over a sea of hissing flame, he could reach the ladder hoisted against the wall. All this they made him understand, and with but little hope of his success, they watched him breathlessly as he trod the black steaming shingles, which crisped the soles of his boots and penetrated even to his flesh. He has passed that point in safety. He leaps upon the wing, staggering, aye, falling with his burden, and when he struggles to his feet, the red blaze, wheeling in circles around him, shows where the blood is flowing from a wound upon the forehead. The batteries of the engine are directed toward him now, and they saturate his clothes with water, for the most fearful, most dangerous part is yet to come, the treading that single beam. Will he do it? Can he do it? Untrammeled he might, but with that heavy form he hugs so carefully to him, never. So the crowd decide, and they shout to him, "Leave him! He is dead! Save yourself, young man!" But the brave Arthur answers, "No," and half wishes he were blind, so as to shut out the seething vortex into which one misstep would plunge him. And while he stood there thus, amid the roaring of the flames and the din of the multitude, there floated up to him a girlish voice. "Shut your eyes, Arthur. Make believe you are blind, and maybe you can walk the beam." It was Edith. He saw her where she stood, apart from all the rest,
her long black hair unbound just as she sprang from her pillow, her arms outstretched toward him, and the sight nerved him to the trial. He looked at her once more, it might be for the last time, but he would carry the remembrance of that dear face even to eternity, and with a longing, wistful glance he closed his eyes, and prepared to do her bidding. Then it seemed to him that another presence than Edith's was around him, another voice than hers was whispering words of courage. Nina, who went before, guiding his footsteps, and lightening his load, screening him from the scorching heat, and buoying him up, while he walked the blackened beam, which shook and bent at every tread, and at last fell with a crash, but not until the ladder was reached, and a dozen friendly arms were outstretched for Richard, and for him too, for sight and strength had failed him when they were no longer needed. With countless blessings on the noble young man, they laid him on the grass at Edith's side, wounded, burned, smoke-stained, and totally unconscious. It was well for Richard that the entire household of Collingwood were there to care for him, for Edith's thoughts were all bestowed on Arthur. She hardly looked at Richard, but kneeling down by Arthur, kissed and pitied, and wept over his poor raw bleeding hands, wiped the blood from the wound on the forehead, thinking even then how it would be concealed by the brown hair, the hair all singed and matted, showing how fiercely he had battled for his life. Many gathered around her as she sat there with his head pillowed on her lap, and from the anguish written on her face learned what it was about which the curious villagers had been so long pondering. "He must go home with me," Grace Atherton said. "My carriage will soon be here." This reminded Edith that she too must act, and beckoning to Victor, she bade him hasten to Collingwood and see that his master's room was made comfortable. This was the first token she had given that she knew of Richard's presence near her. She had heard them say that he still lived; that not a hair of his head was singed or a thread of his night garments harmed, and for this she was glad, but nothing could have tempted her to leave Arthur, and she sat by him until the arrival of the carriages which were to convey the still unconscious men to their respective homes. At Collingwood, however, her whole attention was given to Richard, who, as he began to realize what was passing around him, seemed so much disturbed at having her near him, that Victor whispered to her, "Hadn't you better go out? I think your presence excites him." Edith had fancied so too, and wondering much why it should, she left him, and going to her own room, sat down by the window, gazing sadly across the fields to where grassy spring lay in the morning sunshine, a blackened, smouldering ruin. End of chapter 35. Chapters 36 and 37 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 36. The Sacrifice. For a few days Edith hoped that the fire might defer her marriage a little longer, but almost the first thing which Richard addressed directly to her was, "Let the preparations go on as usual. There need be no delay." So the dressmakers were recalled, and bridal finery tossed about until the whole was finished, and the last sewing woman departed, taking with her, as her predecessors had done, a large budget of items touching the cool indifference of the bride-elect and the icy reserve of the bridegroom, who was greatly changed, they said. It is true he was kind and considerate, as of old, and his voice, whenever he spoke to Edith, was plaintively sad and touching, but he preferred to be much alone, spending his time in his chamber, into which few save his valet was admitted. And thus no one suspected the mighty conflict he was waging with himself, one moment crying out, "I cannot give her up," and again moaning piteously, "I must, I must." The first meeting between himself and Arthur after the fire had been a most affecting one, Richard sobbing like a child, kissing the hands wounded so cruelly for him, and whispering amid his sobs, "You saved my life at the peril of your own, and I shall never forget it. God help me to do right." Many times after this he rode down to Briar Hill, whither Edith had frequently preceded him; but Richard never uttered a word of reproach when near the window he heard a rustling sound and knew who was sitting there. Neither would he ask a single question when soft footsteps glided past him and out into the hall, but he always heard them until they died away, and he knew those little feet were treading the verge of the grave he had dug within his heart. It was not yet filled up, that grave, but his mighty love for Edith lay confined there, and he only waited for the needful strength to bury it forever by verbally giving her up. And while he waited the May days glided by, and where the apple blossoms once had been, the green hard fruit was swelling now, the lilacs, purple and limp, had dropped from the tree, the hyacinths and daffodils were gone, and June with her sunny skies and wealth of roses queened over Collingwood. It lacked but a week now of the day appointed for the wedding, and Edith wished the time would hasten, for anything was preferable to the numb, apathetic feeling which lay around her heart. She had no hope that she should not be Richard's wife, and she wondered much at his manner, trying more than once to coax him from his strange mood by playful words, and even by caresses, which won from him no response. Only once, when he hugged her tightly to him, kissing her lips and hair, and saying to her, "God forgive me, Bertie, I never meant to wrong you, and I am going to make amends." The next day, when Victor went up to his master's room, he was struck with the peculiar expression of his face. A subdued, peaceful expression, which told that he was ready at last to make the great sacrifice; to fold the darkness more thickly around himself, and give to Arthur the glorious daylight he once hoped would shine for him, and Richard would make this sacrifice in his own way. Edith should read Nina's letter aloud to him, with Arthur sitting near, and then, when it was finished, he would ask if it were true, and why she had not told him before. Dinner was over, and in the library where Richard had asked Edith to be his wife, he sat waiting for her now, and for Arthur, who had been invited to Collingwood that afternoon. The day was much like that other day when Victor alone sat with him, save that the south wind stealing through the casement was warmer, more fragrant than the breath of May had been. The robin was not now singing in the maple tree, but it would come ere long, and Richard knew full well the chirping sounds which would welcome its approach. Once he had likened himself to the mated robin, but now, alas, he knew he was but the wounded bird, who finds its nest all desolate, its hopes all fled. "A tough old owl," he said, smiling bitterly as he remembered when first he used that term. Edith was right. She could not mate with the owl, he thought, just as Arthur stepped across the threshold and Edith came tripping down the stairs. "Sit on a stool at my feet, as you used to do," Richard said to her. "And you, Arthur, sit by me on this sofa." They obeyed him, and after a moment he began. "I have sent for you, my children, not to inflict pain, but to remove it. Heaven forbid that through me you should suffer longer, or that any act of mine should embitter your young lives. Do not interrupt me," he continued, as Edith was about to speak. "I must hasten on, or my courage all will fail me. Arthur, give me your hands, the hands that saved my life. I will touch them as carefully, as tenderly as I am about to deal with you." Arthur complied with his request, and pressing the right one, Richard continued. "I joined this once with another, a tiny little hand, now laid away beneath the southern flowers. And you said after me, 'I, Arthur, take thee, Nina, for my wife.' You remember it, don't you?" Arthur could not speak, and save the violent start which Edith gave, there came no answer to Richard's question as he went on. "It is only a few weeks since I learned who was that boy husband of 18, and that girlish bride of 15 and a half, but I know it now. I know it all, and this explains much that has been strange in me of late. Edith," and he felt for her bowed head, "Edith, I have here Nina's letter written by stealth, and brought by Victor to me, and you must read it to us. Then tell me, if you can, why I have so long been deceived." Edith had glanced at the beginning, and with a choking voice she said, "No, no, oh, Richard, no. Don't require it of me. Anything but that. I never knew she wrote it. I never meant. Oh, Richard, Richard!" She laid her head now on his knee and sobbed aloud, while he continued, "You must read it to me. 'Tis the only punishment I shall inflict upon you." "Read it, Edith," Arthur said, withdrawing one of his hands from Richard's, and resting it upon her head, thus to reassure her. Richard guessed his intention, and laid his own on Arthur's. Edith felt the gentle, forgiving pressure, even through the wounded, bandaged hand, and this it was which gave her the strength to read that message, which brought Nina before them all, a seemingly living, breathing presence. And when it was finished, there was heard in that library more than one great cry, like the breaking up of the ice of the northern ponds. Richard was the calmest of the three. The contents of the letter was not new to him, and did not touch so tender a chord as that which thrilled and quivered in Arthur's heart, as he listened to the words of his sweet child wife, the golden-haired Nina. Though dead, she was all-powerful yet, and Nina, from her grave, swayed a mightier sceptre than Nina living could have done. "Edith," Richard said, when her agitation had in a measure subsided, "you have read the letter. Now tell me, is it true? Crazy people do not always see or hear aright. Did Nina? Has Arthur loved you all the time?" "Spare Edith," Arthur cried, "and question me. I did love Edith Hastings, even when I had no right so to do." "And would you ask her to be your wife if there were no Richard in the way, and she was free as when you first knew and loved her?" Arthur knew the blind man was not trifling with him, and he answered promptly, "I would, but she will bear me witness that never since Nina died have I sought, by word or deed, to influence her decision." "I believe you," Richard said. "And now let us compare our love for her, one with the other. Let us see which is the stronger of the two. Do you love Edith so much that you would give her to another if you knew she loved that other best? If she were promised to you by a vow she dared not break, would you give her to me, supposing I was preferred before you?" Arthur was very white as he answered, "That would not be one half so hard as the yielding her to one whom she did not love, and, Richard, I have done this. I have given her to you, even when I knew that a word from me would have kept her from you." "That is hardly an answer to my question," Richard rejoined. "But it shows how honourable you have been. I question whether I could have done as much. Your sense of right and wrong was stronger than your love." "But," said Arthur, quickly interrupting him, "you must not think that I loved Edith less because I did not speak. Silence only fed the flame, and she cannot be so inexpressibly dear to you as she is to me. Oh, Richard, Richard, you do not know how much I love her." "Don't I?" and Richard smiled mournfully. Then turning to Edith, he continued, "And you, my darling, I would hear from you now. Is it Richard or Arthur you prefer?" "Oh, Richard," Edith cried, "I meant to keep my vow, and never let you know. I was going to be a true, a faithful wife, even if it killed me. I certainly was. But forgive me, Richard, I did love Arthur first, Arthur best, Arthur most of all." And again the great cry smote on Richard's ear, touching a chord like that which is touched in a mother's bosom when she hears her suffering infant's wail. "Edith," he said, "if I insist upon it, will you still be my wife?" "Yes, Richard, and it will not be so dreadful now that you know that I do love Arthur best, for I do, I do. I can't help it, and I have tried so hard. He is young like me, and then I loved him first. I loved him best." And in this last the whole was embodied. Edith loved Arthur best. Richard knew she did, and turning to Arthur, he continued, "And what will you do if I insist? Will memories of the love you bore your lost Nina sustain and comfort you?" Richard spoke half tauntingly, but Arthur conquered the emotion of anger he felt arising within him at this allusion to the past, and answered mildly, "As I hope for heaven, I did love my poor Nina at the last, with a love which, had it been sooner born, would have made me a happier man. And Nina knew it too. I told her so before she died, and I would fain have kept her with me, but I could not, and now, if I lose Edith, too, it will not be so hard, because I did love Nina, and sweet memories of her will keep my soul from fainting when I am far away from her little grave, far away from you, and far away from Edith." Arthur arose to leave the room, but Richard held him back, saying to him, "You have answered well. Now listen to me. Edith Hastings cannot be dearer to you than she is to me, but think you I will compel her to be mine? Should I be happy, knowing that always in her dreams another arm than mine encircled her dear form, that other lips than mine were pressed to hers, which moaned in sleep not Richard's, but Arthur's name? And this would surely be. The wife I mockingly called mine would be yours in spirit, whether on land or sea, and I ask for no such bride. Were I sure I could win her love, even though it might not be in years, not all the powers of earth should wrest her from me. But I cannot. Such is her temperament that she would give me only hatred, and I do not deserve this from her." "Oh, I wouldn't," Edith sobbed, and Richard continued. "Hush, my child. I know how it would be, even if I did forget it for a time. You must not be the blind man's wife, though the giving you up is like tearing me asunder. And now, Edith, let me hold you once more as I never shall hold you again. It will make me strong to do what I must do." Edith could not move, but Arthur lifted her up, and placing her in Richard's lap, laid one of his own hands pityingly on the head of the blind man, whose tears dropped on Edith's neck as he breathed over her his farewell. "Light of my eyes, joy of my heart, you know not what it costs me to give you up, but God in heaven knows. He will remember all my pain, removing it in his own good time, and I shall yet be happy. It is true, a black dreary waste stretches on into the future, but beyond it, even in this world, the bright daylight is shining, and Richard will reach it at last, will learn to think of you without a pang, to love you as his sister. Arthur, I give to you my darling. I release her from her vow, and may the kind Father bless you both, giving you every possible good. Let no sorrow for me mingle with your joy. I shall have grief and heaviness for a time, but I am strong to bear it. Morning will break at last. Let the wedding night be kept the same as is appointed, there need be no change, save in the bridegroom, and of that the world will all approve. And Edith, if during the coming week I am not much with you, if I stay altogether in my room, do not try to see me. I once thought you would be my wife. I know you cannot now, and you must not come to me at present. But on your bridal night I shall go with you to the church. It would look strangely if I did not. I shall return with you to the house, shall force myself to hear them call you by another name than mine, and then the next morning Arthur must take you away, for a time, I mean. I know you will wish to thank me, but I'd rather you would not. God will reward me in some way for the sacrifice I make this day. Now, Edith, kiss me once, kiss me twice, with your arms around my neck. Lay your soft cheek against mine. Yes, so. And over the dark face there broke a shadowy smile, as Edith did his bidding, kissing him many, many times, and blessing him for the great happiness bestowed upon her. There, that will do. Now, Arthur, lead me to my room, and sit with me until this horrid giddiness is gone, and my heart beats more naturally." He put Edith from his lap, passed his hand slowly over her face, as if thus he would remember it, and then, leaning heavily on Arthur's arm, tottered from the room. The noble Richard who had made this mighty sacrifice. 37. The Bridal. The week went by as all weeks will, whether laden with happiness or pain, and the rosy light of the 15th morning broke over the New England hills and over Collingwood, where the servants, headed by Grace Atherton, were all astir, and busy with their preparations for the festive scene of the coming night. Edith had made strenuous efforts to have the party given up, sending message after message to Richard, who, without any good reason for it, was determined upon this one point, and always answered "No." He had adhered to his resolution of staying in his room, and Edith had not seen him since the eventful day when he had made the great sacrifice. Arthur, however, was admitted daily to his presence, always coming from those interviews with a sad look upon his face, as if his happiness were not unmixed with pain. And still Richard tried to be cheerful, talking but little of Edith, and appearing so calm when he did mention her, that a casual observer would have said he did not care. In the village nothing was talked about save the change of bridegrooms and the approaching wedding, and when the morning came others than the inmates of Collingwood were busy and excited. It was a glorious day, for leafy June had donned her gala robes for the occasion, and every heart save one beat with joy as the sun rose higher and higher in the heavens, bringing nearer and nearer the appointed hour. Richard could not be glad, and that bridal day was the saddest he had ever known. Not even Arthur was permitted to be with him, and none save Victor saw the white, still anguish creeping over his face as hour after hour went by; and from the sounds without he knew that they had come whose business it was to array his Edith in her bridal robes of costly satin and fleecy lace. Then 2 more hours dragged heavily on, and going to his window he felt that the sun was setting. It was time his own toilette was commenced, and like a little child he submitted himself to Victor, groaning occasionally as he heard the merry laugh of the bridesmaids on the stairs, and remembered a time when he too felt as light, as joyous as they, ay, and almost as young. He was strangely altered now, and looked far older than his years, when, with his wedding garments on, he sat in his armchair, waiting for the bride. He had sent Victor for her, knowing it would be better to meet her once before the trying moment at the altar. Edith obeyed the summons, and in all her wondrous beauty, which this night shone forth resplendently, she came and stood before him, saying softly, "Richard, I am here." There was no need to tell him that. He knew she was there, and drawing her to his side, he said, "I am glad that I am blind for once, for should I behold you as you are, I could not give you up. Kneel down here, darling, and let me feel how beautiful you are." She knelt before him, and her tears fell fast as she felt his hand moving slowly over her dress, pressing lightly her round arms, pausing for a moment upon her white neck, tarrying still longer upon her glowing cheeks, and finally resting in mute blessing upon her braids of hair where the orange blossoms were. "I must have a lock of my birdie's hair," he said. "Let Arthur cut it off to-night. It will be dearer to me than if 'tis later severed. Leave it on the table, where Victor can find it, for Edith, when you return from your bridal tour, I shall be gone, and I have sent for you because I would talk with you again ere we part. It may be for years, and it may be for ever." "No, Richard, no," Edith sobbed. "You must not go away. I want you here with us." "It is best that I go for a while," he replied. "I am almost as much at home in Europe as I am here, and Victor is anxious to see Paris again. I have talked with Arthur about it, asking him to live here while I'm gone at least, and take charge of my affairs. He had thought to rebuild Grassy Spring, but finally consented to defer it for a time and do as I desired. The negroes will be pleased with this arrangement, and as Grace must wish to be rid of them, they will come up here at once. I shall be happier knowing that you are here; and when I feel that I can, I will come back again, but do not let thoughts of the wanderer mar your bliss. I have been thinking it over, Edith, and I see more and more that it was right for me to release you. I do not censure you for aught, except that you did not tell me in the beginning. For this I did blame you somewhat, but have forgiven you now." "Oh, Richard, Richard!" Edith burst out impetuously. "I never loved you one half so much as since you gave me to Arthur, and I have wanted to come and tell you so, but you would not let me." He knew what kind of love she meant, and his heart beat just the same as she continued. "I wanted to tell you how sorry I am that I was ever cross to you, and I have been many times since that night I promised to be yours. I don't know what made me. I do not feel so now." "I know what made you," Richard replied. "You did not love the blind old man well enough to be his wife, and the feeling that you must be soured your disposition. Forgive me, darling, but I don't believe I should have been happy with you after a time, not as happy as Arthur, and it is this which helps me bear it." This was not very complimentary to Edith, but it comforted her just as Richard meant it should, and made the future look brighter. Richard was dearer to her now than he had ever been, and the tender, loving caress she gave him, when at last Arthur's voice was heard without, asking for admission, was not feigned; for she felt that he was the noblest, the best of men, and she told him so, kissing again and again his face, and sighing to think how white and wan it had grown within the last few weeks. "Come, darling, we are waiting for you," Arthur said, as he advanced into the room, and Richard put from his lap the beautiful young girl around whose uncovered shoulders Arthur wrapped the white merino cloak which was to shield her from the night air. Then, bending over Richard, he said, "Heaven will bless you, even as I do, for the peerless gift I have received from you, and believe me, there is much of pain mingled with my joy, pain at leaving you so desolate. I cannot tell you all I feel, but if a lifetime of devotion can in the smallest degree repay you what I owe, it shall be freely given. Now bless me once more, me and my bride." Richard had arisen as Arthur was speaking, and at the word bride, he put out his hand as if to keep from falling, then steadying that on Arthur's head, and laying the other on Edith's, he whispered, "To him who saved my life when he believed I was his rival, I give my singing bird, who for 11 years has been the blind man's sunshine. Give her freely, cheerfully, harboring no malice against him who takes her. My Arthur and my precious Edith, I bless and love you both." The nerveless hands pressed heavily for a moment upon the two bowed heads, and then Arthur led his bride away to where the carriage waited. The ceremony was appointed for 8:30, but long before that hour St. Luke's was filled to overflowing, some coming even as early as 6 to secure seats most favourable to sight. And there they waited, until the roll of wheels was heard, and the clergyman appeared in the chancel. Then 700 tired heads turned simultaneously toward the door through which the party came, the rich robes of the bride trailing upon the carpet and sweeping from side to side as she moved up the middle aisle. But not upon her did a single eye in all that vast assemblage linger, nor yet upon the bridegroom, nor yet upon the bridesmaid, filing in one behind the other, but upon the stooping figure which moved so slowly, blind Richard groping his way to the altar, caring nothing for the staring crowd, nothing for the sudden buzz as he came in, hearing nothing but Victor's whispered words, "'Twill soon be over." Yes, it would soon be over. It was commencing now, the marriage ceremony, and Richard listened in a kind of maze until the clergyman asked, "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" As Arthur had supposed, this part would of course be omitted, no arrangements had been made for it, and an awkward pause ensued, while all eyes involuntarily turned upon the dark man now standing up so tall, so erect, among that group of lighter, airier forms. Like some frozen statue Richard stood, and the minister, thinking he did not hear, repeated his demand. Slowly Richard moved forward, and Grace, who was next to Edith, stepped aside as he came near. Reverently he laid his hand on Edith's head and said aloud, "I do." Then the hand sliding from her head rested on her shoulder, where it lay all through that ceremony, and the weeping spectators sitting near heard distinctly the words whispered by the white lips which dripped with the perspiration of this last dreadful agony. "I, Richard, take thee, Birdie, to be my wedded wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish till death do us part, according to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth." He said it, every word, and when it was Edith's turn, he bent a little forward, while his hand grasped her bare shoulder so firmly as to leave a mark when she put Arthur's name where his should have been, and the quivering lips moaned faintly, "Don't, Birdie, don't." It was a strange bridal, more sad than joyous, for though in the hearts of bride and groom there was perfect love for each other, there were too many bitter memories crowding upon them both to make it a moment of unmixed bliss. Memories of Nina, who seemed to stand by Arthur, blessing him in tones unheard, and a sadder, a living memory of the poor blind man whose low wail, when all was done, smote painfully on Edith's ear. In a pew near to the altar, Victor sat weeping like a child, and when the last amen was uttered, he sprang to his master's side and said, "Come with me. You cannot wish to go home with the bride." Instantly the crowd divided right and left as Victor passed through their midst, leading out into the open air the faint sick man, who, when they were alone, leaned his head meekly on his faithful valet's arm, saying to him, "You are all there is left to care for me now. Be good to me, won't you?" Victor answered with a clasp of his hand, and hurried on, reaching Collingwood before the bridal guests, who ere long came swarming in like so many buzzing bees, congratulating the newly wedded pair, and looking curiously round for Richard. But Richard was not there. He had borne all he could, and on his bed in his bolted room he lay, scarcely giving a token of life, save when the sounds from the parlours reached his ear, when he would whisper, "'Tis done. It is done." One by one the hours went by, and then up the gravelled walk the carriages rolled a second time to take the guests away. Hands were shaken and good night said. There was cloaking in the ladies' room, and impatient waiting in the gentlemen's. There was hurrying down the stairs, through the hall, and out upon the piazza. There was banging to of carriage doors, cracking of drivers' whips, and racing down the road. There was a hasty gathering up of silver, a closing of the shutters, a putting out of lamps, until at last silence reigned over Collingwood, from whose windows only two lights were gleaming. Arthur was alone with his bride, and Richard alone with his God. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Darkness and Daylight by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 38. 6 years later. The New York and Springfield train, eastward bound, stood waiting in the depot at New Haven. There had been a slight accident which occasioned a detention of several minutes, and taking advantage of this delay many of the passengers alighted to stretch their weary limbs, or inhale a breath of purer air than could be obtained within the crowded car. Several seats were thus left unoccupied, one of which a tall, dark, foreign-looking man, with eyes concealed by a green shade, was about appropriating to himself, when a wee little hand was laid on his, and a sweet baby voice called out,
"That's my mamma's chair, big man. Mamma gone after cake for Nina."
The stranger started, and his face flushed with some strong emotion, while his hand rested caressingly upon the flowing curls of the beautiful 3-year-old girl, as he asked, "Who is mamma, darling? What is her name, I mean?"
"I can tell that a heap better'n Nina,"
chimed in a boy of 5, who was sitting just across the aisle, and joining the little girl, he continued,
"My mother is Edith, so Aunt Grace calls her, but father says Miggy most all the time."
The stranger sank into the seat, dizzy and faint with the mighty shock, for he knew now that Edith's children were standing there before him, that frank, fearless boy, and that sweet little girl, who, not caring to be outdone by her brother, said, in a half exultant way, as if it were something of which she were very proud,
"I've got an Uncle Richard, I have, and he's comin' home by'm-by." "And going to bring me lots of things," interrupted the boy again. "Marie said so."
At this point a tall, slender Frenchman, who had entered behind the man with the green shade, glided from the car, glancing backward just in time to see that his master had coaxed both children into his lap, the girl coming shyly, while the boy sprang forward with that wide-awake fearlessness which characterized all his movements. He was a noble-looking little fellow, and the stranger hugged him fondly as he kissed the full red lips so like to other lips kissed long years ago.
"What makes you wear this funny thing?"
asked the child, peering up under the shade. "Because my eyes are weak," was the reply. "People around your home call me blind."
"Uncle Richard is blind," lisped the little girl,
while the boy rejoined,
"but the bestest man that ever lived. Why, he's betterer than father, I guess, for I asked Ma want he, and Pa told me yes."
"Hush, hush, child," returned the stranger, fearing lest they might attract too much attention. Then, removing the shade, his eyes rested long and wistfully upon the little boy and girl as he said, "I am your Uncle Richard."
True as you live and breathe, are you Uncle Dick?
The boy almost screamed, winding his chubby arms around the stranger's neck, while Nina, standing upon her feet, chirped out her joy as she patted the bearded cheek and called him
Uncle Ick?
Surely, if there had been any lingering pain in the heart of Richard Harrington, it was soothed away by the 4 soft baby hands which passed so caressingly over his face and hair, while honeyed lips touched his, and sweet bird-like voices told how much they had been taught to love the one whom they always called uncle. These children had been the hardest part of all to forgive, particularly the first-born, for Richard, when he heard of him, had felt all the old sorrow coming back again, a feeling as if Edith had no right with little ones which did not call him father. But time had healed that wound too, until from the sunny slopes of France, where his home had so long been, his heart had often leaped across the sea, in quest of these same children, now prattling in his ear and calling him Uncle Dick. There was another, a dearer name by which they might have called him, but he knew now that 'twas not for him to be thus addressed. And still he felt something like a father's love stealing into his heart, as he wound his arms around the little forms, giving back kiss for kiss, and asking which was like their mother.
Ain't none of us much, Dick replied. We're like Father and Aunt Nina, hanging on the wall in the library. Mother's got big black eyes, with winkers a rod long, and her hair shines like my velvet coat, and comes most to her feet.
Richard smiled and was about to speak again, when Dick forestalled him by asking, not if he had brought him something, but where it was.
It's in your trunk, I guess,
he said, as his busy fingers investigated every pocket, and found nothing savouring of playthings, except a knife, both blades of which were opened in a trice, and tried upon the window-sill. Richard, who never having known much of children had not thought of presents, was sorely perplexed, when luckily Victor returned, bringing a paper of molasses candy, which he slyly thrust into his master's hand, whispering to him, "They always like that." Victor had calculated aright, for nothing could have pleased the St. Clairs more. And when, as she entered at the door, Edith caught sight of her offspring, she hardly knew them, so besmeared were their little faces with molasses, Nina having wiped her hands first upon her hair, and then rubbed them upon Richard's knee, while Victor looked on a little doubtful as to what the mother might say.
There's Mamma,
Nina cried, trying to shake back her curls, which nevertheless stuck lightly to her forehead.
There's Mamma.
And in an instant little Dick, as he was called, found himself rather unceremoniously set down upon his feet, as Richard adjusted his shade and resumed the air of helplessness so natural to the blind. Edith had been to New York with Marie and the children, leaving the former there for a few weeks, and was now on her way home, whither she hoped ere long to welcome Richard, whom she had never seen since the night of her marriage, when Victor led him half fainting from the altar. He would not join them at the breakfast next morning, but sent them his good-bye, and when they returned from their long happy bridal tour, they found a letter for them saying Richard was in Paris. Regularly after that they heard from him, and though he never referred to the past, Edith knew how much it cost him to write to one whom he had loved so much. Latterly, however, his letters had been far more cheerful in their tone, and it struck Edith that his handwriting, too, was more even than formerly, but she suspected nothing, and rather anticipated the time when she should be eyes for him again, just as she used to be. He had said in his last letter that he was coming ere long, but she had no idea that he was so near, and she wondered what tall, greyish-haired gentleman it was who had taken possession of her seat.
Mother!
Little Dick was about to scream, when Victor placed his hand upon his mouth, at the same time turning his back to Edith, who, a little surprised at the proceeding, and a little indignant it may be, said rather haughtily, and with a hasty glance at Richard, "My seat, sir, if you please." The boy by this time had broken away from Victor and yelled out, "Uncle Dick, Ma! Uncle Dick!" But it did not need this now to tell Edith who it was. A second glance had told her, and with face almost as white as the linen collar about her neck, she reeled forward, and would have fallen but for Victor, who caught her by the shoulder and sat her down beside his master. Richard was far less excited than herself, inasmuch as he was prepared for the meeting, and as she sank down with the folds of her grey travelling dress lying in his lap, he offered her his hand, and with the same old sunny smile she remembered so well, said to her, "Do you not know me?" "Yes," she gasped, "but it takes my breath away. I was not expecting you so soon. I am so glad." He knew she was by the way her snowy fingers twined themselves around his own, and by the fervent pressure of her lips upon his hand. "Mamma's dyin'," said Nina, and then Edith's tears fell fast, dropping upon the broad hand she still held, which very, very gradually, but still intentionally drew hers directly beneath the green shade, and there Richard kept it, his thumb hiding the broad band of gold which told she was a wife. It was a very small, white, pretty hand, and so perhaps he imagined, for he held it a long, long time, while he talked quite naturally of Arthur, of Grace, of the people of Shannondale, and lastly of her children. "They crept into my heart before I knew it," he said, releasing Edith's hand and lifting Nina to his knee. "They are neither of them much like you, my namesake says." This reminded Edith of the mysterious shade which puzzled her so much, and without replying directly to him, she asked why it was worn. Victor shot a quick nervous glance at his master, who, without the slightest tremor in his voice, told her that he had of late been troubled with weak eyes, and as the dust and sunlight made them worse, he had been advised to wear it while travelling, as a protection. "I shall remove it by and by, when I am rested," he said. And Edith hoped he would, for he did not seem natural to her with that ugly thing disfiguring him as it did. When Hartford was reached, Richard found an opportunity of whispering something to Victor, who replied, "Tired and dusty. Better wait, if you want a good impression." So with a spirit of self-denial of which we can scarcely conceive, Richard did wait, and the shade was drawn closely down as little Nina, grown more bold, climbed up beside him, and poised upon one foot, her fat arm resting on his neck, played peek-a-boo beneath the shade, screaming at every peek, "I seen your eyes, I did." A misstep backward, a tumble, and a bumped head brought this sport to an end, just as Shannondale was reached, and in her attempts to soothe the little girl, Edith failed to see that the shade was lifted for a single moment, while, standing upon the platform, Richard's eyes wandered eagerly, greedily over the broad meadowlands and fields of waving grain, over the wooded hills, rich in summer glory, and lastly, toward Collingwood, with its roofs and slender tower basking in the July sun. "Thank God, thank God," he whispered, just as Victor caught his arm, bidding him alight as the train was about to move forward. "There's papa, there, right across the track," and Dick tugged at his father's coat skirts, trying to make him comprehend, but Arthur had just then neither eyes nor ears for anything but his sobbing little daughter, whose forehead he kissed tenderly, thereby curing the pain and healing the wounded heart of his favourite child, his second golden-haired Nina. Dick, however, persevered, until his father understood what he meant, and Nina was in danger of being hurt again, so hastily was she dropped when Arthur learned that Richard had come. There was already a crowd around him, but they made way for Arthur, who was not ashamed to show before them all how much he loved the noble man, or how glad he was to have him back. "Richard has grown old," the spectators said to each other as they watched him till he entered the carriage. And so he had. His hair was quite grey now, and the tall figure was somewhat inclined to stoop, while about the mouth were deep-cut lines which even the heavy moustache could not quite conceal. But he would grow young again, and even so soon he felt his earlier manhood coming back as he rode along that pleasant afternoon, past the fields where the newly mown hay, fresh from a recent shower, sent forth its fragrance upon the summer air, while the song of the mowers mingled with the click of the whetting scythe, made sweet home-like sounds which he loved to hear. Why did he lean so constantly from the carriage, and why, when Victor exclaimed, "The old ruin is there yet," referring to Grassy Spring, did he, too, look across the valley? Arthur asked himself this question many times, and at last, when they reached Collingwood and Edith had alighted, he bent forward, and whispered in Richard's ear, not an interrogation, but a positive affirmation which brought back the response, Don't tell her. Not yet, I mean." Arthur turned very white, and could scarcely stand as he stepped to the ground, for that answer had taken his strength away, and Victor led him instead of his master into the house, where the latter was greeted joyfully by the astonished servants. He seemed very weary, and after receiving them all, asked to go to his room where he could rest. "You will find it wholly unchanged," Arthur said. "Nothing new but gas." "I trust I shall not set the house on fire this time," was Richard's playful rejoinder, as he followed Victor up the stairs to the old familiar chamber, where his valet left him alone to breathe out his fervent thanksgivings for the many blessings bestowed on one who, when last he left that room, had said in his sorrow there were no sunspots left. The first coming home he so much dreaded was over now, and had been accompanied with far less pain than he feared. He knew they were glad to have him back — Arthur and his dear sister, as he always called her now. Never since the bridal night had the name Edith passed his lips, and if perchance he heard it from others, he shuddered involuntarily. Still, the sound of her voice had not hurt him as he thought it would. Nothing had been half so hard as he had anticipated, and falling upon his knees, he poured out his soul in prayer, nor heard the steps upon the threshold as Arthur came in, his heart too full to tarry outside longer. Kneeling by Richard, he too thanked the good father, not so much for his friend's safe return as for the boon, precious as life itself, which had been given to that friend. When at last their prayers were ended, both involuntarily advanced to the window, where, with his handsome manly face turned fully to the light, Arthur stood immovable, nor flinched a hair, as Edith would ere long, when passing the same ordeal. He did not ask what Richard thought of him, neither did Richard tell; only the remark, "I do not wonder that she loved you best." They then talked together of a plan concerning Edith, after which Arthur left his brother to the repose he so much needed, ere joining them in the parlour below. Never before had pillows seemed so soft, or bed so grateful, as that on which Richard laid him down to rest, and sleep was just touching his heavy eyelids, when upon the door there came a gentle rap, accompanied with the words,
"Please, Uncle Lick, let Nina come. She's all dressed up so nice."
That little girl had crept way down into Richard's heart, just as she did into everybody's, and he admitted her at once, suffering her to climb up beside him, where with her fat dimpled hands folded together, she sat talking to him in her sweet baby language.
"Es go to sleep, Nina tired,"
she said at last, and folding his arms about her, Richard held her to his bosom as if she had been his own.
"'Tain't time to say prayers, is it?"
she asked, fearing lest she should omit her duty. And when Richard inquired what her prayers were, she answered,
"Now I lay me, and God bless Uncle Lick. Mamma tell me that."
Richard's eyes filled with tears, which the waxen figures wiped away, and when somewhat later Victor cautiously looked in, he saw them sleeping there together, Nina's golden head nestled in Richard's neck, and one of her little hands lain upon his cheek. Meantime, in Edith's room, Arthur was virtually superintending the making of his wife's evening toilette, a most unprecedented employment for mankind in general, and him in particular. But for some reason wholly inexplicable to Edith, Arthur was unusually anxious about her personal appearance, suggesting, among other things, that she should wear a thin pink muslin, which he knew so well became her dark style of beauty; and when she reminded him of its shortcomings with regard to waist and sleeves, he answered playfully, "That does not matter. 'Twill make you look girlish and young." So Edith donned the pink dress, and clasping upon her neck and arms the delicate ornaments made from Nina's hair, asked of Arthur, "How she looked?" "Splendidly," he replied. "Handsomer even than on our bridal night." And Edith was handsomer than on the night when she stood at the altar a bride, for 6 years of almost perfect happiness had chased away the restless, careworn, sorrowful look which was fast becoming habitual, and now, at 26, Edith St. Clair was pronounced by the world the most strikingly beautiful woman of her age. Poets had sung of her charms, artists had transferred them to canvas. Brainless beaux, who would as soon rave about a married woman as a single one, provided it were the fashion so to do, had stamped them upon their hearts. Envious females had picked them all to pieces, declaring her too tall, too black, too hoydenish to be even pretty; while little Dick and Nina likened her to the angels, wondering if there was anything in heaven, save Aunt Nina, as beautiful as she. And this was Edith, who, when her toilette was completed, went down to meet Grace Atherton, just arrived, and greatly flurried when she heard that Richard had come. Very earnestly the two ladies were talking together when Arthur glanced in for a moment, and then hastened up to Richard, whom he found sitting by the window, with Dick and Nina both seated in his lap, the former utterly astounded at the accuracy with which his blind uncle guessed every time how many fingers he held up. "Father, father!" he screamed as Arthur came in. "He can see just as good as if he wasn't blind," and he looked with childish curiosity into the eyes which had discovered in his infantile features more than one trace of the Swedish Petrea, grandmother to the boy. Arthur smiled, and without replying to his son, said to Richard, "I have come now to take you to Edith. Grace Atherton is there too. A wonderfully young and handsome woman for 42. I'm not sure you can tell them apart." "I could tell your wife from all the world," was Richard's answer, as putting down the children, and resuming the green shade, he went with Arthur to the door of the library, where Grace and Edith, standing with their backs to them, were too much engaged to notice that more than Arthur was coming. Him Edith heard, and turning towards him she was about to speak, when Richard lowered the green shade he had raised for a single moment, and walking up to her took her hand in his. Twining his fingers around her slender wrist, he said to her, "Come with me to the window, and sit on a stool at my feet, just as you used to do." Edith was surprised, and stammered out something about Grace's being in the room. "Never mind Mrs. Atherton," he said. "I will attend to her by and by. My business is now with you." And he led her to the window where Arthur had carried a stool. Like lightning the truth flashed upon Grace, and with a nervous glance at the mirror to see how she herself was looking that afternoon, she stood motionless, while Richard, dashing the shade to the floor, said to the startled Edith, "The blind man would know how Petrea's daughter looks." With a frightened shriek Edith covered up her face, and laying her head in its old resting place, Richard's lap, exclaimed, "No, no, oh no, Richard! Please do not look at me now. Help me, Arthur. Don't let him," she continued, as she felt the strong hands removing her own by force. But Arthur only replied by lifting up her head himself, and holding in his own the struggling hands, while Richard examined a face seen now, for the first time since its early babyhood. Oh, how scrutinizingly he scanned that face, with its brilliant black eyes, where tears were glittering like diamonds in the sunlight, its rich, healthy bloom, its proudly curved lip, its dimpled chin and soft, round cheeks. What did he think of it? Did it meet his expectations? Was the face he had known so long in his darkness as Edith's, natural when seen by daylight? Mingled there no shadow of disappointment in the reality? Was Arthur's Edith at all like Richard's singing bird? How Arthur wished he knew. But Richard kept his own counsel, for a time at least. He did not say what he thought of her. He only kissed the lips beginning to quiver with something like a grieved expression that Arthur should hold her so long, kissed them twice, and with his hand wiped her tears away, saying playfully, "'Tis too bad, birdie, I know, but I've anticipated this hour so long." He had not called her birdie before, and the familiar name compensated for all the pain which Edith had suffered when she saw those strangely black eyes fastened upon her and knew that they could see. Springing to her feet the moment she was released, she jumped into his lap in her old impetuous way, and winding her arms around his neck, sobbed out, "I am so glad, Richard, so glad! You can't begin to guess how glad, and I've prayed for this every night and every day, Arthur and I. Didn't we, Arthur? Dear, dear Richard, I love you so much." "What'd make mamma cry for?" asked a childish voice from the corner where little Dick stood, half frightened at what he saw, his tiny fist doubled ready to do battle for his mother, in case he should make up his mind that her rights were invaded. This had the effect of rousing Edith, who, faint with excitement, was led by Arthur out into the open air, thus leaving Richard alone with his first love of 25 years ago. It did not seem to him possible that so many years had passed over the face which, at 17, was marvellously beautiful, and which still was very, very fair and youthful in its look, for Grace was wondrously well preserved, and never passed for over 30, save among the envious ones who, old themselves, strove hard to make others older still. "Time has dealt lightly with you, Grace," Richard said after the first curious glance. "I could almost fancy you were Grace Emmelsdorf yet." And he lifted gallantly one of her chestnut curls, just as he used to do in years agone, when she was Grace Elmendorf. This little act recalled so vividly the scenes of other days that Grace burst into a flood of tears, and hurried from the room to the parlour adjoining, where, unobserved, she could weep again over the hopes for ever fled. Thus left to himself, with the exception of little Dick, Richard had leisure to look about him, descrying ere long the life-sized portrait of Nina hanging on the wall. In an instant he stood before what was to him not so much a picture painted on rude canvas, as a living reality, the golden-haired angel, who was now as closely identified with his every thought and feeling as even Edith herself had ever been. She had followed him over land and sea, bringing comfort to him in his dark hours of pain, colouring his dreams with rainbow hues of promise, buoying him up and bidding him wait a little, try yet longer, when the only hope worth his living for now seemed to be dying out, and when at last the wonderful cure was done, and those gathered around him said each to the other, "He will see," he heard nothing for the buzzing sound which filled his ear, and the low voice whispering to him, "I did it. Brought the daylight straight from heaven. God said I might, and I did. Nina takes care of you." They told him that he had fainted from excess of joy, but Richard believed that Nina had been with him all the same, cherishing that conviction even to this hour, when he stood there face to face with her, unconsciously saying to himself, "Gloriously beautiful Nina! In all my imaginings of you, I never saw aught so fair as this. Edith is beautiful, but not—" "As beautiful as Nina was, am I?" said a voice behind him, and turning round, Richard drew Edith to his side, and encircling her with his arm answered frankly, "No, my child, you are not as beautiful as Nina." "Disappointed in me, are you not? Tell me honestly," and Edith peered up, half archly, half timidly, into the eyes whose glance she scarcely yet dared meet. "I can hardly call it disappointment," Richard answered, smiling down upon her. "You are different looking from what I supposed, that is all. Still you are much like what I remember your mother to have been, save that her eyes were softer than yours, and her lip not quite so proudly curved." "In other words, I show by my face that I am a Bernard, and something of a Spitfire," suggested Edith, and Richard rejoined, "I think you do," adding as he held her a little closer to him, "Had I been earlier blessed with sight I should have known I could not tame you. I should only have spoiled you by indulgence." Just at this point little Nina came in, and taking her in her arms, Edith said, "I wanted to call her Edith after myself, as I thought it might please you. But Arthur said no, she must be Nina Bernard." "Better so," returned Richard, moving away from the picture. "I can never call another by the name I once called you." And this was all the sign he gave that the wound was not quite healed. But it was healing fast. Home influences were already doing him good, and when at last supper was announced, he looked very happy as he took again his accustomed seat at the table, with Arthur opposite Edith, just where she used to be, and Grace sitting at his right. It was a pleasant family party they made, and the servants marvelled much to hear Richard's hearty laugh mingling with Edith's merry peal. That night, when the July moon came up over the New England hills, it looked down upon the four, Richard and Arthur, Grace and Edith, sitting upon the broad piazza as they had not sat in years, Grace a little apart from the rest, and Edith between her husband and Richard, holding a hand of each, and listening intently while the latter told them how rumours of a celebrated Parisian oculist had reached him in his wanderings; how he had sought the rooms of that oculist, leaving them a more hopeful man than when he entered; How the hope, then enkindled, grew stronger month after month, until the thick folds of darkness gave way to a creamy kind of haze, which hovered for weeks over his horizon of sight, growing gradually whiter and thinner, until faint outlines were discovered, and to his unutterable joy he counted the window panes, knowing then that sight was surely coming back. He did not tell them how through all that terrible suspense Nina seemed always with him. He would not like to confess how superstitious he had become, fully believing that Nina was his guardian angel, that she hovered near him, and that the touch of her soft little hands had helped to heal the wound gaping so cruelly when he last bade adieu to his native land. Richard was not a spiritualist. He utterly repudiated their wild theories, and built up one of his own, equally wild and strange, but productive of no evil, inasmuch as no one was admitted into his secret, or suffered to know of his one acknowledged sphere, where Nina reigned supreme. This was something he kept to himself, referring but once to Nina during his narrative, and that when he said to Edith, "You remember, darling, Nina told me in her letter that she'd keep asking God to give me back my sight." Edith cared but little by whose agency this great cure had been accomplished, and laying her head on Richard's knee, just as a girl she used to do, she wept out her joy for sight restored to her noble benefactor, reproaching him for having kept the good news from them so carefully, even shutting his eyes when he wrote to them so that his writing should be natural, and the surprise when he did return the greater. Meanwhile Grace's servant came up to accompany her home, and she bade the happy group good night, her heart beating faster than its wont as Richard said to her at parting, "I was going to offer my services, but I see I am forestalled. My usual luck, you know," and his black eyes rested a moment on her face, and then wandered to where Edith sat. Did he mean anything by this? Had the waves of time which had beaten and battered his heart so long, brought it back at last to its first starting point, Grace Elmendorf? Time only can tell. He believed his youthful passion had died out years ago, that matrimony was for him an utter impossibility. He had been comparatively happy across the sea, and he was happier still now that he was home, wishing he had come before, and wondering why it was that the sight of Edith did not pain him as he feared it would. He liked to look at her, to hear her musical voice, to watch her graceful movements as she flitted about the house, and as the days and weeks went on he grew young again in her society, until he was much like the Richard to whom she once said, "I will be your wife," save that his raven hair was tinged with grey, making him, as some thought, finer looking than ever. To Arthur and Edith he was like a dearly beloved brother, while to Dick and Nina he was all the world. He was very proud of little Dick, but Nina was his pet, as she was everybody's who knew her, and she ere long learned to love him better, if possible, than she did her father, calling him frequently "her oldest papa," and wondering in her childish way why he kissed her so tenderly as often as she lisped out that dear name. And now but little more remains to tell. It is 4 months since Richard came home, and the hazy Indian summer sun shines o'er the New England hills, bathing Collingwood in its soft warm rays, and falling upon the tall bare trees and the withered grass below, carpeted with leaves of many a bright hue. On the velvety sward, which last summer showed so rich a green, the children are racing up and down, Dick's cheeks glowing like the scarlet foliage he treads beneath his feet, and Nina's fair hair tossing in the autumn wind, which seems to blow less rudely on the little girl than on her stronger older brother. On one of the iron seats scattered over the lawn sits Richard, watching them as they play, not moodily, not mournfully, for grief and sorrow have no lodgment in the once blind Richard's heart, and he verily believes that he is as happy without Edith as he could possibly have been with her. She is almost everything to him now that a wife could be, consulting his wishes before her own or Arthur's, and making all else subservient to them. No royal sovereign ever lorded it over his subjects more completely than could Richard over Collingwood, if he chose, for master and servants alike yield him unbounded deference. But Richard is far too gentle to abuse the power vested in his hands, and so he rules by perfect love, which knows no shadow of distrust. The gift of sight has compensated for all his olden pain, and often to himself he says, "I would hardly be blind again for the sake of Edith's first affections." He calls her Edith now, just as he used to do, and Edith knows that only a scar is left as a memento of the fearful sacrifice. The morning has broken at last, the darkness passed away, and while basking in the full, rich daylight, both Richard and Arthur and Edith wonder if they are the same to whom the world was once so dreary. Only over Grace Atherton is any darkness brooding. She cannot forget the peerless boon she threw away when she deliberately said to Richard Harrington, "I will not walk in your shadow," and the love she once bore him is alive in all its force, but so effectually concealed that few suspect its existence. Richard goes often to Briar Hill, staying sometimes hours, and Victor, with his opinion of the "gay widow" somewhat changed, has more than once hinted at Collingwood how he thinks these visits will end. But the servants scoffed at the idea, while Arthur and Edith look curiously on, half hoping Victor is right, and so that matter remains in uncertainty. Across the field's grassy spring still lies a mass of shapeless ruins. Frequently has Arthur talked of rebuilding it as a home for his children, but as Richard has always opposed it, and Edith is indifferent, he will probably remain at Collingwood. Away to the south, the autumn winds blow softly around Sunnybank, where Edith's negroes are living as happy under the new administration as the old, speaking often of their beautiful mistress who, when the winter snows fall on the Bay State hills, will wend her way to the southward, and Christmas fires will again be kindled upon the hearthstones left so desolate so many years. Nor is she, whose little grave lies just across the field, forgotten. Enshrined is her memory within the hearts of all who knew and loved her, while away to the northward, where the cypress and willow mark the resting place of Shannondale's dead, a costly marble rears its graceful column, pointing far upward to the sky, the home of her whose name that marble bears, Nina. That is all. No laudations deeply cut tell what she was or where she died. Nina. Nothing more. And yet this single word has a power to touch the deepest, tenderest feelings of two hearts at least, Arthur's and Edith's, speaking to them of the little golden-haired girl who crossed so innocently their pathway, striving hard to efface all prints of her footsteps, caring to the last for her Arthur boy, and the Miggy she loved so well, and calling to them, as it were, even after the rolling river was safely forded, and she was landed beside the still waters in the bright green fields of Eden. And now to the sweet little girl and the noble man who, through the mazy labyrinths of darkness and of daylight, have grown so strongly into our love, whose faces were familiar as our own, whose names were household words, over whose sorrows our tears have fallen like rain, and in whose joys we have rejoiced, we bid a final adieu. Farewell to thee, beautiful Nina. Earth had none fairer lost, heaven none purer gained. Farewell to thee forever, and blessings, rich and rare, distil like evening dew upon the dear head of the brave-hearted, generous hero, Richard Harrington. The End of Darkness and Daylight, by Mary Jane Holmes. Recorded by Celine Major. Thanks for listening.